Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 3 of the series. Chapter 132 Tracing Spirit Power. Chapter 132 Tracing Spirit Power. Nausicaa's instinct was correct. Angor remembered that he agreed to be Salem's neighbor not long ago. It was barely a day yet, and he already changed his mind. Now Angor felt a little ashamed, and Nausicaa easily realized Angor's expression. So I was right. You're going to move away. Wait, since you haven't started living here. You aren't literally moving away. Since Nausicaa revealed his intention, Angor did not try to hide his embarrassment. He could not hide it anyway. He told them how he rented a house in the apprentice town. His magic crystal income was pretty difficult to explain, so he simply used Sunders as an excuse. Besides, Sunders did give him those merit points. At a price though. Miss Abel said even level 2 apprentices usually can't afford rooms there, said Salem. He looked jealous as he said, "Your professor is so nice." "A good choice," said Nausicaa. She picked up the broken chain before continuing. "This place is unsafe. Considering your problem with Hookdick, if that guy sneaks into your room during the night, you're in big trouble." Salem agreed. "Miss Nausicaa is right. I didn't think about it before, but if a sword can break the door lock, our rooms are not secured at all. And this is not a place full of peaceful townsfolk. The supernaturals and those about to become supernaturals must have their ways of breaking in. Getting your training interrupted by someone is bad. Besides, Toby is a bird and it can't live without the sun. You're one step ahead of us then," said Nausicaa. She put a hand on Angor's shoulder and said, "When I get enough magic crystals, I'll also move away from here as soon as I can." "Me too," said Salem. He smiled as he added, "Then we can be neighbors." Their friendly comment allowed Angor to get rid of his sad feeling. "I hope that day comes soon," Angor said to them. Angor carried his luggage to his small villa in the apprentice town on the same day. The villa was located on the edge of Apprentice Town 8, with a small river aside. There was a forest behind the villa, and animals would show up from there occasionally and drink from the river casually. When Angor arrived, he saw several dusk pelicans with large, red beaks hunting for fish in the river, and a herd of white deer resting nearby. Such a beautiful nature. The pleasant scenery made Angor felt really satisfied with his new home. The villa was protected by a white fence. The fence was pretty short, but there were spell arrays on it which could stall intruders. There were a small garden and a tiny greenhouse. A 3-meter-tall mistletoe tree was growing near the greenhouse. The mirror world kept a warm atmosphere most of the times, so the tree was lively and lush. There were even some fruit buds growing on it. Angor entered the villa and saw that his furniture was brought in by the town manager. The furniture was left around in the main hall in a disorganized manner. Angor spent half of the day arranging furniture to their correct positions while getting used to the interior of the villa. The villa had 3 floors, with a small triangular attic as the top floor, guest rooms on the second, and the main bedroom, study, and common hall were all on the ground floor. There was also a basement which was designed as a training room. Angor would be living in the main bedroom. He put Toby into the attic. There was a skylight in the attic, through which the leafy mistletoe tree could be seen, thus giving the attic a comfortable atmosphere. Toby was pretty satisfied with its own room. The bird could fly in and out of the skylight as it liked. After arranging Toby's room, Angor returned to his own bedroom. There was nothing here besides the bed. The walls around were all empty. Angor watched the creepily white walls and decided to take the 2 oil paintings out. He hung Traveler Under Stars onto the wall across to the bed. As for Milking Shepherd, he put it into the study instead and covered it up with a painting curtain. Angor was not sure if the painting had some kind of secret, so he hid it, just in case. The decoration made his bedroom a lot better. Angor already felt tired after running around during the day, so he fell asleep soon on the bed. The next day, Angor woke up after the horizon had already turned bright. The boy lifted the curtain and stretched himself on the balcony while inhaling the fresh air. He felt good as he looked at the green mountain in the distance, and small animals chasing around along the river. Angor did not plan to go out today. He wanted to finally start studying the channeling method. He wanted to try out singularity dispersive meditation as soon as he could, hoping that it would deepen his knowledge quickly and allow him to save John's life in 5 years. However, before learning the channeling method, he had to get a feel about his spirit power first. Angor asked Toby to enjoy the outside on his own. He then ate some instant food before he stepped into the basement. It was wide. The 3 basic magic arrays were drawn on the walls, so no matter what Angor did down here, his privacy and safety could be protected. This was also why many apprentices redesigned their basements into personal laboratories. Angor did not intend to do that though. He was going for another side door in the basement which led to a small soundproof room about 2 or 3 square meters wide. One could calm his mind best in such a narrow and tranquil room. This place would help Angor greatly during his first meditation. It did not go well. Even with the help of Sunder's advice, Angor still could not manage to completely calm his mind. The first step of meditation was to imagine the spirit model inside one's brain. This was different from actually constructing the model, but they were related. To imagine the spirit model was to build it better. Angor needed this step to have a basic idea about the model he was going to make. Also, imagining the spirit model could help Angor feel and channel his spirit power. Spirit power was an abstract concept. Angor had to feel it first before materializing it. As for how to feel spirit power, he had to imagine a spirit model in his mind and to look for something that was drawn by this model. Imagined a spiritual model while tracing spirit power. Angor could not focus entirely on the spiritual model because he needed to catch the other power in his brain, spirit power. This step called for greater concentration. It was extremely difficult for someone to imagine something while focusing on another completely different object. Angor recalled reading about a famous psychological test from Earth called the pink elephant. A psychologist told the subjects that there was a pink elephant in the room, but then he told them not to think about the elephant. But in the end, once the subjects heard about the pink elephant, they could no longer get rid of the idea, no matter how hard they tried to forget it. Their brains would always remind them of the particularly colored creature in the room. Wizard meditation was a similar process. When one wanted to divert one's focus to something else, one could not do it. This was called thought interference. If one wished to forget the subject which caused the interference, he or she had to clear the body and mind of everything before slowly shifting their focus into a state of blankness. This was a difficult task. People were usually troubled by a lot of different thoughts. To make the mind blank required a constant and long-term effort. Since this called for an absolutely silent environment, most wizards were wise people who lived in solitude. When wizards attained a higher level and had less random thoughts in their minds, they could use relatively quiet places in place of absolutely silent ones. However, only wizards could do that. Wizards were able to meditate even if they stayed among bustling crowds. Being able to empty their minds quickly allowed them to enter such a state easily. That was something beyond achieving calmness in their bodies and minds. They could calm their spirits. As for an even higher state called calming the soul, it required some harsher conditions. Angor spent a whole week without successfully going into a meditation state. He had a quiet place now, but he always thought about various stuff. Each time he closed his eyes in a meditation attempt, all sorts of distracting thoughts and evildoers rose up inside his mind as if they were holding a party. Pressing something down meant allowing something else to come up. Angor already had enough difficulty trying to suppress his own thoughts, let alone imagining the spiritual model. And he just realized how chaotic his mind was. Angor was not the only talent who was stuck at the first step. All talents had received channeling method books from their respective professors. The difference was that their methods were only common ones, something like triangle channeling. Yet, they too were stopped by the first challenge, especially the adults who had witnessed too many things in their lives to completely calm their minds. Salem, however, was a lot purer than Angor despite being only 1 year younger. The book asked him to close his eyes to meditate, and Salem simply did so. The boy had way fewer random ideas, and he managed to separate his imagination and focus in a short time. Salem's success stimulated Angor much. In the next 2 weeks, Angor decided to stay indoors to meditate. He believed the hard effort would pay off in the end. Sunders did not contact Angor during his training. Maybe the man also knew what kind of trouble firstimers had to face. Several days later, Angor gained a deeper insight into his meditation method. It asked for regular progress, instead of something that could be achieved in one go, so his only task now was to get rid of distracting ideas. 1 week later, Angor succeeded. The second step was to imagine his spiritual model and track down spirit power. Another 3 days passed. Angor more or less knew how to separate his imagination from his focus. He had to slowly project the spiritual model instructed by singularity dispersive meditation into his mind and turn it into his natural instinct. Such an instinct would prevent him from losing focus, and it would also make it easier for him to sense spirit power. Yet, to develop something into instinct was not easy. Another week went by. Angor was still stuttering during his meditation. He could not completely separate his imagination from his focus yet, but he managed to direct his focus away occasionally to look for his spirit power. He could only do this every now and then, but it gave him a lot of confidence. Occasional would slowly become constant, and it would then turn into forever. He did not know how long it would take him, but Angor knew how to persist. Angor slowly caught up with Salem after half a month and came out in front of all the other talents. For one, he already had a decent talent. Besides, the concentration magic array helped him a lot. Just like Angor, Salem was also on the step of finding his spirit power, but he could not do it. He felt as if something like that did not exist at all. They had also discussed their training in private, but they could not find anything helpful. As for Nausicaa, she had shut herself in her room for a long time now. According to Salem, Nausicaa was still fighting with her own mind. She even smoked less. Angor muttered to himself upon hearing Nausicaa's condition. Maybe she can do better while smoking. This was because Angor already noticed that Nausicaa appeared to be more serene and calm when she smoked her pipe, telling from his training during the half-month. This meant it was easier for Nausicaa to remove her distractions when smoking. After making some progress by directing his focus away from his imagination, Angor felt a little bit irritated when he got stuck trying to find spirit power. An entire month went by. The month of looming frost had come. This meant that after another month, Angor would reach his first year of being away from home. That would be 1 out of the 5-year period from his promise of saving John. A year had passed and he was not even an apprentice yet. Of course, he would feel irritated. One day, after he still found no trace of his spirit power, Angor decided to go to Phantom Island and ask Sunders for help. The way to the island was smooth and peaceful, and Sunders happened to be inside his study room. However, Sunders' answer was a little unsatisfactory to Angor. The man positively praised Angor's progression. As for how to find spirit power, Sunders only told him to take it slow. Haste makes waste. Angor knew this, but he could not take it slow now. Before leaving the Phantom Island, Angor ran into Flora and got an idea. Maybe Flora could tell him something helpful. However, Flora said exactly the same thing, that he should be patient. Though looking at how Angor was on his edge, Flora added something in the end. I don't know why you're being all edgy, and I don't have anything to help you. But someone might. It's no easy task to pry useful information from that guy though. Chapter 133 Elder of Books. Chapter 133 Elder of Books. The third day into the month of looming frost. Apprentice Town 8. Angor woke up earlier. After he washed up, he found himself a black gentleman attire which suited him just fine. Inside the mirror, the young kid quickly became an elegant nobleman with a high nose bridge, delicate lips, deep blue eyes and messy but lively short blonde hair. When viewed by the people in this era, Angor was absolutely a top-tier handsome. Even though he did not pay much attention to his dressing, he managed to draw a lot of attention to himself. When the boy tried to look better, he only made it super. Something is amiss, Angor muttered. Anyone else here to comment on his looks would not find anything more that could be done. Bird chirping came from the French window. Angor opened it and invited fresh air into the house. Along with it came a seabird wearing black gentleman's suit. Toby circled around Angor's room for a while and perched on top of Angor's head skillfully. Now, two pairs of eyes stared at the mirror. Similar clothes. The same puzzled look, they were even standing in the same posture. I see now. I need a hat, said Angor. He looked at the small creature inside his hair and recalled the days when his hairstyle would always be ruined by the bird. There was a marketplace in the town where various merchants from villages and towns nearby sold their stuff. Angor soon found a hattery and purchased a pure black top hat. Then he rushed back home with Toby on his head. The boy attracted a lot of people on his way. He made quite an interesting sight with his appearance, clothing, and the adorable companion. But there were only common folks. Angor did not see any apprentices. Maybe they were all hiding inside their basements doing research and did not come out much. Angor removed Toby from his hair and put on his new top hat. Now he looked more wonderful. Together with his dark red bow tie and snow-white silk collar, the decorations added some mysterious properties on top of Angor's handsome look. He was going to find someone today. To show his respect, Angor made sure he presented his best manner. According to Flora, his target was an elder with a very strict character who preferred people who knew the rules. The boy had to wear formal clothes. Angor would do this anyway without Flora's advice. He would not forget the glory of the lion's heart which was carved into his soul. The fire in the lion's heart never dies. The button on Angor's gentleman wear was the emblem of Pat Famililion's heart. Angor put on this costume for the first time. He prepared it for brother's title inheritance ceremony. He did not expect that he would suddenly go somewhere else far, far away before he could actually use it. Angor recited his family motto in a small voice. The young man in the mirror was now carrying a responsible and solemn look. Let's go. Toby, I heard the elder is the most knowledgeable being in the entire southern region. Maybe he can help you evolve. Apart from asking something for himself, Angor also planned to do something for Toby. Greya only put Toby in his care for the moment, but Toby was also a supernatural now. Angor developed a fine friendship with the bird during these months, so Angor hoped he could find Toby a path to advance using the chance. Not far from Apprentice Town 8, Angor reached a stairway made from plant vines which led toward a bus stop 10 meters off the ground. Angor climbed onto the stop and saw a sky bus approaching soon. While on the bus, he silently went over the key points for sensing spirit power. Being able to sense his spirit power meant he could finally begin his life as a supernatural. There were 3 steps. The first one was to feel his spirit power, and the second step was to control the power. The last step was to construct one spiritual model. Once the model was made, he would be considered a level 1 apprentice. Like Abel. However, Angor did not manage to think for a long time before someone's cheering voice woke him up. He looked out of the bus and saw a giant plaza in the middle of Tree Spirit Garden suddenly being shrouded in sunlight. The tree of eternity grew very large leaves and branches which hid most of the sun from the ground, so the Tree Spirit Garden underneath was always dark with only occasional, scattered light spots. But now, the central plaza, which was several square kilometers in size, was completely brightened by the sun. The place appeared as if it was covered by golden dust. Angor looked up and saw the giant leaves which denied the plaza of sunlight all curled up. Maybe Mr. Tree Spirit is in a good mood today, so he allows people down there to enjoy some light, Angor wondered. But was that something worth cheering for? Anyone who wanted to see light could simply take a sky bus and go to the leaves on the tree. Angor looked back and failed to notice that a rupture had just opened up in the central plaza. The cheering apprentices all rushed inside. 20 minutes later, Angor reached the stop he was coming for. It was only a small stop, and Angor was the only one here. A metal sign which was about 3 meters high stood under the platform. It read Cloud Library. Yes, the base of the sign was fixed on the cloud. This stop was not located on one of the tree leaves. It stood on a thick cloud. When Angor stepped on the cloud, he felt like walking on soft dirt. This was called cloud dirt, a product made by mixing a special material with clouds. The cloud was very wide. Angor could already see the magnificent library which shined a golden light not far from him. The elder he was looking for was here, in the biggest library in Brute Cavern. There were lots of people in the library, but compared with the size of the building, they appeared like swarms of ants. Angor was the only one on the bus stop because everyone could fly. As the boy stared agape at the library, a middle-aged witch wearing blue wizard robe and a pointy wizard hat decorated by stars and moon flew past him on a broomstick. The aura of the library shocked him more and more as he approached it. It stood there like a hallowed church, which made people want to show respect and bow down. Angor knew that this was not something religious, but natural respect toward knowledge and truth. Every single person walking around the place presented his or her best manner. No one spoke a word. Angor was the same as he entered the library with a solemn attitude. The library was extremely spacious inside. There were obviously space-expanding magic arrays being used. Books were arranged in different sections. When Angor checked the map at the entrance, he saw 329 sections in total. According to people's needs, they could all be reached via certain teleportation points. The rule of equivalent exchange also worked here. To use teleportation and rent books all required merit points, and most of the apprentices would spend their hard-earned points here. According to Flora, the Elder was inside section 79,207,930 recently, researching for some sort of energy transformation project. Angor found a vacant teleportation point and prepared to go to section 7920. Without any more clues to go by, he had to look in the sections one by one. When he placed his bone card on the teleportation device, a number showed up: 100 merit points. Angor widened his eyes. He just saw an apprentice who only paid 1 point to use the teleportation device. Why was it asking for 100-fold now? When he felt like crying, someone in the line urged him to hurry up. There were 30 teleportation points in the library, and somehow, they were all occupied. Angor did not want to keep people waiting and make a scene, so he clenched his teeth and accepted the price. Angor reached section 7920 and felt his heart aching. He thought a section would be a dozen meters around at best. But what he saw shocked him for good. The section was beyond 100 meters in both directions and was full of giant bookshelves. The first glance presented him books 100 times more than what Sunders had in his collection. No, it was way more than that. Angor glanced at a random book nearby. Summary on how to use hypermagnetic cannon. When he placed his bone card near the book, the rental fee quickly showed up on it: 300 merit points. 300,000. Angor's total asset was 10,000. One single book cost 30 times that, equaled to 3 magic crystals. This was insane. Few apprentices could save up such big money. Angor guessed that this section was meant for wizards. The teleportation fee would also make sense. It was a price bar which discouraged apprentices from coming here. Considering how apprentices usually made money, they would never waste their income by coming to this place. That was also why Angor did not see anyone at all in here. He walked along the central path and looked aside, hoping to find the elder Flora mentioned. But he did not succeed even after looking around the entire section 7920. Angor had no choice but to return to the teleportation point and go for section 7921. Another 100 merit points, and the effort still brought him nothing. 7,922, 7,923, 7,924. The boy kept searching for another 3 sections by spending 300 points. He did not find a single soul, let alone the elder he was looking for. When he prepared to move to section 7,925, he noticed the teleportation fee this time was 300. Angor felt faint and wanted to leave, but on second thought, he felt that he could not let his previous attempt go to waste. So he made a hard decision and went for section 7925 with a sad face. He walked in the middle to search around just like before. When halfway through, Angor noticed that a bookshelf at the end of the line to his right was of a different color than the others. It released a weak, silver glimmer. He approached the bookshelf out of curiosity. The books here were all alchemy books. Alchemy script energy stabilizer. It was an alchemy script on how to create an energy stabilizer. Angor recalled recording a book in the warden's secret chamber back at Stairs of Hanging Prison. The book was called Encyclopedia Basic Alchemy, which contained knowledge on how to craft such a stabilizer. It was an elementary alchemy tool. But why was the bookshelf silver? because it was meant for alchemy books. When Angor placed his bone card near alchemy script energy stabilizer and read the number shown, he felt his heart skipping a beat. Rental fee 100 merit points. This was too crazy. In the Encyclopedia Basic Alchemy that Angor recorded, there were crafting methods for nearly 1,000 different alchemy tools, and the energy stabilizer was only a very basic one. And the single basic tool was taken out and published in one book, which cost more than 1,000,000 points to rent. That meant 10,000 magic crystals. Angor could not believe his own eyes. If the price was real, Encyclopedia Basic Alchemy would worth billions of points. And that was only one of the many alchemy books Angor recorded in his tablet. There were also intermediate books, advanced books, even other special ones. How much would they cost? Wow! Alchemy books were so expensive. Angor mumbled to himself. Seemed like he was a rich guy himself. Only that he could not reveal it to others. The boy would never try to sell his recordings. One of John's teachings was that a man's wealth is his own crime. Before he knew how to defend himself, selling the books would only bring him death instead of a fortune. I can't sell them, but I can try learning them, Angor muttered. Since he possessed such textbooks which covered all levels of knowledge, why not put them to good use? Still, it was something for later. His main job now was to become a supernatural first and turn into an apprentice successfully. Everything else had to wait. Angor left the silver bookshelf and continued searching for the elder. Before declaring the section to be another disappointment, the boy suddenly saw an old man in a corner. He looked much like a soul who kept blinking out of existence. The soul was sitting in front of a long desk and writing something. Angor's eyes brightened up. There he is. There were 3 ancestor souls in Brute Cavern, the tree spirit of the Tree of Eternity, Lady Mirror in the Mirror World, and the old man in front of Angor, the most erudite being in the southern region, and the philosopher of Cloud Library Elder of Books. The Elder of Books was a soul who existed long in history. He was a wise and serene man who edited or participated in the editing of more than half of all the book in the entire Cloud Library. Rumor had it that he was born from an ancient tome. Thus he loved and cared for books as well. The old man never went out of the mirror world before. He did not even leave the library much. And still, he was titled the most erudite being in the southern region. Being erudite meant knowing a lot, which was different from being an expert who spent countless time researching a certain field of expertise. They were equally important traits, but the wizard still preferred being experts. The Elder of Books knew a lot of things. Many wizard tricks out there came from him. He even lectured legendary wizards before. This was why Flora mentioned his name to Angor. Angor approached him and noticed the old man was composing something. He decided not to interrupt his work and stood aside to wait. And he waited for 10 hours straight. Even after Angor's feet went all numb, the Elder of Books did not show any hint of stopping. During the process, Toby switched from Angor's left shoulder to the right, then onto his top hat. In the end, Toby fell asleep, so Angor put the bird into his pocket. The sky outside turned dark. Angor tried to call his name in a small voice. Elder of Books. The elder did not look up from his work while he pondered over something as what he did during the last few hours. He did not mind Angor's presence at all. Chapter 134 Mass Energy Relation. Chapter 134 Mass Energy Relation. Angor did not want to give up and leave. To find the Elder of Books, he had spent 700 merit points on teleportation. Leaving now would cause him to waste a lot of money. Considering how the elder did not notice him at all, Angor moved closer. The old man did not intend to chase Angor away. Rather, the elder was totally submerged inside his own thoughts without paying any attention to the outside world. Angor moved to his side and looked at his writing, along with some strange pictures. He also saw several rows of disordered formulas on the paper. He did not know what the elder was trying to figure out. This is independent from energy. It can't be. The Samana-mana equation worked fine. Or was Samana wrong, or is the equation itself flawed? The Elder of Books had been muttering over his work. Now that Angor was close enough, the boy could hear what the old man was saying. Maybe Golem's talent allowed the conversion between mass and energy. That sounded familiar. Angor did not know about Golem, but the latter half of his words seemed to be. The law of conservation of mass and energy. Angor muttered along. Conservation of mass and energy, yes. It could be. Maybe mass and energy actually obey a certain law, so they aren't independent. So the Sanmana-mana equation is right. But what kind of law? The elder fell into deep thought again. A certain mass always equals to certain energy. Mass and energy move in proportion to each other. Angor recited what John taught him during his mass-energy relation class. Proportion, so if something gains mass, it also attains a corresponding amount of energy. On the contrary, an object growing lighter also loses energy. This could explain Ghalim's talent. I was thinking about this theory. How did I get distracted? And thanks to you. The elder smiled at Angor, but quickly changed the smile into a frown. Who are you and why are you here? Asked the old man. He looked puzzled. A mortal. He thought a wizard was here discussing the mass-energy relationship with him. But when he looked around, he saw a mere mortal. And judging from his body, he was a 14-year-old kid. Angor was also pondering over the mass-energy conservation theory, when the boy realized the elder of books was inspecting him with a dumbstruck look. Angor rubbed his nose in embarrassment. The embarrassment went for both ways. Angor suddenly remembered something and removed his top hat to bow at the elder of books politely. I'm Angor, and I just joined Brute Cavern recently. I ran into some problems in my training, so I came here to seek help from Mr. Elder of Books. You can remove the Mr. part, said the old man. He showed a strange expression. He wanted to chase the boy away, but when he thought about how Angor answered his previous question fluently, the elder felt something weird on the boy. The question he was working on involved a scientific conclusion which was agreed upon by people a long time ago in normal circumstances. Energy and mass were independent properties and were not related. However, when the old man was researching on a new monster from another world called Ghalim, he noticed the monster's talent went against this conclusion. The monster could utilize ordinary mass to create other forms of energy without using magic crystals. So he began to think that these two things were connected after all. And this brilliant young man easily followed along with his idea. The elder of books developed a good impression of Angor. You joined Brute Cavern recently, so you're one of the talents for this term. Who told you to find me? You haven't achieved your first step yet. So what kind of question can you possibly have? Miss Flora asked me to come. Flora, the little troublemaker, said the old man. He revealed a smile and asked, You're Flora's student, but you're too different from her character. No, my mentor is Sunders, answered Angor. Sunders, you're the kid Sunders accepted this year? Asked the elder of books. He looked surprised as he said, I thought it would be some kind of naturally born genius. But you, to be frank, you make a better student for little Wallace. Angor did not reply. He only looked at the old man with a plain look. No matter who sent you, he'll not solve your problem for free, said the elder. He paused a moment before saying, However, if you can tell me something about your own idea about mass-energy relation and can make a good point, he'll make an exception and help you this time. Mass-energy relation. Angor considered. He was not sure if the physical constants applied in the wizarding world, but he could still explain the basic concept of it. This was about helping his own training, so Angor did not intend to hide anything. He told the old man everything he knew about the relation. However, Angor did not use any constants. Instead, he used speculations and inferences to create definitions in the opposite way. Angor did not say anything about the more exotic concepts such as the core of mass-energy relation, the theory of relativity. He only explained relatively plain knowledge while using uncertain words, such as I guess, maybe, and I think. However, what Angor deducted already surprised the elder of books. The old man possessed these superficial concepts, but they were all considered paradoxes because they went against commonly believed views. Knowledge had paradoxes, but the truth did not. The elder of books admired Angor for being courageous enough to redefine the concept, albeit only at a basic level. You did well. You didn't know anything about in-depth problems yet, but you already have a decent knowledge base considering your age, said the elder as he nodded in acknowledgement. Angor brightened up and said, So, my question. The old man had a thick, white, Chesilval beard, and he would stroke his beard when he felt joyful. He was doing it now with a gentle look as he said, Go ahead and ask. Truth is, I also want to know what question could a kid who didn't find his spirit power ask. You already said it. The boy cleared his throat embarrassingly as he said, I just wanted to ask how to find my spirit power. The old man stopped his hand in the middle of his beard. He was speechless. You came all the way here just to ask me this. Angor realized the old man's expression was turning colder, so he quickly added, I know people have different ways to express their spirit power, and that this power is always inside their minds, and they will find it sooner or later in the long run. But I have an urgent task on me, and I need to do this faster. I've spent a long time trying to sense my spirit power now, so I came to you to find if there's something I can do to speed it up. The elder of books relaxed a little upon hearing Angor's words. Wanting to become an apprentice faster because of an urgent matter was an acceptable excuse. The old man did not intend to ask why. Maybe the kid was bullied by another apprentice or wanted to get revenge on someone. The old man answered after considering for a while. There are faster methods to track down your spirit power. He added, I know a direct and quick approach. You can buy and drink a potion which improves your spirit power. When the potion works on you, you'll naturally feel that power. But the potion is usually costly. Potion of austere night, Angor asked. You have it? Asked the old man. He felt a bit uneasy. He had just said the potion was expensive, and the kid declared that he had it right away. Angor nodded as he explained, My professor gave it to me. The elder of books remained silent and thought to himself, Since when did Sunders become so generous? Why did he give this priceless potion to someone so easily? In the end, he said, Ahem, since you have the potion of austere night, just drink it down to sense your spirit power. Angor was happy about getting a viable answer. However, when he thought about how Sunders told him that the potion had side effects, he hesitated. So I can feel spirit power when it increases? Angor asked. Yes, but that's not all. Even a decrease in your spirit power, or even a small fluctuation of the power, which didn't affect the ultimate result, will help you to locate your spirit power faster. Chapter 135 Finding Spirit Power. Chapter 135 Finding Spirit Power. Phantom Island. Inside Sunders' study room, Flora was talking to Sunders while flipping a rose in her hand. I think Angor noticed us when he came down from the Savage. I don't understand how though. Sunders pointed at the Red Reaper. If you can hide the Red Reaper somewhere deeper, he won't find you anymore. So he saw Little Red? Asked Flora. She finally realized it. As a nightmare form, Angor was able to see the Reaper. Aren't you going to study something? Why are you here? Sunders asked Flora. Flora revealed a sweet smile as she said, I saw Angor yesterday. He asked me how to find spirit power faster. Oh, Sunders put down his quill and looked at Flora. Flora asked, Professor, you know that the boy can easily do it by using his potion. Why didn't you tell him so? Sunders stayed silent. He did not tell Flora about the strange wall at the end of the Glutton Flower Tunnel. Instead, he said, Angor's mind is too impetuous now. Using the potion of austere night won't help him for certain. Really, I was impetuous too when I drank the potion, said Flora. You felt hurried because you had been stuck at a bottleneck for too long. However, Angor has not achieved his first step yet, so he has no need to be impatient. So did you tell him about using the potion? Said Sunders. Flora shrugged. Of course not. Not when my dear professor decided not to. But Angor looked so edgy, so I asked him to go find the elder of books. Sunders was quite surprised at that. He muttered, Good for him if he gets to meet the elder. But I don't think he's going to find an answer. Countless people in the South pursued all kinds of answers from the elder of books, and only a handful of them was satisfied. The elder of books was only willing to help a few selected people. Flora chuckled as she said, Suppose the elder decided to help the boy. I think the old man will simply chase Angor away once he heard the question. Angor left the library in disappointment. The elder of books only answered his first question. When Angor tried to ask about Toby, the elder just waved a hand and teleported Angor to the outside. Angor returned to his house and took out the glass of potion of austere night from a secret slot in his training room. The beautiful liquid wavered in its transparent container. Should he drink it? Once he did, he would probably exhaust all of his spirit potential, which meant he would no longer be able to improve his spirit again. But if he did not do it now, he would need way more time to find his spirit power. Angor closed his eyes as he thought over his choices. His professor suggested not using the potion because of the strange wall in the nightmare realm, which for some reason increased his spirit limit by 2 points. If the wall could keep doing this, it would be better for him to keep the potion of austere night for now. Speaking of the wall, Angor recalled the elder's words. He could quickly locate his spirit power if some kind of fluctuation came up. It would not matter if it increased, decreased, or did not change his spirit in the end. Angor thought about his recording in the tablet, when he tried to imagine the pattern on the wall. Even though the pattern in his mind did not have a beginning point yet, he still felt great pain. Maybe the pain meant his spirit power was changing. Thinking about this, Angor decided to take out his tablet to test it out. If he could create a fluctuation in his spirit in this way, then he would not need the potion. His hologram tablet was still hidden inside his pocket watch. Angor never figured out how this thing followed him into the nightmare realm, but since it successfully captured all the images, the boy decided not to worry about this matter. He found the recording about the strange wall quickly enough. The surface of the wall looked aged and ancient. Faint light streams flowed inside the gaps on the wall, combining into a complicated and giant picture. Just by looking at the pattern on the wall, Angor could already feel a terrible and indescribable fear. Trembling a little, Angor watched the recording carefully and began drawing the pattern in his mind. He picked a random spot as the starting point. Then he followed the curves, strokes, roundabouts, and junctions. The shining pattern slowly appeared inside the dark space of his mind. When a tiny part of the pattern was created in his mind, Angor's eyebrows twitched. He disregarded it and kept drawing. The twitching grew stronger with time, and Angor started to sense an uneasiness. Soon, he felt the spot between his eyebrows swelling. It was as if strange energy was gathering inside his pineal gland. Angor did not know if he was sensing spirit power, so he simply kept going while trying to capture where the strange feeling was coming from. When the second part of the pattern was finished, Angor tried to combine the two parts together, but an unknown terror suddenly shrouded Angor's body. He felt like someone who lost his way in the middle of a swamp, and that he was struggling in a deadly mud without anyone around to help him. His only way was down into the bottomless swamp. Next, endless darkness and agony descended onto his body. His soul was screaming in pain as if it was trying to tear up its vessel from the inside. Angor remembered such a feeling. He fainted because of it in the nightmare realm. The next thing he knew was that his spirit power increased when he woke up again. He realized this might be his chance, a chance to find his spirit power. He was immortal when he was inside the nightmare realm. He was still immortal, but now, he was immortal who had begun to learn the channeling method. As he kept drawing the pattern in his mind, Angor also began imagining the model built using the singularity dispersive method. He diverted his concentration away from the pain, focusing only on finding the spirit power. Trying to find a needle during an unlit night was a difficult task, but finding a lighthouse in the dark was a lot easier. During Angor's previous meditations, he tried to find his spirit power blindly. Now, with the strange pattern as a medium, which stimulated his spirit power to run wild inside his soul, the power appeared brighter than a lighthouse in the night. The pain kept worsening until Angor realized his brain could not take it anymore. He immediately stopped his imagination and calmed his mind. The two parts of the pattern that he had already drawn slowly shattered and disappeared into the depth. With the pattern gone, the spirit power which was drawn out whirled around in Angor's mind and was about to vanish. Angor was drenched in sweat now. With all of his spirit exhausted, he felt faint, but he held on. He knew that if he rested now, the spirit power he triggered using so much effort would hide into nothingness soon. He had to strike the iron while it was hot. Angor forced his brain to work again. To attract the spirit power, he began to imagine the spiritual model according to the channeling method he read. Usually, this was no easy task, but it was a lot easier now that his spirit power already showed itself because of the strange pattern. Angor only had to follow the instructions in the book slowly and tame the power, thus ironing his own name onto the spirit power. From now on, Angor only had to imagine the spiritual model again to draw out the power. Once he completed building the model, and with the help of mana, Angor would be able to activate his spirit power for certain. Knowing this, Angor sighed in relief. He slowly opened his eyes again. Yet before he could lift a hand to wipe the beads of sweat off his face, he felt dizzy and his eyes rolled back before he collapsed on the floor. Chapter 136 Balba's Request. Chapter 136 Balba's Request. Angor felt refreshed when he woke up. He was able to sense his spirit power during meditation now. Furthermore, without having to go through the second step, he could manipulate the power to practice it. A satisfying result despite feeling a crack on my head, Angor told himself. He felt content. There were 3 steps before becoming an apprentice wizard. 1. Sensing spirit power. And 2. Controlling the power. Angor no longer had to go through the second step, and this saved him a lot of time and effort. However, this was not really an outstanding feat, since the second step usually did not take long for most people. So only the third challenge remained to build a spiritual model. Once his spiritual model was complete enough to channel mana flow, Angor could finally be considered a supernatural. Instead of building the model right away, Angor stood up and turned off his tablet. He left it running when he fainted yesterday, and he checked the time on it before putting it away. October 5th. The 5th day into the month of looming frost. Good. I only slept one night instead of several days like what I did in Nightmare Realm. Angor wondered if his spiritual power increased again this time. He needed to find a chance to test himself. Yes or not. At least he made sure that there was really something strange about the wall. The mysterious pattern did a perfect job drawing his spirit power out. He only mimicked the pattern in his mind randomly, and it already attracted his spirit power so efficiently. What would happen if he actually drew the complete pattern in his mind? Angor did not dare to try it out though. He did not go so far as to put himself on the brink of death yesterday, but he would rather not bear such pain again. Since he had successfully found his spirit power, there was no point in taking further risk. When Angor stepped out from his soundproof room, he saw a grayish-brown figure lying beside his door. Toby, Angor called in a small voice. The sleeping creature on the floor slowly shifted and woke up. It tweeted and chirped happily when it saw Angor. Angor placed Toby onto his shoulder with a gentle smile. Wizards always meditate for several weeks on end. Don't worry about me. I think Lady Greya often keeps to herself like this too. Worry. Toby looked away and was obviously not worried about him in the least. Toby led Angor to its attic on the top floor and found its snack box. Under Angor's puzzled gaze, it pointed at the empty box with its sharp beak and looked at Angor again. Oh, so you're out of munchies. You big glutton, I thought you would at least worry about your master. Angor complained while wearing a smile. He then added, let's go then. I just made some great achievement. I'll buy something for you. Angor changed into a casual, checkered jacket and a pair of loose pants. Seeing him, Toby also took out a checker upperwear and asked Angor to help it get dressed. Good thing you're just a bird or you'll be the embarrassed one. Wearing the same clothes as me. You know. Because you're uglier. Angor muttered while dressing Toby. Toby pecked at Angor in protest. There were lots of food stands in the marketplace of the apprentice town. When Angor arrived at the market at noon, the stands were full of customers. Aside from the townsfolk who did business here, Angor also saw a number of apprentice wizards. This was the first time Angor saw so many apprentices gathered in one place, just like the buildings in varied styles. All the apprentices also had different appearances. Angor saw such a particular apprentice who wore an adorable pink bunny costume which also had a pair of fluffy rabbit ears on it. The apprentice would have been a cute one if she was a little girl about the age of 5 or 6, but she was a she-all right. Problem was, this woman had more muscles than any male bodybuilders. Besides, she was not even the most embarrassing dresser here. A young man standing in front of a food stand to Angor's right was wearing nothing on the upper half, while his thighs were covered by short suspenders. The guy had some really thick chest hair, and he even placed 2 pink, heart-shaped objects to cover his 2 nipples. Ah, my eyes. Angor took a deep breath and covered Toby's eyes. Toby did not protest this time. Angor could basically distinguish mortals from apprentices by their looks. He looked around in curiosity and saw many bizarrely-dressed people. While satisfying his curiosity, Angor also noticed a small shop selling fast food. Angor bought a bunch of food and dried fish slices, which were Toby's favorite. He left his address to the merchant to receive the delivery before he wandered around the market. After enjoying some popular snacks, Angor entered a cake shop called Sweet Milk. As he entered, he kept a low profile so as to not draw attention to himself. A moment later, he left the shop while carrying 2 delicate food bags in his hands and a satisfied stomach. A drop of milk was left around the corner of his smiling lips. Angor walked back to his house with his newly purchased milk product while humming a melody. The fast food he bought earlier had already arrived. Angor carefully stored them away and put Toby's dried fish into its attic. Next, Angor asked Toby to stay by itself before he left his house with one of the food bags. He was carrying a portion of cakes and drinks he bought from the sweet milk shop and intended to take them to Salem and Nausicaa in the caves. His friends were also training at the same time. Without the magic arrays to help them, they had to work harder. It had been some time since Angor's last visit. Since Angor already made a breakthrough, he decided to go check them out as well as to maintain their friendship. The paths underground were scattered in disorderly manners. Angor had been here many times, but he would still get lost when going over forks which looked exactly the same. Thank goodness there were directional signs along the way. Otherwise, Angor was afraid he would have to spend a whole day trying to find his way. When going up a small slope, Angor looked up and saw a dead end. He must have entered another wrong fork. Angor sighed and turned around. On his way back, he saw another individual walking to him in the opposite direction. Balba. Angor realized the man's name in his mind. Balba was still in his wild-looking warrior attire. Angor did not really have any business, either good or bad, with him, so he only nodded to Balba as a courtesy when walking past him. But just as they walked past each other, Balba let out a wait in a low voice. Angor stopped in his track and watched Balba with a puzzled look. Balba was carrying a calm expression. However, the man was actually hiding his hands behind his back, which were trembling a little, meaning that he was actually pretty stressed. Need something? Angor asked. Balba stayed silent. When Angor was becoming a little impatient, he finally spoke in his raucous voice. Your professor is Mr. Sunders. Right, Phantom Master Sunders? Yes. It was already publicly known. Due to this, Angor was quite the topic among apprentices for a time. My professor is Miss Flora, who's also Mr. Sunders' student. That's right. Balba looked really tensed up. Do you know about Miss Flora? Angor thought about that question before answering him. I do. On the Cloud Whale. Miss Flora helped me a lot. Balba looked a little happy at hearing the answer. Wonderful. Can I ask something if you help me? I promise I'll pay for anything in return. After bidding goodbye to Balba, Angor walked away with a big frown on his face. Balba was assigned to Flora randomly because he did not receive any posters. Angor knew about this, but he did not know what happened to Balba after that. Over a month, Flora never paid Balba a single visit, let alone teaching him. Balba had not even begun to learn his channeling method yet. The other talents in the same term all took their first step on their path to wizardry while Balba remained in one place. This was why Balba was getting really anxious. When he saw Angor, he desperately tried to ask for assistance, hoping that Angor could help him ask Flora why she desolated him. This favor was easy to do. Still, Angor did not agree right away. The boy only said that he did not see Flora often, but he would help to ask the question if he managed to meet her. Angor did not know whether this was Flora's way of testing Balba, and asking such a question now could be bad manners. This could also mean breaking the boundary as a student. Even if Flora was also Sunders' student, Angor could create an unpleasant record with Flora because of this. This was why Angor decided to ask for Sunders' opinion first the next time he went to Phantom Island. Chapter 137 Dave's Flying Machine. Chapter 137 Dave's Flying Machine. Thanks to the road signs, Angor finally reached his destination after running into several dead ends. Still, he refused to admit that he was a terrible pathfinder. The caves were too chaotic, yes. That was the only reason. When Angor saw Salem, the boy was eating some roasted meat and cardamom soup that he bought from the market inside the caves. Good to see you. Angor, come. The meat is still warm. Have some, said Salem. He looked really happy about Angor's visit. He quickly tore his meat in half. Angor waved his hand and showed Salem his food bag. I'm done in the market. I just brought some snacks for you and Nausicaa. Angor displayed a variety of food in front of Salem. Glasses of milk. Milkmaid pantries, there were a lot of them. But they were all milk products. Cow milk. Sheep milk were fine. But the milk of narwhals, grass camels and ice caucus was a little bit beyond common knowledge. Salem stared at the food display and wondered. Angor, you really like milk, don't you? Angor froze up. Oh no. Why do you say so? But these are all milk. My room is full of milk smell now, said Salem as he pointed at all the food. Angor looked away before he said. You're still young, so these things are good for your growth. I don't really love them. Really? Come on, go get Nausicaa already, said Angor as he pushed Salem out of the room. When the boy disappeared into the passage, Angor finally sighed in relief. He could not ruin his image in Salem's mind simply because of these milk products. Angor silently told himself that he would never bring these things again. They did too much damage to his reputation. Salem returned by himself. Miss Nausicaa is still meditating. She said hi. But she won't join us for now, said Salem. He sighed and revealed a worried look as he said, Miss Nausicaa could not manage to get calm during her meditations and she's anxious about it. She kept trying but didn't make much progress. It's a must-have challenge during our training. Nausicaa's an adult, so she got more things on her mind. She'll be fine once she gets through this. And her experience will later help her save a lot of effort. Angor said. It's almost a month, and Nausicaa had not achieved her first step yet. It was normal for her to be anxious. What about you, found your spirit power yet? Angor asked Salem. Not quite, but I have a lead. I think I can do it soon. When Salem heard that Angor was already progressing toward the third step, Salem was a little surprised, but he was not jealous at all. You're ahead of us again. Looks like I need to work harder, said Salem. He seemed really enthusiastic now. Angor bid farewell to the boy after chatting about their recent situations. Next, Angor took some of his food and walked toward Nausicaa's room. Nausicaa was still meditating on her bed. Angor looked around her room. Aside from some additional necessities, it was not that different from a month ago. Her room appeared even simpler than Salem's. And from such a detail, Angor realized how hard Nausicaa was pushing herself. She had spent most of her energy on her training and did not pay attention to anything else. Angor saw Nausicaa's long-handled pipe on the dirt platform and picked it up. The pipe was completely void of tobacco, and the handle had collected dust, proving that its master had not been using it for a long time. Why are you here? Asked Nausicaa. Her voice was still attractive in a mature manner, but it sounded a bit hoarse now. Angor lifted his bag and asked, Some food for you. Ladies love milk and sweets. Right. Nausicaa flipped her hair and said, Thanks. You're welcome. Angor handed the bag to Nausicaa and showed her the smoking pipe. Where do you keep your tobacco? Nausicaa pointed at a pouch made of snakeskin in the room's corner. She then asked, Why you want to learn to smoke better not? Kids should drink more milk. Angor did not mind her joke. He put some tobacco into the pipe, lit it up, and handed the pipe to Nausicaa. No, it smells terrible. I'd rather not try it out, said Angor. Then why did you take it? Nausicaa asked. For you. Duh. Maybe smoking can help you clear your mind. There are many things with more than one solutions. Sticking to only one of them means trapping yourself in there. Just change your mood. Try something else. Be yourself. And maybe you can get out of the trap. I'll take my leave now. Hope you're in better spirit than next time we meet. Nausicaa watched Angor as he walked away. She then looked at the burning smoke in her hand, seemingly enlightened. Angor returned to the apprentice town. When walking through a small alleyway, he saw a young man dressed in a strange style trying to attract a bird wearing a checkered suit. The man was holding some bird food in his palm while mimicking some tweeting, obviously hoping that the bird would come to him. The bird was, naturally, Toby, As for the young man, Angor did not know him, judging from his strange clothing. He should be an apprentice wizard. Angor's arrival soon caught their attention. The young man looked around cautiously, using the occasional sunlight which slipped past the tree of eternity. Angor was able to see him clearly. The man was wearing a round and weird-shaped metal hat. There were screw nuts and antennas on top of the hat. Angor could not make out his face, because he was wearing a pair of brown goggles which took up half of his face. His remaining clothing was fine. Brown coat, green pants. He also had a red scarf around his neck. The young man was also checking out Angor at the same time. Angor reached out a hand, which caused the young man to back away cautiously. The man soon realized that Angor did not mean to greet him at all. The bird, which had been ignoring his attempt, circled around in the air and perched on Angor's extended hand. The young man watched as Toby showed friendliness to Angor and wondered, "That's your familiar?" "Familiar, no. He's my friend, Toby," said Angor as he put Toby on his shoulder. He then pointed at himself and said, "Name's Angor. I'm a new recruit who just joined Brookcavern this year." Seeing how Angor introduced himself and the bird, the young man removed his goggles, somewhat bashfully, and revealed his face, which was troubled by some freckles. He said, "I'm Dave, from 2nd grade. Although I've been in Brookcavern for 5 years. I'm 16 by the way. Oh, and don't worry. I'm not going to do anything to Toby. I just wanted it to help me test out my new flying machine." Dave took out a metal stick from his side pouch. It looked like a propeller or something. "I'm an assistant working at Prom's alchemy shop. This is my first alchemy creation. I call it the propeller flyer," said Dave. He showed his tiny propeller around and revealed a frustrated expression as he said, "I don't have enough materials, so I could only make a small one. I can't use it myself. And I need to find a small creature to test it. That's why when I saw the bird." "I see. But birds can fly on their own." "No." Dave paused for a moment and quickly realized his mistake. "Yeah, right, I totally forgot this." He seemed like crying now as he said, "Oh geez. I guess I'll try to catch a rabbit near the river then." "It's fine. Let's test it on Toby. I'll ask Toby not to use its wings as long as it's not dangerous. Even if the test failed, Toby can still escape on itself instead of falling," said Angor. He was also interested in the small machine. Angor recalled seeing the kinetic illustrations in the alchemy books he recorded in Nightmare Realm. He was wondering which one Dave used. A moment later, Dave affixed the propeller flyer onto Toby's back. "You can do it." Toby Angor cheered. Toby gave Angor a disdainful look. When Angor went close, the bird slapped his face with a paw. Toby did not reveal its talon, or that would definitely leave 4 bloody gashes on Angor. However, Angor would still get a bruise out of this. Time to take off. Dave had really high hopes on Toby. Dave extended a finger and injected some mana into the energy source of his machine. "Magic crystals are too expensive, so I'll use my mana as energy for now," Dave explained. As the machine received mana, it slowly started to run. A red light on the stick shined. Then the propeller began to spin quickly, with a dumbfounded Toby under it. The machine climbed up into the air, and up, and up. They watched as Toby became a tiny dot in the sky. Angor looked at Dave and asked, "How do you change directions?" Dave gave Angor an innocent smile as he admitted, "I haven't finished something like that yet." Angor widened his eyes in anger as he snapped, "Then what's the point of your machine?" He looked up and yelled out, "Toby, Toby, get rid of the machine." Toby, who was now carried into the clouds, was thinking about its colorful life as a bird as well as whether it should stay this way or throw the machine away. When hearing Angor's faint call, Toby quickly acted. With a fierce flap of the wings, the machine on its back was tossed away. Next, Toby descended slowly and landed on Angor's shoulder. On the other side, Dave walked to them, head lowered and holding a broken flying machine in his hand. Angor thought Dave was sad about his broken creation, so he planned to say something to comfort Dave. He was the one who asked Toby to drop the machine after all. But when Angor walked closer, he realized Dave was not sad at all. Rather, Dave could barely hide his grin. "Hee-hee-ha. It flew brilliant, I succeeded." So being able to fly meant success. Angor showed a sympathetic look at Dave. The young man got a really short-sighted expectation. But Angor's sympathy quickly turned into a complaint. Can you please say it earlier if there's some kind of flaws in your product? Thank goodness Toby understood human speech, and that he could fly. Another creature would be hopeless in that situation. That would be murder. Chapter 138 Prome's Alchemy Shop. Chapter 138 Prome's Alchemy Shop. Dave sensed Angor's anger. He scratched his hair and displayed an innocent look. Angor approached him with clenched fists. Flying machine? What kind of flying machine can't control its directions? We're lucky Toby is smart. Or he would have been dead. Angor cracked his knuckles. It's only my first time. That's not an excuse if you had told me earlier. I'd ever have allowed Toby to take the risk in the first place. Angor bellowed. No, please don't hit me. I'm sorry. Looking at how Angor was so threatening, Dave completely forgot his identity as an apprentice. The boy crouched down and covered his head. Toby, on the other hand, was quite touched by Angor's reaction. Since its master was willing to confront an apprentice wizard just to protect it, Toby decided that if Angor was in danger, it would join the fight and help him. Angor felt it funny how Dave showed so much cowardice. Was Dave an apprentice for real? He felt that this guy was weaker than able. Can I make up for you by giving you some merit points? Dave said. How much? 5. Angor shook his head quickly and said, not good. 10. 50. Too little. Angor spent 700 points on teleportation when he was trying to find the Elder of Books. 50 points. Oh. Come on. Dave showed a sad look. 50 is pretty good already. What do you want then? What do I want, huh? Toby curled its wing into a fist as well. My anger would never back down because of money. Give up, you're getting punched. Ahem. So you were saying, you worked at an alchemy shop. Prome's Alchemy Shop. Dave looked really proud. Master Prome is an intermediate apprentice alchemist. Good. There's a meter that tests your spiritual power indicator. Give me one of those and we're even. Angor said. Toby looked around at Angor in disbelief upon hearing those words. You backed down because of money. I was so wrong about you. Angor rubbed Toby's tiny head with a somewhat embarrassed expression. He whispered, you're not hurt anyway. Once I earn this meter, I can save some magic crystals and use them to buy some dried deep-sea fish for you. Dried deep-sea fish? Toby threw Angor a doubtful glance, mumbled some complaint, and quieted down. Prome's Alchemy Shop was located at the end of the alleyway. Dave led Angor and Toby here, then pointed to the entrance which led downward, into an underground tunnel. Go down here, and you'll reach the Apprentice Marketplace in Apprentice Town 8. The shop is right inside. An underground marketplace. Angor only heard about it for the first time. He was really curious about the place. Well, as a new recruit, it's natural you don't know about it, said Dave. He seemed proud of his knowledge as he explained. Every apprentice town and brute cavern has an underground market. There are lots of stuff down there, but their quality and value vary a lot as well. If you're perceptive, you might find yourself some real treasures. Oh, and if you want to buy materials at stable prices, you can go to the villages and towns nearby. Their prices are usually more reasonable since they are affected by the economy of Darkevil Empire. After walking in the tunnel for about 5 minutes, they reached the underground market. The market was a giant, hollowed-out cave. Angor was shocked at how big and populated this place was. No wonder he did not see many apprentices on the surface. They were all gathered here, and he thought apprentices tended to hide inside their homes. Now Angor realized he really needed to see the world more, if not for Dave, who knew how long it would take him to notice such things. Numerous paths crossed with each other, and each path had hundreds of shops along with it. From a quick look, there were about 30 to 40 such paths and streets in the cave. There were probably a terrifying number of shops here. Angor also saw several buildings dozens of meters high among all the shops. The tallest one was a silver-colored metallic tower near the center of the place. The tower had 15 floors. A number of steel cables came out of each floor, with each cable extended into a corner of the underground cave several kilometers away. All the cables formed up a giant network in the air. There was such a cable under Angor's position which was connected to the tower. These are cableways. See those metal boxes up there? Those are carriages. and they can take you to the Sky Tower quickly, Dave explained. Sky Tower. Angor looked at the Silver Tower and recalled hearing a similar name from somewhere. Yup, Sky Tower, said Dave. His expression showed both admiration and fear. The Sky Towers are battle towers established in various places by Floating Mech City. Battle towers. Angor remembered when Abel introduced a formal wizard. She mentioned such a place. The Tower of Infinity in Floating Mech City. You know about Tower of Infinity? Asked Dave. He was surprised. That was not something a new recruit would know. Dave only heard it from a pair of level 3 apprentices by chance after he had worked in Prom's alchemy shop for 2 years. Angor explained Abel's words. Abel, Hush is weak, but she has some fast information sources. I heard that she always goes to the Cloud Library to spend her merit points. Abel should totally know about the tower. Why is Abel famous here? Asked Angor. He tried finding random things to talk about along their way. She is, but not in a good way. We're from the same term. When Mr. Tree's spirit tested her, she proved to be a rare occult talent, and many people were pretty jealous. However, she was just too weak. She would drag people down in every single group activity. So people just call her the biggest disappointment during that term. Abel is an occult. Yes, she's an occult summoner. The triplicolored deer she usually rode on was summoned by her, said Dave. He curled his lips as he continued. The deer has no strength at all. It's just a vehicle. Enough about Abel. Let's talk about the Sky Tower. Dave pointed to the tall structure and he explained. There are 15 floors on the tower, and every floor had several dozen arenas. You get 3 points by winning a match and lose 4 points by losing. And nothing happens if it's a draw. If you earn enough points on each floor or place yourself within the top 10 people with the most points in each season, you can advance to the next floor. Being admitted into a floor means you can ride the cableway on that floor to go directly into the Sky Tower too. It also shows one's strength to others. If you get past the 5th floor, you win a ticket to challenge the Tower of Infinity. In other words, the Tower of Infinity is a sequel to the Sky Tower. Dave looked as if he was yearning for something as he continued. The strongest talent from my year has entered the 13th floor now. What about you? Me. Yeah. Which floor are you on? Dave revealed an embarrassed look as he said. I'm not interested in fighting. So? Not interested. Angor chuckled in his mind. He did not forget Dave's look of admiration when he was looking at the Sky Tower. Dave was definitely interested. He just could not fight. Angor was now quite curious about the Sky Tower. It could be a good place to train his skills. However, considering that he would fight in the center of audiences, Angor preferred not trying it out. Prom's alchemy shop sat in a remote place. It was a single building near the edge of the cave and was hidden behind a tall structure. People had to walk around the tall building to notice this small shop. The location isn't ideal, but we have good business. The shopkeeper is an intermediate apprentice alchemist, so he's an important figure in the entire Brute Cavern. Many people from the other apprentice towns come here to this shop because of him. Dave explained proudly. So apprentice alchemists are considered important here, Angor thought to himself. The shop's door was shut tight. Still, a number of people had gathered in front of it. They all went up to Dave when they saw him, and Dave tried pretty hard to persuade them away. The people are here for Master Prom, but he's not here, said Dave. He then sighed. Or should I say, he's not here 90 of all times throughout the year. Alchemists are always busy. It can't be helped. While explaining, Dave took Angor into the shop. It was a small place. The shelves were full of all kinds of strange objects, most of which were made of metal. Master Prom's masterpieces. He doesn't come here often, but he always places his new products into his warehouse. I collect them every half a month. You look around. You'll go get your spirit meter. It's pretty cheap. If you ask for something else, I'm afraid I can't just give you without Master's permission. Dave mumbled. He lifted a wooden cover on the floor and ducked in. Angor and his bird stood alone inside the small shop. He slowly looked at the shelves around him. The products all looked pretty well made, but they were actually of little use. The products described in the first pages of Encyclopedia Basic Alchemy were already better than these. and given the apprentice alchemist who made such products was called a master. This further proved how scarce skilled alchemists were. Angor decided that once he finished his third step in his meditation, he would try studying alchemy when he had time. The books were such great treasures. It would be a waste if he did not put them to use. Killer Music Box. It creates a sharp sound wave by mixing high and low frequencies and can be used to assault one's mind. Limited to 3 uses. Item breaks upon reaching this limit. Price 5. Merit points. Angor picked up a beautiful, heart-shaped metal casket. If he did not read the description label affixed on it, he would have thought this was a jewelry case. Only 3 times either its creator did something wrong while making it, or there's a flaw in its interior mechanism, said Angor as he put the case down. A flawed product that cost 5 points. Alchemists could really earn easy money. Angor believed the materials for making this thing would barely cost 2 magic crystals. He heard chirping coming from behind him. When he turned around, he saw Toby acting all restless in front of a pale violet morning glory flower. Angor walked to Toby to see what was special about the flower when the flower suddenly released some chirps back out. That's Toby's voice. Angor looked at Toby in another spot, who was equally puzzled. That's Toby's voice. The morning glory sounded again, in Angor's voice. Amazing. A flower that records your voice. Angor was surprised. Amazing. A flower that records your voice. Dave climbed out of the underground storage and saw Angor and Toby's silly reaction. He smiled and explained. That's an echo flower. Hey, Toby, don't step on its root. Toby flew away from the flower pot. It'll not do it if you don't press its root. The flower is a material used in sound-related alchemy items. Here, Angor, said Dave. He tossed a meter to Angor and said, a spirit meter. As my apology for you. Angor took the meter and told himself jackpot in his mind. Although he showed an okay, I accept this humble gift on his face. Angor prepared to leave. He got what he wanted already, so there was no point in staying further. Considering how Toby seemed interested in the echo flower, Angor turned back and asked, how much for the flower? Dave was cleaning his helmet. When he heard Angor's question, he revealed an unconvinced expression, thinking that Angor would not afford it. That will be 128 points. You just came here last month, right? There's no way you have enough money. Angor humphed and handed Dave his bone card. He'll take it. Angor was in a good mood when returning to his house. He still could not help laughing when he remembered seeing Dave's dumbfounded expression upon reading the balance number on his bone card. It was a great trip. Aside from getting a spirit meter, he also earned a valuable piece of information about the underground market. Angor was going to place the echo flower in the greenhouse. But considering how Toby really liked it, he decided to put it in the attic along with a wooden spoon. Don't forget to water it. Fetch water from the river with that spoon. Don't ask me to buy another if you let it wither, said Angor as he reminded Toby. With everything settled, Angor planned to report his recent conditions to Sunders before he focused on finishing the third step. Before going to Phantom Island though, he still had another job. To test his spiritual power. He was not sure if his spirit was affected by the effort last night when he drew the mysterious pattern inside his mind. It would be fine if there was no increase. However, if his spirit did increase without using the potion of austere night, everyone would question how it happened. Sunders was an extremely wise man. Angor was afraid the man would find out his secret. How could he explain seeing the patterns on the wall then? Angor took out the spirit meter with a trembling hand. He clearly remembered how the test could bring him pain as if it happened just yesterday. He had to confirm his spirit power anyway. Angor clenched his teeth and began the test. 2 golden lines were climbing. The same process. The same painful experience. Angor put the meter aside, drenched in cold sweat. When his breath calmed down, Angor picked up the meter again to see the result. No change. Angor felt both disappointed and happy about it. He was disappointed that the strange wall only had a limited effect on increasing his spiritual power, although he only drew a small part of the pattern instead of a complete one, which could be the reason. The good thing was, with his spirit power unchanged, at least Sunders wouldn't notice anything wrong. Angor stared at the indicator on the meter and realized something. It read 15 alright, but were the golden lines a bit higher than his last test? Maybe he simply remembered the wrong impression. Chapter 139 Balba. The Half-Blood. Chapter 139 Balba. The Half-Blood. The next morning, Angor departed toward the Phantom Island. When he was on a sky bus, the sky abruptly turned dark. Soon, it began to drizzle. So the mirror world has rainy weathers too. Through the tiny space between the giant leaves, Angor could see dark clouds gathering in the sky. Judging from their thickness, this would be a long rain. Ever since he came to Brew Cavern, Angor would often wonder what kind of world this was. Previously, he believed this was a giant cave of some sort, the kind that you could find in novels. But looking at those naturally occurred rain clouds, Angor denied this idea. Morning breeze brought raindrops into the bus. The cold water splashed on Angor's face, preventing his further train of thought. He took out his handkerchief to wipe himself. Angor was worried that he had to go to Phantom Island under the rain, but it was not the case. The rain didn't stop. Rather, the bus took him above the rain clouds. Last time when he looked down from the falling cloud top, he would see green fields, tiny buildings and even tinier people walking among them. But now, there was only endless, dark clouds, and the booming sound of rainwater. The rain sounded really loud because his position was very close to the rain clouds. Some other apprentices were also observing the clouds underneath just like him. While Angor was only satisfying his curiosity, the others were taking down notes. Some of them even cast water spells to prove their theories. Also, Angor noticed several figures floating just above the clouds. They were also observing the rain. They worked together and picked out a small part of a rain cloud as they seemingly tried to recreate the process in which how the cloud gave birth to rain. Nature hid all kinds of truths. People could find new knowledge from anything, be it cloud, rain or thunder. Looking at how those apprentices sought knowledge from details which ordinary people would never care about, Angor realized how wise people cultivated their minds. Back at the Cloud Library, the countless books only made him exclaim in wonder. But here, the apprentices who diligently tried to study the rain clouds appeared closer to the path of truth. Books had no ends. But your own eyes, your mind, and your feet could take you anywhere you aimed for. With his newly gained realization, Angor reached the Phantom Island. The island was sunny as ever. Angor did not find Sunders in his study. Instead, Butler Good took him to a garden full of mysterious-looking plants. The tall trees and dense vines blocked most sunlight. Thick flower clusters filled both sides of the stone path. There were all kinds of flowers in different colors and shapes, which appeared a little terrifying in this dark place. Sunders was standing at the end of the path, surrounded by a group of strange, unnamed creatures. The white, winged horse Angor saw last time was among them. Professor. Angor greeted him politely. You came, so you met some problems in your training? Asked Sunders. He was facing the other way as he stroked the head of a python with a crimson-colored crown growing on its head. No, I came to report my progress. I'm about to begin to construct my spiritual model, said Angor. He lowered his head to escape from the python's cold gaze. You came just for this? Do you expect me to compliment on your good work? Asked Sunders as he turned around and looked at Angor with a calm expression. It was so calm that it could almost see through Angor's soul. No, Angor tried to deny, but he could not in the end. Sunders was right. He came all the way here without a really good reason. Maybe he really was expecting Sunders to praise him. Report, come on. It was just an excuse to hide his ego. Angor stood there, embarrassed, both because of his own vanity, and because Sunders just pointed it out. The embarrassment remained for a while. Angor really wished he could just turn and run. He already realized how shameful his previous intention was. Sunders approached him. Angor thought his professor was going to scold him. However, the man only put a hand on his shoulder in comfort. No need to be shameful. That is your true, colorful desire. One that is purer than the filthy desires of most people. Sunders commented in his hoarse tone. He added, remember who you are right this moment, the real you, and try not to deny your true self. Only by accepting the truth can you walk along your path further. Angor stared at Sunders in puzzlement. Those words were hard to understand, but he was sure that Sunders was not scolding him. Sunders patted Angor's shoulder and walked away. Since you managed to find your spirit power so soon, you deserve a compliment. I heard you went to the Elder of Books. Did he tell you how to do it? Yes, I did. The Elder of Books told me to drink the potion of austere night to quickly locate my spirit power. But I didn't use the potion. Sunders interrupted him and revealed a surprised look. The Elder of Books told you to drink the potion. Are you sure the Elder answered your question? Well, he did. Sunders inspected Angor with an unknown emotion in his eyes. He only asked the boy a random question. And he even prepared a joke in case Angor told him the Elder refused. Yet Angor's answer surprised him. The Elder of Books actually answered Angor's question, and a valid answer at that. Sunders went through his memory. It had been more than 10 years since a wizard successfully got an answer from the Elder of Books. It was a wizard from Edge of Night, who spent an insane amount of money to finally earn some instructions from the old man. And Angor received an answer from the Elder so easily. More importantly, damn, the boy asked such a simple question. If Sunders had known how Angor could get the Elder of Books to talk, Sunders would prepare several dozens of them and tell Angor to ask the Elder in his place. As for Angor's own problem, any wizard could easily satisfy the boy. Sunders looked at Angor's puzzled face and sighed. Can you tell me how you persuaded the Elder of Books into answering you? Sunders was curious now. Angor did not hide it, since the conversation between him and the Elder did not involve any secrets. He slowly explained what happened that day in details. I see. An exchange of knowledge. Considering his character, he would totally help you, but Massenergy relation, how did you learn about it? Sunders asked. My previous teacher taught me that, replied Angor. He did not conceal John's great knowledge base either. It looks like your teacher isn't just an ordinary scholar. Too bad he's a mortal. Otherwise, he could be a promising wizard. Sunders paused a little before he continued. Being able to persuade the Elder of Books is also a glorious feat. If others know about this, you'll be quite famous. Angor let out a silly chuckle. Finding your spirit power without using Potion of Austere Night is a good decision. The wall at the end of the Glutton Flower Tunnel must be holding some secret. If you can find destiny to increase your spirit power again the next time you go to Nightmare Realm, you can well keep the potion for later, said Sunders. He looked regretful about something as he said, It's such a pity that we wasted a great chance when we can get the Elder of Books to enlighten us. Angor was still a little embarrassed at how Sunders revealed his little ego. Now that they were finished, Angor planned to leave right away. But before that, he remembered his brief encounter with Balba in the caves. He had no relationship with Balba, but somehow, Balba gave him a friendly feeling. That was why Angor did not reject Balba's request. Professor, may I ask another question? If it's okay. Why are you being all careful? Go ahead. Angor took a moment to arrange his words and told Sunders about Balba. I'm wondering if I can go and ask Miss Flora about Balba. Will she get mad at me? Angor said. Oh, Balba. Sunders chuckled. He said, Mad no. But I can tell you what's going on regarding that matter. Will you listen to me? You know, wonderful. Angor would avoid bothering Flora too. The young witch still made him uncomfortable. Yet on the other hand, Angor somewhat wanted to see Little Red again. Sunders explained slowly. There are 2 reasons why Flora is disregarding Balba. 1, she has been busy recently. There's a large-scale blood dissolve epidemic inside a tribe on Parmagi Highlands, which was probably caused by a certain pathogen, and she has been working on the incident. The second reason lies in Balba himself. What's wrong with Balba? Sunders revealed a disdainful grin. Because he is not human. He's not human. Angor imagined Balba's appearance in his mind. The man looked just fine. He's a half-blood between a human and an otherworldly brute, said Sunders. He revealed the answer right away. When he's agitated, he'll show blue totems on his skin, and his eyes with slit pupils will become golden. Those characteristics belong to a brute tribe in another world called the Silver Wolves. He should have a tail too. But the human blood must have interfered and hidden it from his blood. There's an unspoken rule among wizards, that we cannot teach the way of wizardry to anyone who doesn't belong to this world. Balba might only be a simple half-blood, But we can't guarantee that a powerful being from another world didn't implant some kind of trick inside his blood. You see, wizardry is famous across thousands of worlds beyond, so there are many who thirst for our knowledge. So a part of his blood is from another world. I see why Balba didn't receive any professor posters. Correct. No wizard wants to get his or her hands dirty because of a half-blood. However, they are fully willing to capture the subject and use him in their biology experiments. Then why did Brute Cavern take him here? Angor did not understand. If a mighty being from another world could use Balba to steal wizardry knowledge, why not just keep him outside? Chapter 140 Sorcerer's Garden. Chapter 140 Sorcerer's Garden. It has something to do with the supreme cult. You only need to know that any wizard who discovers an unregistered foreign life form is obliged to recover it. Supreme Cult Recover. Angor did not know anything about this supreme cult, but the name suggested it was something religious. Also, the word recover sounded terrifying. Angor thought about John. If John was found out, would he be recovered? Professor, what do you mean by recover? Angor forced a calm expression and pretended to be curious. Recover means to make it non-existent anymore. Non-existent from these simple words. Angor only saw blood and terror. So, Balba. Angor finally understood why Balba appeared friendly to him. The aura on him, which was being rejected by this world, was almost the same as the one on John. If things go as planned, well, wait until Balba grows a little stronger. Fuse a powerful bloodline into him, and make him into a puppet avatar, said Sunders. He had determined Balba's fate with a plain tone. Angor was terrified, so Balba's destiny was already sealed from the start. Thinking about John, Angor could not help worrying for Balba as well. Angor quickly got rid of his sad emotion. Thank goodness his teacher was at the old Earth where there were no wizards at all. Otherwise, John would easily follow Balba's example. Do you remember any ordinary channeling methods? Sunders suddenly asked. Ordinary ones like triangle channeling. Angor read about a number of them in Sunders' book room, but he never tried to learn them. Yes, I know some of them. Sunders nodded and said, very well. When you go back there, just pick one and give it to Balba. If he asks, tell him that Flora is away for now. Angor was speechless. That was some careless way of teaching. Yes, Professor. I'll take my leave, said Angor as he prepared to depart. Angor halted. Sunders considered something for a moment before speaking again. Since you came at such a time, this might be your destiny too. Angor was puzzled at those words. Sunders reached out his left hand and touched a button on his sleeve, a button with Sunders' family emblem on it. Next, the man pulled his hand in the air, and a crystal bottle with a metal base and multiple holes on it appeared in his palm. Sunders tossed the bottle to Angor. Angor looked at the item in his hand and saw pale light coming from the metal base. There was rune shining on it. An alchemy item. Do you want to use a space storage? Sunders pointed to the button on his sleeve, where he took out the crystal bottle. The button was obviously some kind of space-related alchemy item. Angor nodded quickly. He wanted one. The first time he witnessed such an item was when Greya gave him the space capsule, but it was only one use, and it only contained Toby's stuff. The small capsule held a big pile of objects while having no weight on itself at all. Anyone would want such an amazing and convenient item. However, Angor read in related books before that one-time space capsules were very expensive items, let alone permanent ones. Angor never expected to find such an item before becoming a wizard. Now that Sunders mentioned it, was Sunders be giving him a space storage item? Follow me if you want one, said Sunders. He turned and walked toward the depth of the garden. Those strange creatures also followed behind him. Along their way, Sunders explained where they were going. Sunders planned to make this garden into a sorcerer's garden by using the rare materials he obtained before Fragments of Eternity. During the process, Angor could collect some leftovers which could help him craft a space storage item. A sorcerer's garden was a fantastic product that combined spells and alchemy, which was then created by separating an area from reality and loading it onto a medium. This sounded similar to space storage, but it was not the case. The space created for a sorcerer's garden was usually small, depending on how many fragments were used. The garden was often smaller than space storages but still bigger than capsules. The main difference between a sorcerer's garden and a space storage was that a space storage could not maintain lifeforms while a sorcerer's garden functioned as a smaller reality, with its own ecosystem that supported both plants and animals. This was why a sorcerer's garden was more valuable than a common space storage. This alone, however, still could not make a sorcerer's garden an outstanding product. The garden was only a portable world at best, and it could not provide a good shelter, because many wizards knew about spells that could destroy space. For wizards who always worked alone, a sorcerer's garden acted similarly to a space storage. However, the value of a sorcerer's garden was not all about keeping life forms and being portable. The most important thing was when space was separated from reality. An unknown power would give the space a random, fundamental law. For example, if the garden received the law of flora, then any magical plants growing in the garden would yield way more fruits. There were also laws such as eternal freeze, retrospect, soul soil, time, and so on. A sorcerer's garden was basically an artifact that existed under a certain law. Ordinary wizards would never get involved in any laws for their entire lives. Only legendary wizards had a small hope of glimpsing at the laws. Such a law was why a sorcerer's garden valued beyond measure. For a wizard organization, a sorcerer's garden was a strategic treasure. The garden was portable, true, but no wizard would dare to actually bring it around. If someone else seized the garden, it would be an unacceptable loss. Angor only realized how valuable the garden was after hearing Sunder's explanation. There were only a handful of organizations in the south who possessed sorcerer's gardens. There was only one in Brute Cavern, and it belonged to the organization. However, the garden Sunders was about to create would become his personal property. Sunders' image in Angor's eyes just became mightier. So I can learn about laws later. Angor muttered to himself. This is exciting. Forget it. I'm only using the fragments to determine an area, and I need a master alchemist from Floating Mech City to do the creation. The law will show itself once the master finishes his work, said Sunders. He chuckled at the boy's idea. Why find an alchemist from Floating Mech City though there's no master alchemist in Brute Cavern? Sunders shook his head as he explained. Alchemy knowledge is extremely valuable everywhere, and many deep alchemy teachings are lost in the course of history. Brute Cavern only has several elementary alchemists. Lost but knowledge should keep renewing itself. Right is older knowledge better? Angor wondered. We're renewing it. That's why you can see a giant flying alchemy fortress in the sky. Alchemy airships. Alchemy puppets, those are all technologies that develop with time, said Sunders. He paused a little before continuing. But that doesn't mean ancient knowledge is bad. Many ancient techniques originated from unknown, powerful beings. New technologies based on them can never reach the level of the original one. Like the third six-dimensional space coordinate system localization method that you're about to learn. That concept is already lost. And it's a lot better than the localization methods used today. Remembered initial glory. The ancestor of all meditation methods, something in it could never be replaced. Same for alchemy techniques. The alchemy industry today never regained its previous glory because some technologies were forgotten. Sunders let out a sigh. Hearing these words, Angor deepened his decision to study alchemy. Angor was wondering about something else. Judging from Sunders' words, the man did not find the alchemy books hidden in the secret chamber back in the Nightmare Realm. Thinking about this, Angor decided to prove his idea. Professor, do you remember the blue giant I met in the Nightmare Realm? I do. That's a blue tri-eye. A low-level monster. Why do you ask? Angor kept a calm expression. I said that in the hall of this blue. Blue tri-eye. I saw some alchemy books. Do they contain the ancient technologies you mentioned? Sunders shook his head. No. Those books were only common ones. I have them in my collection. Oh, that's why I thought I saw them somewhere. So they are in Professor's library. Sunders smiled at Angor. You can remember those books, it means your nightmare form is really a high-leveled one. No, I don't remember the contents. But I can tell their titles. Sunders shook his head again. Let me tell you something. Suppose a book I never saw before appeared inside the Nightmare Realm. Even if it's only a simple storybook, I may forget it completely upon leaving Nightmare Realm. By completely, I mean not a single trace of memory will remain. Unless I find myself lucky enough to bring the book back to reality, which is the only way I can remember the book. If I ever read the book in reality and see the same book in the nightmare realm, you'll not forget the book in this case. Unlike me, your memory of the nightmare realm is complete. Even if you never take the effort to memorize something specifically, you still remember your basic experience. This means your memory was never blocked by the nightmare realm, which makes your talent most valuable. Sunders explained in a serious tone. Anger went through his mind. Just like Sunders said, he retained most of his memory of his journey in the nightmare realm. Professor, you have those crystal balls that record images, right? Why not use them? Asked Angor, as he thought about his hologram tablet. He would not have brought the alchemy books back if not for the tablet. Sunders shook his head. I can't. I tried it before. The crystal balls only showed blankness. Then, why can I use my tablet? Does it have something to do with the difference between alchemy and science? Angor almost asked that question, but he managed to hold it back. We're here. Don't worry about the nightmare realm for now. That place doesn't follow the common senses. Thinking about it will only add to your confusion. Get yourself stronger and become a wizard as fast as you can. I'm depending on you to take us into the nightmare realm next time. Sunders bantered. Sunders pointed to the field in front of them, which was full of strange flowers and grass. A number of phantom servants were already waiting here, each with a multi-hulled crystal bottle in his or her hands. Chapter 141 Harvest. Chapter 141 Harvest. Stay here. When we begin to build the sorcerer's garden, there will be gray space microbes coming off. Use your magic container bottle to collect them. They are essential materials to craft stable alchemy storage, so try to get as much as can, said Sunders. Then, he ordered the strange creatures beside him to go into the designated area before leaping into the air. Sunders took out a pipette from his button and began releasing mana from his body. In his view, an octahedral shape slowly came into being and covered the area. Next, Sunders removed a single drop of the mysterious liquid from the piped fragment of eternity and used a strange alchemy technique, combined with some spells, to pour the liquid into the indistinct octahedral model. Starting. Gather gray space microbes. Sunders ordered the phantom servants around the area, following the lead of Butler Good. The servants quickly took positions around the designated location. In the air, Sunders watched with a smile as Angor held his container bottle in a serious manner. He then sent the boy a message. You're in luck, choosing such a time to visit. Considering the rule of wizards, I wouldn't have allowed you here without receiving something from you. But I'll make an exception this time. Or, let's consider this a payment for your section ephemera. However, you're on your own when collecting the microbes. In the alchemy books he briefly read before, Angor knew that as they were the main material in the crafting process of space storage items, gray space microbes were always an expensive resource. Plus, Sunders told him that he could collect as much as possible without worrying about payback, so Angor decided to give it his all. It was a free resource, so why not? As Sunders injected the fragment of eternity, a visible frame slowly showed up in the area in front of Angor. It has begun. Mr. Pat, take care, and do not enter the caged area when collecting the microbes, said Butler Good as he approached and warned the boy. Angor quickly nodded. Kubik Lock. Sunders threw a magic scroll into the air. The scroll exploded and created a giant spell array, covering an area several kilometers wide. It's an anti-detection spell. Master used it to prevent being scouted by other wizards. Good explained. This was a private sorcerer's garden. Sunders already reported his work to Rain Mute and asked the tree spirit to help conceal this place. But what happened on Devil's Water was already known to the public, so who knew whether some wizards would butt in at such a moment? However, Sunders was not really afraid of getting challenged. Several minutes later, Angor realized that the locked-up area ahead seemed to be slowly separated from reality. Small, shining scarps came off the edges of the broken space. Here it comes, Good said. Under the boy's gaze, Good dashed into the air and pointed his container bottle at a shining spot, which then slowly flew into the bottle. After seizing the light spot, Good nodded to Angor and began collecting the other scattering scraps. Angor knew that Butler Good was showing him how to do it. The boy thanked the butler in his mind and started gathering the leftovers on his own. He could not fly, so Angor had to run around on the ground and catch those light spots which slipped past the phantom servants. These spots would vanish upon reaching the ground, which meant that he must catch them before that happened. Angor rushed about for a while and gathered a good number of light spots. He realized that the phantom servants in the air were intentionally staying away from him, allowing the boy to collect more microbes. He kept up his work for a good moment. When the locked-up area was shrouded by white mist, the light spots stopped appearing. The magic container bottle in Angor's hand was shining its own light now, what with all the gray space microbes taking up more than half of the space within it. Compared to the phantom servants, Angor did not collect much, but he already possessed enough to make a small yet stable space storage. Angor looked at his gain and smiled widely until his eyes curled into the shapes of a crescent moon. This bottle would cost at least 5,000 or 6,000 magic crystals if sold at an auction. Angor came seeking for Sunder's compliment at the excuse of reporting his training progress. The boy did not expect to earn such a big gift. The embarrassment that he felt when Sunders revealed his little intention was gone. Angor was thinking about visiting the Phantom Island more in the future. Maybe he would run into something else. Once Sunders landed on the ground, he told Angor, "Go figure out how to craft a storage item on your own. He'll not help you with that." Angor nodded. According to Encyclopedia Basic Alchemy, it was not hard to make such an item, only that the materials were too rare. With the right materials, an apprentice alchemist would be good enough to do the job. Angor decided to try it on his own after learning alchemy, and if he could not do it, he would pay someone for it instead. Before leaving, Angor asked a question out of curiosity. "Why did you ask all the beasts to go inside the sorcerer's garden?" "Fertilizers," Sunders answered in a plain tone. The word fertilizer gave Angor a lot to think about on his way back. When Angor came here, the boy saw Sunders caring for the beasts gently, so he thought Sunders really loved them. But, oh, God, fertilizers. Angor then thought about his own situation. Sunders appeared pretty friendly to him in these days. Yet nobody knew if Angor would suddenly offend Sunders because of something and thus ended up with the same fate as those beasts. Angor knew he was worrying too much. However, this world was cruel, and he had to stay extra cautious, so that he would not be devoured by a bottomless abyss before he could have time to regret. All in all, he had to grow stronger. It was still raining by the time Angor reached his villa. He heard a lot of bird chirping noise coming from the attic. Upon arriving, Angor saw Toby chatting with the echo flower. Angor shook his head. For some unknown reason, Toby loved hanging around the flower. He did not tell Toby to stop. The bird sounded a bit noisy, but there were soundproof spell arrays on the buildings here, so people would not hear it at all. Angor entered the soundproof room and began meditating and sensing his spirit power flowing in his mind. He kept up his effort until he could manage to calm his mind. Next, Angor carefully placed the magic container bottle into a secret slot in the soundproof room. The slot held some other valuable materials too, such as morning dew, section ephemera, and the potion of austere night. With his new gift stored away, Angor was going to begin training on the third step. Before doing so though, he recalled Sunders' order that he should copy a channeling method book and give it to Balba. Angor felt sad about how Balba was fated to be made into a puppet. However, he could not go against Sunders' decision. Thinking about Balba, who was still eager for training, Angor sighed and proceeded to copy the book. He would begin his own training once Balba's request was done. Angor chose to copy a channeling method called circular cut channeling. This was an extremely plain method, but it held a better reputation among all the ordinary channeling methods. At the very least, it was better than triangle channeling, which was the one Alan and Aline were studying. It only took Angor half an hour to finish a copy. He looked at the book and decided to add some extra lines to it. The lines were about some of the training tricks he concluded during his own training. They were really superficial advice, but still, Angor realized them on his own. As for the special techniques left on singularity dispersive meditation by Sunders, Angor would never dare to tell others about them. With that finished, Angor acted fast and left his house with an umbrella to shield himself from the rain. When inside the caves, Angor suddenly realized that he did not know where Balba's room was. When talking to him, Angor was on his way to visit Salem, and he forgot to ask Balba where he lived. The underground paths were chaotic, connecting more than 10,000 rooms, so there was no way Angor could look through them one by one. Besides, there were other apprentice wizards down here. Who knew what would happen if he barged in an apprentice's room when the apprentice was meditating? Angor had no choice but to go to Salem. He could ask the boy to see if he had any idea. If Salem did not know, then it could not be helped. Balba had to wait longer. Salem was meditating when Angor came. Angor felt a bit embarrassed for interrupting Salem's training, but the boy did not mind. Salem carefully placed his book back into his pouch and greeted Angor with a bright smile. Upon hearing Angor's reason for coming here, Salem shook his head and said, "I don't know where Balba is." After pausing a little, Salem spoke again, "But I know where Orlando is. After we settled in, that guy came to bother every single talent living here, so he should know where most talents are." Orlando. Angor recalled the image of a young man with a self-centered character who was always wearing a black and white striped cotton hat. Yeah. He was separated from his friend, Rafig. At first, he cried every day and came to the rooms of every talent at the excuse of letting people hear his trouble. But we all know he was only harassing people, said Salem. He remembered his own encounter with Orlando and revealed a frustrated look as he said, "The guy wanted to find you as well, but we didn't tell him where your room is. But it's better now." After everyone began their own training, he tried to bother people again and received a good beating from it. Now he didn't do it as much. He's separated from Rafig. Angor also recalled Orlando's close friend. Did they argue or fight among themselves? He is. No one knows what happened. Rafig never came down here. He was arranged to stay outside the mirror world. So, are you going to ask Orlando? I'm not sure if he knows Balba's room since Balba's a little. I doubt Orlando is bold enough to harass someone like that. Angor nodded. He then said, "He'll check him out since I'm already here. Can you show me the way? Please." Chapter 142 The First Slice. Chapter 142 The First Slice. When they reached Orlando's room, the man was sprawling on the floor. There was a carpet so he did not get himself too dusty. Orlando, what are you doing?" asked Salem. He was puzzled. Orlando lifted his head and revealed thick, dark circles around his eyes which severely ruined his handsome look. His hat that was made from cotton was tossed aside, and his medium-length brown hair was completely messed up and looked like a bird's nest. Orlando stared at Salem for a while with unfocused eyes before replying, "Oh Salem, you're meditating." Angor saw an opened book left on the carpet. A page in the middle of the book was showing a spirit model in the shape of an octahedral prism. Angor saw the book before. It was one of the most basic channeling methods taught in Brute Cavern, rhombic crystal channeling. Orlando looked around at Angor slowly. "Ah, Angor, you came too. Hey, Angor, is there something wrong with his brain?" Salem dragged Angor aside and whispered, "Maybe he didn't sleep well. His face is all yellow, just like those people who stayed up for several days," said Angor. His nature would not allow him to badmouth someone right in front of him. Really? Salem glanced at Orlando with a doubtful expression. Orlando did not mind his visitors. He turned the page of the channeling method book in slow motion, read it briefly, and closed his eyes to meditate. "He's meditating like that, but he looks so tired," Salem mumbled. Angor, on the other hand, became serious about something and showed a surprised look. "Angor, hey." Angor, seeing how Angor did not respond, Salem nudged him. "Oh Salem." What Angor was thinking about something and failed to pay attention to Salem's actions. "Orlando is meditating. Maybe we should go back," Salem said. Instead of replying, Angor asked Salem a question. "Are you studying rhombic crystal channeling?" "Yeah." Angor pointed to the book in front of Orlando and asked, "Look, he's already onto the part of building the model. Is he doing that now?" As they were learning the same thing, Salem did not hide anything. He checked the book and quickly showed a surprised expression as well. "Yes, he is. And he's about to complete it already," Salem exclaimed. Angor recalled seeing Orlando's condition when he just came. Fatigue on the body, but not on the mind. It sure looked like the fundamental of meditation. It can't be real. Orlando only started his training recently. He spent half a month crying after leaving Rafig. And he's building his spirit model already. I think he even opened up his mana pool," said Salem. He was unconvinced by it and asked, "Does that mean Orlando is an apprentice wizard now?" "I don't know." Angor shook head. Since Orlando was meditating, they should not discuss it here. They carefully left Orlando's room. Salem stayed silent on their way back. The boy thought Angor was the only one among the talents who was ahead of him. Now Orlando proved to be someone way ahead of everyone while being the latest starter aside from Balba. Maybe that's his talent. Salem muttered in frustration. Angor had been calm and he said, "Of course someone with good talent trains faster. But do you remember Mr. Tree's spirit mentioning something else to you when he didn't do that for Orlando? It means our talent levels are pretty close to each other. It depends on our own effort." Angor stretched himself to relax. "It seems that we both have to work harder from now on. I don't want to be left behind." Salem was also encouraged. He clenched his teeth and replaced the frustration in his eyes with enthusiasm. "I think I can't find Balba for now," said Angor. He continued, "He'll have to wait a bit longer." Salem thumped his chest. "Don't worry. He'll help. When I'm not meditating, he'll go and ask Orlando. If I learn an answer, he'll go tell Balba you're looking for him." Angor frowned and asked, "It won't bother with your training?" Salem shrugged as he replied, "Not at all. It's so boring when I'm taking a rest from my training. Miss Nausicaa has been keeping herself shut again, and she didn't talk to me much. It's good to have something to do. I'll just take some walks around." "Thank you kindly." Angor thanked the boy politely. Then he recalled something and spoke again. "I found an underground market for apprentices. When you and Nausicaa are free, I'll take you there." "Market for apprentices?" Salem's eyes brightened up. He then asked, "Nice. I want to see it. What's it like?" "Full of fantastic stuff. You'll see it soon." Upon returning to his villa, Angor began training on the third step for becoming an apprentice. He acted all calm in front of Salem. But when realizing how fast Orlando was doing, Angor actually felt a sense of urgency. He made up his mind that this time, he would give it his all to break through until he succeeded. Once he was able to control his spirit power, building spiritual model was not a difficult task. However, singularity dispersive meditation was something else. It used the 36-dimensional space coordinate system localization method, which was lost in history because of its extreme difficulty. And Angor was going to challenge such a complicated localization method. The first step of spirit model construction was usually finding a starting point. For the other channeling methods, this starting point did not need to be totally accurate. The model would work fine as long as the model constructed later was complete. But singularity required that every point to be flawlessly placed. This was why the channeling method used 36-dimensional space coordinate system localization method. Locating the starting point was the hardest step for singularity. This starting point was also called a singular point, a point which was also referred to as the terminal of the universe by wizards. The method used such a point as its starting point and dispersed everything else from it. The singular point was the fundamental of this book. To perfectly locate the starting point, Angor first needed to create the 36 coordinate systems in his mind to help him create accurate coordinates for the singular point. Inside the darkness of the mind, Angor silently imagined the dispersive image originated from the singular point and inspected around the image to determine where to land his first slice. He had to then divide the 36 sections in a perfect manner, or everything would be in vain. It tested Angor's personal ability in dealing with big data, about which Angor was completely confident. Even if he could not do it in his mind, he could use his hologram tablet. However, it was not the time for that yet. Angor carefully prepared to create the very first section. Angor triggered his dimensional thinking to its best extent. Any mistake would bring him countless problems in his subsequent work. Dimensional thinking and big data processing. Angor felt his brain working at extreme speed. His mind shifted between heaven and earth rapidly. From a single memory point, he slowly worked his way around using different data, formulas, equations, and related knowledge points, then placed them in the most correct places. Angor's mind worked faster than ever when working out all the logical calculations. When observed in reality, Angor's forehead was now covered by sweat. The wooden floor underneath him was now in a darker color. Aside from sweating, veins were pulsing on the boy's forehead as well. It was as if the blood that was flowing in him was going haywire and would bust his head open in the next second. Angor kept on while bearing a high level of mental exhaustion that no ordinary people could endure. His ears were red, his head was releasing hot air, and blood veins had emerged on his eyeballs behind his closed eyelids. It had only been 2 minutes. His brain worked faster than any. The 3 coordinates were born from countless calculations. They shone like 3 bright stars who illuminated his dark mind space. Once he sensed the intense light released by the 3 coordinates. Without any hesitation, Angor controlled his spirit power like wielding a blade. When he found a position, he sliced down, making sure the blade connected with all 3 coordinates. The slice created the first surface. After memorizing the 3 initial coordinates, Angor lost his balance and fainted. 2 hours later, Angor climbed back up. Without waiting any longer, he quickly recorded the coordinates into his tablet. Looking at the data that was safely kept in the tablet, Angor could not hold back a smile. The foremost requirement for studying 36-dimensional space coordinate system localization method was having a high sensitivity about dimensional thinking as well as the ability to process big data. Without them, nobody could wield such localization method by any means. Throughout history, there were very few who could use such a method. This was why the method was never passed down. Being able to work out 3 coordinates in one go meant Angor had a great chance of learning it. Considering how the 36-dimensional space coordinate system localization method worked for singularity, Angor needed to make 7 slices and create 7 surfaces, using a total of 21 coordinates. The calculations would grow even more complicated in later attempts. If he wanted to create the following surfaces perfectly, he would need to do an insane amount of calculations. The first slice only took him 2 minutes, but the second one would probably take 2 days. As for the 7th, maybe several years and beyond. This was impossible for most people who did not have the ability to work out big data like Angor. Even if they had it, they could not spend such a long time trying to create all 36 sections. 10 years were not all. They probably needed a longer time to build the spiritual model. By the time these tasks were all finished, they already went past their best ages for training. This was why even Sunders did not intend to let Angor use the 36-dimensional space coordinate system localization method for real. The man gave Angor another special localization method to use, which would cause a slight error in the coordinate of the singular point. This error would greatly hinder the efficiency of the spirit model. With some luck, Angor could achieve half of the original baseline fitness. Sunders was certain that Angor would not use the 36-dimensional space coordinate system localization method. However, Angor went against the man's expectation and went straight for this method. Angor could build models with the help of his hologram tablet. He could also simulate his mind space. But he still had to acquire at least 9 coordinates, 3 surfaces, and 6 intersections before he could project the abstract mind space into the modeling system on the tablet and simulate it in reality. Once this was done, the hologram tablet would utilize its superior computing capacity, which could process 51.66 quadrillion floating point calculations in a single second. It could then work out the remaining 18 coordinates plus 6 surfaces quickly. Using these 36 sections would help Angor locate the true position of a singular point. Chapter 143 Visit. Chapter 143 Visit. With the first surface determined, Angor decided to keep going and began meditating again. After creating this surface, Angor's mind space was no longer completely dark. Now, a shining surface resided inside his mind. The surface appeared to be abstract. Angor could freely control his spirit power to travel through the surface as if it was not there. But on the other hand, Angor could feel the presence of the surface. The surface was constructed using a special technique from singularity dispersive meditation. As long as Angor did not give up first, the surface would always be there. This simple structure had given Angor's mind space a base point to locate other coordinates. This single surface was calculated out by using countless data. Once another surface came into being, either parallel to this one or not, it would bring more data into existence. This is how the 36-dimensional space coordinate system localization method worked its unique wonder. Without taking further rest, Angor immediately began calculating the second surface. 7 surfaces and 36 sections were built with increasing difficulty. To figure out the 3 coordinates for the second surface, Angor had to do many more calculations than before. Numerous data bloomed inside Angor's mind like fireworks. His logic ran around like diligent workers who tried to seize the data they needed. He used them to connect different formulas together, eliminate errors, and weave various knowledge points into the light spot he was looking for. 5 minutes. Angor held on for 5 minutes this time before the data flow in his mind stopped and he finally fainted. He was not sure how long he slept. Upon waking up, Angor used the residue of all the data in his mind and recorded everything he worked out before into his hologram tablet. Then he kept going, looking for the particular point based on the data he had already acquired. It took him 3 whole days to find the 3 coordinates for the second surface, and he spent most of the time lying unconsciously on the floor. As the second surface finally shone in his mind space, Angor collapsed and fell asleep again, with a smile on his face this time. The sleep took him another 2 days and a night. By the time he woke up, the first half of month of looming frost was already ending. Angor felt his stomach rumbling. Using his blurry mind, he found some fast food and swallowed them along with some hot water. His tongue could not taste the food at all. It was late in the night. After stuffing himself, Angor sat on the stairs in front of the main door. While admiring the green mistletoe tree, he drank some milk to help digest all the food. Calm breeze, gentle smell of grass, and sweet milk. Angor's mood was clearer and better until Salem's voice interrupted the silence. Wait, Salem here. Angor, hey. Angor, the boy's young and innocent voice was full of energy. Angor turned around and saw Salem walking down the end of the street, wearing a pewter-height robe he found somewhere. He was not wearing a hood. The boy looked like a kid trying to play cool by using a blanket as his cape. Salem happened to be hopping and waving at Angor, which only made the sight funnier. Another figure walked beside Salem, using the weak moonlight which managed to slit past the tree leaves. Angor saw a handsome and distinctive face. Balba the Brute. Angor remembered that Salem agreed to help him contact Balba. Angor thought the boy only planned to figure out Balba's address, but he took Balba to his door. When Salem approached and saw Angor in the villa garden, he hopped faster. Instead of greeting his visitors right away, Angor quickly poured the remaining milk under the mistletoe tree and tossed the milk bottle into a dustbin. Using the convenience of night, Angor also wiped his lips clean and made sure there were no milk drops left on him before he finally walked to the entrance and addressed Salem. Thank goodness the dark night under the cloak of the Tree of Eternity helped him destroy all the evidence. Salem did not notice Angor's secret attempts at all. The boy looked around the place happily. Salem just came to the apprentice town for the first time. He was looking at everything curiously. Angor, I found Balba for you. From a toolbox near his door. Angor found an oil lamp and lit it up with a lighter. He hanged the lamp onto a pole beside the door and looked at Balba carefully. The weak and wavering light of the lamp gave Balba bigger and more muscular appearance. The man's upper half was still bare. A pair of flax, close-fitting trousers covered his legs. He also equipped shoulder armors this time, which did not help him cover the 2 sweet spots on his chest at all. Balba's muscular and dark face revealed an anxious and expecting look. Good evening, said Angor as he maintained a neutral manner. Not too friendly, not too distant. It seemed that Balba did not talk to people much. He was unsure of how to react and only nodded to Angor in return. I already asked about your question. Miss Flora had been busy dealing with a plague problem somewhere, so she couldn't find time to teach you. But she gave me a channeling method book and told me to hand it to you. Balba seemed relaxed when he finally had something to study, but he was still disappointed at how Flora could not train him. Lady Flora is always away from the organization. Angor considered for a moment before answering him. You can say so. She spent most of her time outside. Balba looked frustrated. He did not notice that Angor's answer did not hold the exact meaning as he expected. "I'll go get your book," said Angor. He wanted to turn away but he hesitated and asked something else. "Will you come and I have some hot water for you?" Angor almost said milk. He quickly amended his words. "No, thanks." Balber refused. Salem actually wanted to take the change and go into the house to chat with Angor. However, since Balber refused, he decided otherwise. Angor went inside to retrieve the channeling method book. Salem stood in the garden and touched around the mistletoe tree. Then he crouched beside the fence to observe the shining runes on it. "Ah, Apprentice Town is such a nice place. I want to live here too. I'll get a place near Angor," Salem encouraged himself in his mind. Angor returned soon. He handed a booklet, which was pretty thin, to Balba. Balba sighed in relief when taking the book. He saw many talents working hard these days, especially someone like Orlando who already made much progress. Balba did not show it, but deep inside, he was really worried. It was a pity that he did not get to see Flora. However, getting the channeling method was still worth the trip. "Thank you," said Balba as he bowed politely. "I'll keep my words. Anything, just ask, and I'll repay you." Angor looked at Balba's serious attitude. He then thought about the man's sad destiny and sighed helplessly. Angor wanted to say something like "don't mention it." However, considering Balba, the man probably would not let it go like that. Favor debts were usually difficult to pay back, and Angor clearly knew it. He decided to accept Balba's offer for now. After considering for a moment, Angor finally said, "Let's see. Salem and Nausicaa aren't really safe when living underground. You're strong, so you can protect them, as long as it doesn't get out of your hand." That did not sound too hard. Balba nodded and agreed without a second thought. After this, Balba remained silent. Angor did not know what to talk about as well. They stared at each other in embarrassment. Angor looked at Salem and noticed that the boy was not paying attention to him and Balba at all. Salem seemed to be thinking about something else. Also, the boy was smiling widely, as if he had something fun that he really wanted to tell others. Only that he did not know how to divert the topic. Angor chuckled in his mind and approached the boy to ask, "Salem, you already found your spirit power, right?" Salem looked really surprised and asked, "How did you figure that out?" Angor pointed at his face. "Come on, it's all written up here." Salem scratched his hair as he replied, "Oh, I just broke through this afternoon." "Oh, right. Miss Nausicaa succeeded in calming her mind too. She hasn't found her spirit power yet, but she can already remove all distractions in her head, and she'll find the power sooner or later. She told me to thank you for helping her. You're amazing. You not only found your spirit power earlier than any of us, but you can also even help others with it." Balba, who heard about how Nausicaa had succeeded in finding spirit power too, could not hold back his urge anymore. The man sat under the oil lamp and began reading his book right away. The first page of the book presented him with rows of clean, neatly written universal characters. No showy expressions. No ornamental penmanship to appeal to people. The characters appeared like squares, organized in a fine manner. Lady Flora wrote these. They look special. Balba mumbled, while he was reading the channeling method. Salem and Angor talked about Orlando. "I asked. Orlando is now a level 1 apprentice. He went ahead of us when we didn't notice," said Salem. He looked a bit jealous. Maybe he has a reason to push him forward. Angor wondered. After exchanging information about their training, Salem and Balba left the apprentice town. Angor no longer wanted to rest now. He stood under the mistletoe tree to mourn his spilled milk for a second before returning to the soundproof room to keep working on the third surface. Chapter 144 Breakthroughs. Chapter 144 Breakthroughs. Could someone who only knew basic mathematics work on differential geometry in only one go? Of course not. It would probably take him hundreds of times trying to take the first step. This was why when Angor planned to do it in one go, he ended up lying on the floor with his eyes spinning. To use his spirit power to make the third slice and create the third surface in his mind space proved to be way harder than he thought. Most talents would not have much problem doing the first slice, and it would take some time and effort for them to do the second, from the third and on. However, They needed talent and knowledge as well as more time and training. In his current condition, Angor would need a long time on the third slice. Days and nights passed. Angor spent all his time in a loop between two conditions: brain exhaustion and lying unconsciously. When he looked into his mirror, he thought he was looking at someone else. One day, Toby even picked out a string of white hair from the back of his head, which further proved that Angor stressed his brain too much. However, Angor did not want to stop his extreme way of training. He could feel that he was making progress every day. Stopping here meant giving up his hard-earned momentum, which could possibly slow down his further training. The training did a lot of damage to his health. True, but it was not all about bad things. Apart from making progress, Angor sensed that his logical thinking and mental arithmetic abilities had developed to an amazing level. For many complicated calculations which required time to work out before, now he only needed to glance at them briefly to instantly figure out the answer in his brain. Not many people in this world could work out calculations at such a speed. If John was here, he would also be shocked at how much Angor had grown. The month of looming frost had entered its second half. The first day, the second, and now, the fifth. The calendar had turned to a new page, declaring the arrival of the month of freezing earth. When it was the second half of the month of freezing earth, Angor received a message from Salem that the boy was now successful in controlling his spirit power. Nausicaa also found her spirit power and began her second step on the way toward being supernatural. Good news from his friends gave Angor both joy and the enthusiasm to work hard. Half a month ago, Angor could only keep his mind overdrive status up for 5 minutes before falling unconscious on the ground. Now, he could do it for half an hour while maintaining his top condition. The third surface had to intersect with the previous two, thus calling for several times more calculations than before. Angor had to be extremely careful when choosing the 3 coordinates for this surface. He worked out a vague location for the first coordinate on the 10th day of the first half of the month of freezing earth, and still needed more time to work out the exact numbers. The world welcomed the month of frost. Following Orlando, Salem was the second one who successfully generated mana pool in his body and declared himself a supernatural, officially becoming an apprentice wizard. Next, Nausicaa joined them as another level 1 apprentice thanks to her great effort. On that day, she and Salem came to the apprentice town to tell Angor about the good news and to reunite with their friend. When they heard that Angor still did not become an apprentice yet, Salem felt a bit worried. When leaving Angor's house, Salem mumbled in a small voice, "When my professor taught me about the slow spell, Mr. Ness came and talked about Hookik with Kaler. Mr. Ness was very satisfied with Hookik's progress, and he would take Hookik to accept baptism at somewhere called Soul Soil. I guess Hookik is now an apprentice too, considering that man. If he heard about how Angor hasn't broken through yet, I'm afraid he'll do something stupid." Salem was worried. With Sunders behind Angor's back, Hookik did not dare to attack Angor openly, but he could order someone else to do it. Angor was immortal now, without spells to protect him or fend off attackers. Even someone with raw muscle strength could harm Angor easily. Nausicaa heard him and put a hand on the dueling sword on her waist. She said, "You'll try to come here often and look after the place. I can accept some quests from the quest hall along the way, so I can protect Angor while earning merit points. Besides, I sure need some battle experience." After Salem and Nausicaa left, Alba appeared under a tree not far away. The man was leaning against the tree with the copy of Circular Cut channeling in his hand. He was not reading the book. His eyes were glimmering with intelligence. Instead of returning to the caves, he walked into the depth of Apprentice Town. Angor did not know any of these while he was in his villa. He had been focusing on his work on determining the first coordinate for the third surface. After going over sleepless effort for 2 months, the first coordinate was just around the corner of his mind. In the middle of a dark night, someone let out an overjoyed yell inside Angor's house, which caused a shadowy figure beside the river to look up. However, the figure quickly returned to reading his book again, using an oil lamp nearby. Naturally, it was Angor who just yelled in his house. On the last day of the first half of the month of freezing earth, Angor finally found out the first coordinate of the third surface. Further calculations proved that the answer was correct. This meant he was one step closer to his final result. Angor enjoyed one night of good sleep, which he missed for a long time. His good mood persisted onto the second day. The sound of a bird chirping came from his attic in the early morning. And it was a duet too. Toby was probably playing with the echo flower again. Thinking about how he had been disregarding Toby for 2 months now, Angor felt a bit ashamed. He promised Toby deep-sea fish slices before, and he had not fulfilled his words. Well, with another achievement done, Angor decided to give himself a day off and took Toby to the marketplace. He needed to get some cooked food as well. Any more fast food and he would throw up. Angor aimed for the ordinary market run by common folks. The underground market asked for merit points and magic crystals, and Angor did not have much of those. He had to save up. Toby chose to wear a fisherman costume which came with a bamboo hat with a wide brim. It looked both funny and adorable on the bird. Angor's steps sprung because of his good mood. He still had a lot of gold coins on him. This place was far from the sea, so the deep-sea fish product was very expensive. Angor did not mind the price though. He paid 2 large pouches of coins without much thought. Seeing its new snacks, Toby hopped on Angor's shoulder anxiously to urge Angor to hurry up, so that it could get back sooner and enjoy the delicious fish. Angor paid a young man 2 copper pieces to help him carry the food sack back. Then he went to Sweet Milk again to buy some milk pastries as a reward for himself. After having enough at the market, Angor slowly strolled toward his villa. Angor saw the young man earlier in front of his door waiting for him while carrying the fish sack. The runes on the fences would not allow strangers to go inside without the owner's permission. Angor quickly stepped up so that the young man did not have to wait for too long. The man only gave Angor a bright smile in return. While exchanging courtesy, Angor turned around to unlock the entrance. As Angor turned his back, the young man suddenly changed his expression into a cold sneer mixed with complicated emotions. When Angor was not looking, he revealed a cruel grin. Talent. Huh, so what? You still gonna get killed? With a swish, the young man took out a dagger hidden on his waist. The weapon shined with a silver glimmer like a clean mirror, suggesting its extreme sharpness. Without hesitating, the young man stabbed at Angor's back. As a monster, Toby was a lot more cautious to its surroundings compared to Angor. When the young man revealed his weapon, the metal noise and a faint smell of blood on the blade both warned Toby of approaching danger. Toby turned around and quickly saw the dagger going for Angor's heart. He did not have the time to warn his master now. Toby launched itself from Angor's shoulder and dashed out like a flying arrow. Talons revealed. Common people could not catch Toby's speed when the bird decided to go all out. The bird did not go for the young man's vital spot because killing him would not guarantee that his dagger could be stopped. Toby's target was the man's hand. Sharp talons slashed through the young man's wrist like knives. He screamed in pain. However, it seemed that he was trained to bear such experience, and he quickly maintained his focus. Instead of stopping, the young man's dagger-wielding hand went for Angor's back even faster. Toby's heart was on edge. If he did not do something quickly, Angor would be injured badly. Or worse. But as a small bird, there was not much he could do now. Suddenly, a bulky figure dashed between Angor and the young man. The figure grabbed the dagger in a blink of an eye. Blood came spilling out from the figure's palm. The attacker tried to look at the intruder. Before he could get a good look, a hairy knee hit his face and sent him flying. The mighty force threw him away in a perfect curve in the air. He landed on the ground several meters away and coughed up blood. Next, a dueling sword created a silver trace in the air and pointed against his neck. Angor found himself pushed aside forcefully by someone. He struggled a little to maintain balance. When he realized the snack sack in his hand was safe, he sighed in relief and turned around to check out what just happened, only to find 2 more people in front of him. Balba was standing beside him with a cold expression. The man's palm was bleeding. Nausicaa, in her soft and elegant armor, pointed her dueling sword against the delivery man's throat. She was also showing a violent look. Meanwhile, Toby was circling in the air with blood dripping down his talons. What the? Angor was completely puzzled. What was going on? He was just trying to unlock the door. 1 second later, some kind of big crisis came about. Chapter 145 After the Incident. Chapter 145 After the Incident. Inside Angor's guest hall, Balba applied some ointment made by Angor on his palm. He always maintained a calm expression. Even the strong alcohol on his open wound did not make him flinch in the least. With the medicine in place, Balba bandaged his hand up. Angor offered to help with his treatment, but Balba did not let him. "Thank you so much. If not for your arrival, it'd have been unpredictable," said Angor as he thanked Balba sincerely. Balba did not mind it at all. "It's nothing. Consider it repaying your favor." Balba had been protecting Salem and Nausicaa as requested by Angor. However, Nausicaa was not weaker than him, so he basically had nothing to do around those two people. Now, he was glad that he repaid Angor by saving Angor's life. The man was never someone good at talking. Balba stayed silent afterward. Angor was still terrified at the previous incident. As he said, he would have been dead without Balba to save him. Even if Balba said it was to repay his favor, Angor did not feel any less thankful. Click. Nausicaa, dressed in her usual soft armor, opened the door and stepped into the guest hall. "He's dead. Ended his own life. There's poison hidden in his mouth. Probably a killer sent by an organization. But I'm sure he's immortal." When Angor fetched medicine for Balba, Nausicaa stayed outside to interrogate the attacker. "He didn't spill anything about who hired him, but we can take a safe guess that Hookik is the one behind this." Angor nodded. Ever since he left his home, Hookik and Fossa were the only people who had grudge against him. But Fossa was not hostile to the extent of hiring a killer yet. So Hookik was the most possible answer. "Hookik can't take you on openly, so he only used such petty tricks," said Nausicaa. She looked calm as she continued. "If he has other choices, he would not go so low as to hire a mortal to kill you." Hookik's wicked image appeared in Angor's mind. After visiting Twilight Town, Angor always avoided as much trouble as he could, and Hookik did not do anything special either, apart from giving him malevolent stares behind his back. This was why when Angor moved away from the underground caves, he let down his guard. He totally did not expect Hookik to suddenly do such a thing. Angor grimaced. He could not possibly spend all of his days worrying about Hookik. As long as that man was alive, troubles would keep coming. Salem said that Hookik's mentor is going to take him to some place called Soul Soil to accept baptism. I don't know what that is, but with Hookik's soul-related talent, he'll only get stronger, said Nausicaa. She continued, "I suggest that you stay put for now. Once you become a supernatural being, Hookik will no longer find mortals to trouble you. And even if he finds an apprentice to help him, his helper won't dare to do anything against Sunders." Angor understood what she meant. He already planned to stay indoors until he made a breakthrough. Now he further believed that he had to become stronger in order to survive. "Okay. I'll get to my training as much as I can," Angor replied. "This house has protection spells, so no one can break in. Thank you again for your help." Nausicaa winked at him charmingly. "I accepted a quest called Maintain Safety in Apprentice Town 8. I'm just earning some merit points along the way." Angor was sure that Nausicaa took that quest to help him, but he did not say it out loud. He silently told himself to repay Nausicaa's kindness in the future. Nausicaa left while carrying the assailant's corpse away as well. Balba also bid Angor goodbye. The giant villa regained its tranquility. Angor repeated Hookik's name in his mind again. His eyes glimmered with realization. Nausicaa took the corpse to the other side of the river and found an open space in the woods to burn it up. She watched as the body turned into ash. However, in her mind, she was thinking about Angor again. The boy helped her find spirit power by giving her a piece of advice. By that time, Angor already reached the step to control his spirit power. Now Nausicaa had succeeded, but Angor did not make any further progress ever since. When she established a basic structure of her spirit model, triggered her mana pool, and finally became a level 1 apprentice, Angor still did not achieve anything else. She was wondering why. Building a spirit model was not a difficult task. She asked many apprentices about it, and none of them was stuck in this step. So why was Angor having trouble? The other day, when Nausicaa was studying from her mentor Fantes, she unintentionally mentioned Angor's name. Instead of being surprised at her question, Fantace only said one thing in a plain tone. Sunders found himself a decent student. Was there some kind of secret behind all this? Or was there something wrong with Angor's channeling method? Nausicaa did not tell anyone that she had been pursuing immortality. When she became the king of Blackberry Waters, she no longer had to worry about finding enough fortune to enjoy a luxurious life. Treasures and hundreds of fleets under her command gave her both money and power. However, she gave up her superior life, which was thirsted by most people, and chose to come to the unpredictable wizard world. Because she wanted immortality, she had the best chance of finding it here. Only powerful wizards could achieve something like that. Nausicaa clearly knew that she had to build a good foundation and worked her way up based on it. That was why she chose which channeling method to use very carefully. She only proceeded with each step on the condition that she had fully mastered the previous one. However, different channeling methods were divided by their different classes. Did that mean she was also in a different class than others? Nausicaa wanted to go back and ask Angor whether channeling methods affected the classes of their users. But she held her urge back. She was afraid that the question would trouble Angor too much. She looked up and saw a lump of cloud floating by. Maybe I can find something in Cloud Library. The corpse was still burning. Yet Nausicaa could not wait. She glanced at the remaining bones and went for Cloud Library without further hesitation. The fire did not die yet. Hot air carried the smell of burning flesh, causing the grass around the area to waver. A shadowy figure suddenly appeared beside the corpse. Before walking away, the figure silently watched as the body became ash to fertilize the earth. In a path under the cave field, a mortal walked in one direction while carrying a dish of hot food in his hands. The apprentices that were passing by did not react upon seeing this mortal. There were restaurants down here that were run by mortal businessmen, and many restaurants provided delivery services. Thud, thud, thud. The mortal knocked on one of the doors. Who is it? Your food, sir. From Pineapple Shell Restaurant. The door opened up and revealed a bulky man inside the room. The mortal handed over the food dish with a bright smile and left right away. The bulky man closed the door when someone else spoke in the room. Laugh it. I ate too little this noon. I really want some. The voice sounded slow and peaceful. A pockmark-faced young man approached the bulky man and checked the food dish. Then he revealed the word sand with his lips. The peaceful voice raised a pitch as he said, Laugh it. I want some sandwich. Man, I'm so hungry. Hookik was the bulky man, and Fossa just yelled for sandwiches. Fossa's helper, the pockmark boy, was Laffit. Hookik rolled his eyes at Fossa and complained in his mind. That big mouth. Thank God there's no one else here, or the bastard would totally ruin my image. He took a sandwich from the dish and tossed it to Fossa. Then Hookik revealed a concealed layer in the dish and found a note inside. Fossa took his sandwich. He was completely oblivious of Hookik's angered attitude. He also noticed Hookik's note. But the fatty was too busy munching his sandwich. So he glanced at Laffit. Laffit nodded in acknowledgement and pretended to be surprised. Hey boss. Why is there a note in your food? Some woman fell in love with you and offered to spend a night together. Hookik humphed. Quit it. This is a message from the Pollock family. What the heck is the Pollock family? Fossa and Laffit wondered. It's a mortal family run by a bunch of hitmen, said Hookik as he gave them a brief explanation. Hitman family boss. Why are you contacting hitmen? Laffit looked puzzled. Hookik revealed a hateful expression. To kill that arrogant little bastard. You fool. He didn't register as an apprentice yet. So I can know. Hee. Of course. Fossa and Laffit knew who was this arrogant little bastard. They all thought about Angor, who completely stole Hookik's golden poster display back in the resource distribution hall. They both followed Hookik's example and kept giving Angor angry stares. But they were only doing so to satisfy Hookik's ego. On the inside, they preferred not to offend Angor too much. Laffit took a step back when thinking about Angor's scary mentor. Fossa was a little mad at Angor because of the incident with Melaner. But when he heard that Angor rejected Melaner's attempt without a second thought, Fossa felt better. Just like Laffit, Fossa did not wish to become the enemy of someone with a promising future, even if Angor was not an apprentice yet. Fossa and Laffit exchanged a look and made sure they understood each other. After reading the note, Hooktick appeared to be disappointed a little. He slammed the paper on the ground. Laffat picked it up to read it. Mission failed. 1 male and 1 female were protecting the target. Hitman killed in action. The note also described the protectors in details. Nausicaa and Balba. Laffat muttered. Yeah. Them. They ruined my plan. Damn it all. Hooktick was frustrated. But he quickly brightened up and laughed. I know the kid was hard to kill. I'm only trying to put pressure on him. I guess he wet his pants and will never dare to step out his door again. Ha! Still now I know that bitch is helping him. Even Balba is on his side. Hooktick curled his lips. He was not afraid of these two people at all. Unlike Angor, they did not have anyone to support them. Hooktick was going to receive a soul baptism soon. Once he was back, he was going to eliminate anyone who opposed him, one by one. Chapter 146 Sorcerer's Garden of Purification. Chapter 146 Sorcerer's Garden of Purification. Phantom Island. Outside the locked-up area of Sorcerer's Garden, a silver-haired old man wielded an alchemy cane and placed various prepared materials inside the alchemy array drawn underground. His mana flowed in the alchemy attempt, causing changes in every element around the place. Under the old man's work, the Sorcerer's Garden slowly materialized and began to release an ancient aura. Sunder stood behind the old man in a polite manner. As far as strength was considered, the old man was weaker than him. However, as a master alchemist from floating Mech City, Moon Silver Cusino fully deserved respect. There were very few master alchemists in the south. Cusino had existed longer than Jelil. His title Moon Silver did not sound so powerful compared to Jelil the Mithril Innovator. However, in actual fact, Cusino was previously called the Moon Silver Dominator for his absolute mastery at manipulating an alchemy material called the Moon Silver. Later, the old man thought this title was a mouthful, so he changed it to Moon Silver instead. Cusino, a master alchemist, who came to help Sunders build his Sorcerer's Garden at the cost of a great fortune. The garden already began to take shape after 2 months of effort. Something vague could now be seen in there across the occasional openings on the misty barrier. Sunders had really high hopes toward his Sorcerer's Garden. He wondered what kind of law would come into being to prevent random stragglers from peeking into his secret. He had been guarding the construction point day and night. As Sunders watched Cusino doing his job carefully, Butler Good approached him on hurried steps and whispered something. Master Cusino, I need to leave for a moment to deal with something, said Sunders. He frowned upon hearing Good's report. Without lifting his concentration from the Sorcerer's Garden, Cusino waved a hand in acknowledgement. When they were at somewhere quiet, Sunders asked Good in a low voice. Someone tried to assassinate Angor. Good nodded. Yes, sir, but everything is fine for now. Someone has been protecting him. I already sent my phantom servants to look into the matter. It seems the culprit is Mr. Ness' apprentice. Ness student Sunders remembered someone. Back on the Savage. That man did provoke Angor multiple times. Sir, should I tell Mr. Ness about it? Good asked. Sunders waved the hand and said, No, nothing serious. As my student, Angor should be able to deal with such things himself. Good bowed and prepared to leave. One moment. How is Angor's training? Sunders called Good back. Good recalled reading the report he received from his men. It appears he has not constructed a spirit model yet. Sunders chuckled. Looks like the kid is still fumbling over the 36 dimension allocator. 1. This long-lost, precise locating method could easily entice a lot of crazy scholars. Sunders himself had also been researching this method, and with his mental abilities, he only figured out the second coordinate of the third surface. To complete all 7 surfaces, the man believed he needed at least another 10 years. People had different minds, and what he found out could not be used on Angor. The boy had to calculate his own coordinates to perfect singularity dispersive meditation. But considering Angor's current situation, the boy would need way more time, which meant he would miss his best age for training. Sunders did not wish for Angor to waste his time over this matter. However, since Sunders was the one who asked Angor to retrieve the book, he did not want to be the one to stop Angor from learning it or tell him to choose another locator method. Although in such a situation, Using another method to build a flawed singularity model could prove to be a better choice. Sunders could not tell this to Angor openly, so he only advised the boy to do so in the notes. After some consideration, Sunders spoke to Good again. Go and tell Angor that the Sorcerer's Garden in Floating Mech City will become open to the public 1 year later, but participants must reach the top level of any sky tower. The law of that garden is purification, which improves one's chance of becoming a wizard. I'll go to Mr. Pat right now, said Good as he nodded. Go then. Sunders knew that Angor was eager to get stronger, so he hoped he could use this piece of information to urge Angor. Hopefully, it would force the boy to choose another locator method. Angor received Good's message in the evening of the same day. After seeing Good away, Angor fell into silence. A law of purification which increased his chance of becoming a wizard that sounded so nice. Any apprentice would pursue such a chance like crazy. Same for Angor. According to Good, the information had not been announced to the public yet. It was planned to be declared half a year later. Angor could already imagine what would happen by that time. Every sky tower would be filled with bloodthirsty challengers. His best bet was to reach the top level of a sky tower within half a year, so he could avoid getting dragged into the madness when everyone heard about it. Yet doing so in half a year was no easy task, considering the rules of Sky Tower. If Angor wanted to triumph as fast as possible, he had to defeat everyone quickly by using raw power and gained levels instead of waiting for the end of each season. That was too difficult for Angor now. Challengers in Sky Towers were usually level 1 and level 2 apprentices. And still, they were not someone Angor could defeat. Heck, Angor was still a mortal now. There was little hope he could grow strong enough in half a year to the extent that he could easily beat down level 2 apprentices. Generally speaking, only the elites among level 2 apprentices could reach the top level and become qualified to challenge the Tower of Infinity. Most of the challengers who challenged Tower of Infinity were level 3 apprentices who were able to display amazing battles before becoming wizards. For example, Nausicaa's mentor, Fantes Kaneda, once reached the 100th level of Tower of Infinity as a level 3 apprentice. Although that was not something Angor should think about now. His current goal was to get to the top level of a sky tower before the message regarding the Sorcerer's Garden was made known to the public. But how could someone with zero combat experience fight with the other apprentices in half a year? Angor could only keep the idea in his mind for now. He had to open up the third surface. Once that happened, he could use the computing capacities of the tablet to work out further results fast. He had to use the 36-dimensional locator in order to build a perfect singularity dispersive model. Angor already realized what Good's message meant. And of course, it was Sunders' idea. Yet Angor did not take the message to his heart at all. For Sunders did not know the boy could cheat with his tablet. The law of purification in the Sorcerer's Garden in Floating Mech City, and a perfect singularity dispersive model if he had to choose one. Angor preferred the latter. However, as long as he could find enough time, he would challenge both. People should not get too greedy, but they should at least had some dreams. Angor cleared his mind and continued working on the coordinates of the third surface. He decided that if he managed to build a perfect model, he would act crazy for once and go for the Sky Tower. The third slice required another 3 coordinates. After 2 months' worth of effort, Angor successfully found the first one. 2 remained. 2 coordinates that required his full attention. Angor was in his mind overdrive state again. Currents of data flow tested the limits of the boy's mind continuously. Half an hour later, Angor fainted on the floor. He woke up later and resumed his mind overdrive again. Angor did not intend to rest at all. He devoted every single waking second in his calculations. Even when he was eating or dumping, data still flowed in front of his eyes without pausing. Time flew by rapidly. His limit of using mind overdrive increased to 1 hour, thus doubling his efficiency. The second coordinate was figured out by Angor after another month. The world had welcomed a new year and entered the month of resuscitation. When checking his calendar unintentionally, Angor noticed he missed his birthday in month of freezing earth. He had turned 15 without realizing it. The boy did not mind much. This was not Pat Manor, where his brother and his mentor would celebrate for him. No one in this strange Fey continent knew or cared about his birthday. As the month of resuscitation approached the end, Angor finally gained the third coordinate. He used his spirit power as a blade, and made the third slash, bringing a flash of light in his mind. Getting a feel of the three shining surfaces in his mind space, Angor smiled in content. He had exhausted his spirit. Instead of falling asleep, he pushed on and recorded the information of the three surfaces into his hologram tablet. Combined with everything he worked out so far, Angor ordered the system to calculate the remaining 4 surfaces on its own. After typing everything he needed on the keyboard, a message popped up on the desktop beginning calculation. Estimated time 504 hours 43 minutes 51 seconds. Angor sighed in relief when he saw the countdown decreasing slowly but steadily. 21 days. Even with the hologram tablet's superior computing, he still needed 21 days. A human brain would probably need forever. No wonder the locator method was lost in history. No apprentices had so much time in their lives to waste on. Angor stretched himself and left the hologram to its own job. He went back to his bedroom to sleep. The boy had not been using a soft bed in months, and he felt a bit uncomfortable when finally doing so. But his spirit was too fatigued to mind such a thing. Soon, the boy fell into a sweet slumber. Chapter 147 Future Plans. Chapter 147 Future Plans. Maybe the completion of the third surface removed a giant burden from Angor's mind as he was able to sleep deeper than ever. When he finally woke up on his own, 2 days already passed. Angor spaced out on his bed for half an hour as he enjoyed his refreshed and loosened spirit until he smelled sour sweat coming off his own body. He slowly climbed off his bed to get some hot bath water. A well-needed bath refreshed his body further. Angor returned to the soundproof room and saw the hologram tablet working on the results at full speed. He left the device aside and began meditating. When his meditation was done, Angor no longer knew what to do. He leaned against a wall and decided to arrange his plans for the coming future. He divided his plans into 3 phases according to his current goals, his available time, and how distant the goals were. The farthest goal was, naturally, pursuing truth and self-realization. Angor wished he could walk as far as possible down the path of wizardry. This was the most distant goal, not something he should worry about now. The next one was his 5-year promise of saving his mentor, John, and an agreement with Mara. John was his biggest reason for working so hard right now. 5 years could instantly pass by in the eyes of wizards. Angor had so little time to save John, but he was not completely hopeless. At least he had a clue on how to save his teacher now. The reason as to the root of John's condition was being expelled by the world's consciousness. So the first question was, how to make the world's consciousness accept an otherworldly visitor. Angor did not dare to ask Sunders about it. Sunders was wise enough to see through his ideas. If Sunders found out about John, which in turn attracted Supreme Cult and Recover, it would be troublesome. He had to gather information in these 5 years and solve this problem on his own. He needed to keep working on it as well as seeking knowledge from specific sources. If he could not find an answer in 5 years, he could use the money he saved to buy another ice coffin of healing scroll. That would give John another 5 years to live. So this goal was not really urgent. As for his agreement with Mara, it would depend on the situation. Mara used an ice coffin of healing scroll to win a promise from Angor that once Angor became a level 2 apprentice, he had to accompany Mara to explore some ruins. Angor was confident that as long as he could build a perfect spirit model, he would be able to channel mana flow faster than anyone else, and strengthened his mana pool quickly, so becoming a level 2 apprentice was not hard. However, Mara never gave him a time limit, which meant even if Angor made it to level 2 apprentice, he did not need to hurry his way to the White Coral Floating Island Academy to fulfill his promise. In the end, Angor decided to place his agreement with Mara behind John's matter. With the relatively distant goals set, Angor proceeded to think about his recent development, building spirit model, creating mana pool, and breaking through into the state of an apprentice was surely his foremost task for now. Apart from this though, he now had another wild hope, which was the Sorcerer's Garden in Floating Mech City as mentioned by Good. To walk down the path of wizardry was a big talk for him now. But Angor had hope in it. Nobody knew what would actually jump out from the Pandora's box anyway. Anything was possible. But still he had to become an apprentice first. According to Good, the Sorcerer's Garden in Floating Mech City could use its purification law to enhance one's probability of becoming a wizard, even if it only brought another 0.1 success rate. Angor would not want to miss it. However, this was too difficult a task for Angor. To reach the top level of a sky tower in a short time, this seemed impossible. Among apprentices of the same class, bloodline apprentices usually were more powerful. Under the certain rules in the arenas of Sky Tower, a powerful bloodline wizard such as Grass Snail Fantace battled his way all the way to the 100th level of Tower of Infinity. Even if Angor became an apprentice and learned several cantrips, he would not do well against bloodline apprentices. For now, Angor placed this goal somewhere deep down in his mind. With future plans set, Angor was left with nothing else to do. He wanted to read some books recorded on the tablet, yet he was afraid that by opening the documents, it would affect the device's computing efficiency. In the end, he gave up the idea. Better safe than sorry. With nothing to read, nothing to train on, Angor simply decided to give himself several days off and take it easy. He would avoid thinking about bad things and bad characters during his holidays. Anger and frustration would not do him any good, so he might as well maintain a plain mindset and focused on improving himself. In the next days, Angor spent his time doing random things such as singing, handwriting practice, and doing miscellaneous tricks he learned from John. Sometimes he played with Toby, and when he felt tired, the boy simply lied on an armchair on the balcony, crossed his legs up to enjoy the gentle breeze while thinking about his colorful past life. Angor was unaware that everything he did was recorded by a phantom servant down to every detail. The servant passed the information to Good, who in turn told it to Sunders. Sunders was quite agitated when watching Angor's behaviors from a crystal ball. The man cared about Angor and intentionally ordered Good to advise the boy in an implicit way to give up the 36-dimensional locator. But Angor did this in response. The boy might be staying indoors all day to avoid assassination. If so, he would be no different from a spoiled rich kid. Sunders would not mind if Angor relaxed like that for a day or two. But according to the reports of the phantom servant, Angor had been like this for 2 weeks. Wearing a cold look, Sunders released an aura of anger to the outside. Good had been serving the man for more than a century now, and he still trembled a little. Go tell Angor that he must turn into an apprentice within a month, or else he'll officially discontinue the relationship of being his mentor. Good clearly read the anguish hidden between the man's words. The butler bowed in acknowledgement and stepped away. Sunders looked at how Angor enjoyed himself in the crystal ball and revealed a frustrated expression at his disappointing student. The construction of Sorcerer's Garden was in its critical stage and he could not leave now. Or he would definitely go find Angor personally and lecture the kid for good. Apprentice Town 8. Angor's villa. Angor stood there, agape. He did not expect that his holiday decision attracted Sunders' grudge to the extent of losing his position as the man student. Mr. Pat. Master Sunders said so. Please do not let him down. Butler Good was completely covered in his black robe. His face was also hidden behind a mask. Still, Angor recognized the care and worry from his voice. Angor remained silent and shifted between several expressions. Surprise, puzzlement, helplessness. Good believed that the boy was struggling over his own mind as he thought about whether he should give up the locator method for real. So the butler did not interrupt Angor's consideration. A moment later, when Good saw Angor regaining a calm look, the butler thought Angor finally made up his mind. Did the boy choose another locator method? Or was he foolish enough to stick to his mistake? I understand. He'll break through and become an apprentice in a month. Angor replied. Good sighed in relief. Believing that Angor finally chose another locator method, the butler patted the boy's shoulder. With a smile, he spoke in a sincere tone. There's a reason why the 36-dimensional locator is lost in history. Master asked you to choose another method, but he would like you to stick to singularity dispersive model for you'll still do better than the other channeling methods. Don't push yourself too hard. With that, Good floated away with a satisfied smile. It took Angor some time to finally understood why good had come. So Professor thought he was simply idling away his time. That was why Sunders reminded him to choose another locator, and to achieve something equal. Angor could not really explain his plan. Could he tell Sunders that he cheated with his tablet, and that he would completely work out the 36-dimensional locator in a week? No way. Angor decided to withhold the information. Since Sunders already misunderstood his plans, he would keep it that way. Another locator or not, Angor would always build a singularity dispersive model. Once the model was established, even legendary wizards would not figure out how he did it or which locator method he used. The hologram tablet read 173 hours 33 minutes 27 seconds. Just a little more than a week. Now that he knew a phantom servant was watching him, Angor no longer dared to show himself on the balcony or in the garden. But he could not just shut himself in his house with nothing to do either. In the end, he just found a book and pretended to be studying on the balcony. Meanwhile, his mind was actually running wild. His eyes, which were blocked by some of his hair, were not concentrating on the book at all. Sunders was quite content when he heard that Angor decided to choose another locator. From an image sent by Good, Angor was studying diligently on his balcony. Sunders no longer paid attention to Angor since then. The man believed that with the boy's superior talent, and with a better approach, 1 month was more than enough for Angor to become an apprentice. The clock on the wall bid farewell to another 2 hours. Today, the tree spirit seemed to be in a good mood. The giant leaf covering Apprentice Town 8 had moved away. Gentle sunlight covered the entire place, coating the town in a golden aura. Angor moved a silver bench under the mistletoe tree. He planned to take a nap under the sun while still pretending to be reading. Before he could fall asleep though, noises came from the entrance. Chapter 148 Meeting Dave Again. Chapter 148 Meeting Dave Again. Angor looked toward his door and saw someone with an antenna helmet sneaking around the garden fence. The fences were pretty high, so the helmet was the only thing he saw. But it was enough for Angor to recognize the visitor. Dave. Angor leaned against the fence and greeted the person outside in a slouchy manner. It was indeed Dave. Most of his face was still covered by the pair of giant brown goggles. But Angor would not mistake his clothing and body shape. Dave removed his goggles and let out a silly chuckle. "What brings you here?" asked Angor. He was still leaning against the fence, and he did not intend to open the door yet. Dave touched the brim of his hair and mumbled something with his head lowered. "What is that? I can't hear you," Angor said. Dave looked up and revealed a flattering smile. "Angor, I want to ask something." Angor squinted and turned a bit cautious as he asked, "And what do you need?" With a bit of embarrassment, Dave took out a familiar object from his side pouch. Cross-shaped propellers. Threaded stick. Simple design. It was exactly the propeller flying machine. Flawed flying machine. Angor. Roman 2 redesigned it. And, I hope little Toby can help me test it again, said Dave as he blinked his innocent eyes and looked really hopeful. Angor smiled. Dave smiled back. The next second, Angor removed his smile and replaced it with a cold look. Then he waved a hand at Dave. "Goodbye, and have a safe trip." Dave's expression froze up. When he realized Angor was walking away already, he quickly yelled out, "Angor, one more chance. Please Toby sweetheart, help this big brother out." Angor returned to his bench under the tree, picked up his book, and kept enjoying the sun without paying attention to Dave screaming. The sun was so nice, although it was a bit noisy around here. Dave kept yelling. His voice sounded like crying now. Toby had been napping on the tree when Dave's terrible crying woke it up. The bird circled around in the air and landed on Angor's shoulder. Seeing his main test subject showing up, Dave screamed harder. Angor explained Dave's visit to Toby. The bird crossed its wings into an X and rejected without any hesitation. "Stop crying. And stop calling sweetie and such. For one, I don't trust your alchemy. And secondly, Toby doesn't want to help. I can't change Toby's mind for you." Angor spoke in a clear and plain tone, like wavering water in the summer lake, slowly triggering Dave's eardrums. "My propeller flyer MK2 is absolutely fine this time, and I added a turning device on it. Nothing will go wrong, Angor. Help me." Please I'll pay you, Toby. Sweetie, I beg of you, Dave screamed at the top of his lungs outside the door. Toby hesitated when he heard the word pay. Next, Toby waved its wings around at Angor and pointed to the attic. You mean? Yeah, I'll agree if Dave gives you another echo flower. Angor figured out Toby's body language. Toby quickly nodded. Since it could fly, the bird believed that it would be safe even if the machine failed. It was just a harmless test, and it could earn another echo flower out of it. So why not? Angor knew why Toby adored the flower after seeing the bird playing around it these days. Toby seemed to be extremely interested in sound, or rather, music. During Angor's days of training, Toby spent its days in the attic, trying to sound better. The bird did many experiments on how to make the echo flower respond to its beautiful chirping as well as to create a perfect duet. Angor remembered that there were a lot of songs from Earth that were recorded in the tablet. He decided that once the surface calculations were done, he would play the songs for Toby and it might improve the bird's sense of art. Since Toby agreed to the test, Angor did not protest. However, his own desire was way bigger than Toby's. A single echo flower would not win him over. Angor rolled his eyes and got an idea. Seeing Angor approaching the fence, Dave revealed his puppy eyes again. Angor sneered silently. Acting cute would not work here. I can agree. On 3 conditions. Either accept them or give up, said Angor as he crossed his arms and displayed a professional negotiator temperament. Dave gulped. He got the feeling that Angor was going to ask a lot. Dave was planning to catch an ordinary rabbit to test his flying machine. However, rabbits were too dumb to know how to control the machine. He spent 2 months trying to add a directional control function to his creation. It was not something a common beast could use. Only an intelligent monster like Toby could handle the job. Frankly speaking, it was the first time Dave saw such a small and weak monster with adult-level intelligence. What 3 conditions? Dave asked in a weak voice as if he would faint on the spot if Angor asked too much. First, I need information on the Sky Tower. Angor started from a relatively easy condition. He needed the information because he was aiming for the Sorcerer's Garden in Floating Mech City. Angor wondered if he could find an easier way to reach the top level of Sky Tower with Dave's help. Information on Sky Tower? That's no problem. To enter the battle, I mean, to help my friend enter the battle. I helped him gather some information before. I promise I can tell you anything. Dave relaxed a little upon hearing the first condition. Seemed like Angor's heart was just as innocent as his outside looks. Second, Toby is the one taking your test, so you must give Toby something in return, said Angor. With that, Toby came as well and landed on Angor's hair. Chest puffed up. Of course Dave hoped that Toby's heart was as pure as Angor. Angor pretended to be discussing the rewards with Toby. Then he turned back to Dave again. Toby said you must give it some echo flowers, said Angor. He used the word some and observed Dave's expression, trying to figure out his baseline. 1 echo flower cost 128 merit points, which was a little more than 1 magic crystal. Dave earned 5 magic crystals every month by working at Prom's alchemy shop. 1 flower meant 1/5 of his monthly gain. Dave revealed a hesitant look. He could accept the price of 1 echo flower or 2, but beyond that. 3. Toby said it wants 3. After checking Dave's expression, Angor determined a price. Too many. I only have 2 magic crystals each month. Dave put on a sad look. 3 echo flowers was an acceptable limit, but he would still try to bargain, and pretending to be poor was a good way. However, Angor did not mind his attempt at all. He simply watched Dave's display silently. In the end, Dave clenched his teeth and agreed upon the price while complaining about Toby's greed in his mind. Damn bird, why didn't it inherit any of Angor's good virtue? Toby had no idea that someone was cursing it. The bird was now quite joyful about how its master managed to earn 3 echo flowers instead of 1. Toby was imagining itself singing a quartet already. The third condition. Before Angor could finish, Dave tried to surrender first. He literally had tears around the corners of his eyes. Just so you know, I already gave you all my money for this month. Angor smiled at him gently. Don't worry, I don't need money. Dave felt cured by his bright smile. He removed his tears and waited for an answer with a passionate look. I'm planning to make my breakthrough into an apprentice in the coming days. Congratulations, but I heard that most talents in your term received posters and found professors. Aren't you a bit slow? Angor did not seem offended. Can't be helped. My talent is weak. Hearing these, Dave regarded Angor as a diligent young man who compensated his lacking talent with a strong mind. Dave quickly thought about himself. He also possessed an average talent. He was not at the last of the line yet, but it was still hard for him to make any progress. Angor's image in Dave's mind soon became favorable. Angor, you need anything? Just tell me. He'll help you as best as can, Dave said in excitement. Angor was puzzled at how Dave suddenly changed his attitude, but it seemed they did not stray away from the topic. So it was fine. Angor cleared his throat and said, I found a basic alchemy manual by chance, so I'm planning to study alchemy once I become an apprentice. My third condition is that you'll let me buy alchemy materials from you. Of course. I'll pay for them, but I hope you can give me average market prices. Angor never intended to ask big money. He only wanted a stable source of getting materials. As an assistant working at Prom's alchemy shop, Dave should have enough experience in such business. Compared with wandering around in the market as a noob, buying materials from Dave was definitely a better choice. Dave was not surprised at the third condition. Basic alchemy books were sold in many places. A good number of new apprentices wished to try out this rewarding subject and earn a fortune, but most of them would give up slowly because alchemy required too much talent. Dave looked at Angor and saw his own image. Back at the beginning, Dave also dived into alchemy with great passion. Now he only earned himself an average position. He was not powerful since he spent most of his time studying alchemy, and due to his moderate talent, he did not do a good job at alchemy either. Without anything to inherit, he only managed to create his first product, propeller flyer, after spending 5 years on the subject. And it was flawed too. Every time he thought about this, Dave only felt more weight added onto his heart. That's no problem. I can even resell some materials that the master doesn't need at their original prices, said Dave. He paused and revealed a worried look before he said, I should tell you that alchemy isn't easy. Angor smiled. It's okay. Just a small attempt will do. If I'm not talented, you'll just learn something else. Chapter 149 Test Fly and Questions. Chapter 149 Test Fly and Questions. Angor decided upon the 3 conditions after going over careful considerations. The test fly was not dangerous to Toby, so this was an easy favor. Angor never intended to go overboard. Still, asking too little would leave Dave an impression that asking Toby for help is too easy, which in turn encouraged Dave to return with some other strange products to test on Toby again. That was why Angor needed at least one condition which tested Dave's limits, to warn him not to go overboard with his requests. With these 3 conditions, Angor both told Dave when to give up and earn some profit out of them. Since Dave already agreed, Angor willingly opened the garden door and invited Dave inside. Dave looked around the delicate garden in jealousy. He had been in Brute Cavern for 5 years, and he still did not have enough money to rent a house. Thank heavens that Master Prom was generous enough to allow him to sleep in the underground shop, instead of living inside a narrow cave room. Dave was curious at how Angor could afford a standalone villa. Although he was not surprised by it at all, he already saw the insane amount of balance on Angor's bone card. Insane. Considering that Angor just joined Brute Cavern recently, maybe Angor had a really rich family. Dave took a guess that Angor could be the child of a big wizarding family. That was one possible reason why this new recruit possessed a large number of merit points. You want to do the test first, or should we talk about Sky Tower? Angor asked. Let's fly first, thinking about trying out his new invention. Dave quickly removed all random thoughts and focused on the propeller flyer in his hands. Aside from several extra wires which were used to control the machine's direction and flying height, the process was similar to last time. Toby could simply pull the wires with its beak to control the machine. After affixing the flyer onto Toby, Angor warned Toby right in front of Dave. When anything goes wrong, throw the machine straight away. I can't see your condition from the ground, so take care of yourself. Dave was a little sad at those words. He went through a lot of troubles fixing the flaws. He even asked Master Prom to check the flyer. Toby nodded and rubbed against Angor's hand affectionately. Then it hovered in front of Dave to let him charge the machine. As the machine received mana, the red light on the stick brightened. Under their gaze, the propeller began to spin, lifting Toby into the air. With the direction control device, Toby did an easy job keeping itself at a steady altitude this time. Do a barrel roll, Dave yelled in excitement. Toby glanced at Dave and slowly pulled on the wire near its beak to perform a spinning flyover, which caused Dave to jump in an overjoyed manner as if he was the one flying in the air. Angor began to admire Dave a bit. His propeller flyer actually worked. Considering the device's structure though, it was more like an alchemy machine. It used some special materials, but in general, it was of little use to wizards. However, this was still an amazing invention for a new alchemist. Toby landed safely, declaring that the test fly was a big success. Even though Dave had already expected the outcome, when he witnessed his masterpiece doing a perfect job, he still felt great excitement. He always regarded himself as an average alchemist and wanted to give up several times. Now his decision to walk down the path deepened. In fact, it was better than ever. The successful test presented Dave with great confidence. This was the first time he realized something from his dreams. And there were only more dreams to come. He hopped and laughed with tears of joy spilling all over. Angor thought about the great scientific products he read from the articles of Earth and was planning to comment on several drawbacks on the machine. However, when he looked at how Dave almost went crazy over his achievement, and how that extreme happiness affected himself as well, Angor decided to give Dave his sincere congratulation instead. The machine might be flawed and could not be universally distributed, but at least it gave hope to a fresh alchemist. Negative comments would ruin Dave's confidence, whereas words of praise would encourage him to achieve something better. The only one who was not satisfied with the flying machine was Toby. Unfortunately, the bird could not do anything to hurt Dave's confidence since he was unable to speak. They entered the house and sat down at a table. Dave had not gotten over his excitement. He kept telling Angor about all kinds of experiences he received when making the machine, and Angor willingly listened to him. The experience of a newbie was still experience. Angor was planning to study alchemy too, and anything could help. Dave kept talking until he felt a sore throat. Then he smiled embarrassingly. Sorry, I was too carried away. Almost forgot why I came in here. No problem. I understand. And I don't mind listening. I can learn something from you, said Angor. He went to the kitchen and got some water for Dave. When Angor returned, he saw Dave standing in front of his bedroom, admiring the traveler under stars hanging on the room's wall. This oil painting is a masterpiece, said Dave. He returned to his sofa and exclaimed, You drew that, it's beautiful. Angor shook his head and replied, Far from that. I received it from a famous mortal artist. Instead of asking the name of the mortal artist, Dave was curious about another thing. You mean, you can paint too? A little bit. I learned some when I was little, replied Angor. His father, Viscount Pat, bestowed traditional nobleman education to both sons, such as oil painting, calligraphy, instruments, art appreciation, and so on. Angor knew a little of each, but only a little. He would never compare himself to those masters who could inject deep emotions in their works. It's fine. It'll help you learn alchemy. The final effects of alchemy items are important, but a beautiful look also attracts people, Dave explained. He continued, Master Prome once said that true alchemists in ancient times must study arts, or they'd never produce perfect alchemy creations. Angor was speechless. An alchemist had to study art. He always believed that they could naturally craft perfect stuff, just like the artisans he read about in the novels from Earth. Most people don't pay attention to the appearance of their works as long as the products work as intended. For me, I really hope my creations look good as well, said Dave as he looked at his flying machine with a bit of disappointment. His first invention was totally a mess of parts mashed together. People could recognize it as a machine, and nothing else. Too bad I never learned how to do that. If I'm to go farther on the path of alchemy, maybe I should go to a mortal school to learn some art. There were lots of artists among wizards too. combined with their great life experience and longevity. Their arts were usually beyond common levels. While there was no way for Dave to receive teachings from someone like them, mortal academies only required a small sum of coins. Besides, after spending their entire lives pursuing art, many mortal artists had reached a great level too. You'll learn about such things once you started to study alchemy, said Dave before he gulped down some water. Let's talk about our deal. About Sky Tower, why do you ask though? Do you want to challenge it? I know every apprentice wants to do that. But you're not there yet. Isn't it a little too early for you? Angor simply told Dave he was making early preparations. Dave was not really convinced, but he did not ask further. There were many things about which Dave decided not to ask, such as which wizarding family Angor came from. I already told you about the matches in Sky Tower. What do you want to know? Something about major participants? I've gathered some information. If you want, you'll send it to your communicator once you've become an apprentice, Dave suggested. Different organizations used different communicators. In Brute Cavern, the device was a crystal ball which could be used to record images and transmit messages. It was only a low-leveled alchemy item crafted using lesser filming stones. The crystal ball had limited functions and controllability, and it only sent messages within really short ranges. Sometimes, people might even need to be near each other for it to work. Every talent who made it to apprentice could receive one of these in the resource distribution hall. Angor did not have one yet. I do want the information, but it's not urgent. So let's wait until I get a communicator, said Angor. He paused and revealed an embarrassing look before he asked, I want to know if, well, is there an easier way to reach the top level without going over too much trouble? Easy way without going over trouble. Dave tried to roll his eyes hard, but he resisted the urge. Oh, please tell me if there's really a way like that. I want to reach the top level too. They give you lots of magic crystals as a reward. Seriously, who doesn't want it? Angor lowered his head. So no way. Of course not. Duh, the Sky Tower tests your strength well, unless you're really rich. But if you're rich, why are you challenging the tower in the first place? Really rich? What do you mean? Angor wondered. The matches in Sky Tower don't have any restrictions on how you defeat your opponent. Let's say, if you can afford a lot of powerful scrolls, you can simply keep dumping them until you reach the top floor. That's totally not a problem, said Dave. He sneered, but those scrolls will cost you way more than the final reward, so there's no point. Besides, people will get really angry with you. Every match is held in public. Sure, you can use scrolls to deal with certain situations, but only shameless fools will try to beat every floor in that way. Chapter 150 finished countdown. Chapter 150 finished countdown. After seeing Dave off, Angor fell into his own thoughts. Shameless fools will use scrolls in every match. Angor thought about Dave's words. Shameless. If he had that kind of money, Angor would not mind turning into a shameless fool right away, which he could not. But Dave mentioned something else that Angor was interested in. The Sky Tower did not have any restrictions on how to defeat your opponent. No restrictions. That meant there were a lot of viable ways to win the matches. Poisoning someone before a match, or buying someone off, were all acceptable means. But they could not guarantee a final victory. Spamming magic scrolls, on the other hand, was safer. Yet scrolls were expensive. Angor tried to figure out whether there was something else that could do the trick in place of scrolls. This was a good line of thinking. After lunchtime, Dave delivered 3 echo flowers to Angor's place. Without tarrying, Angor placed the flowers to the attic and left them in Toby's care right away. Angor had barely stepped down the stairs when Toby began singing its quartet. Angor shook his head. It was a bit noisy, but Toby's voice was not terrible. However, Angor still needed a quiet environment. Thus, he hid in the soundproof room in the basement as he went through his memory, trying to find something to help him challenge the Sky Tower. In the evening, Angor got himself another unexpected visitor. Hey, Salem, what brought you here? Angor invited the boy inside with a smile. Salem looked a bit depressed. He tried to say something, but he did not know how. The boy's terrible reaction caused Angor to feel bad too. After bearing an embarrassing silence for a while, Angor decided to speak first. Just tell me if you've something to say. It's good for your health. Salem curled his lips and asked, Angor, how long will it take you to become an apprentice? That was unexpected. Salem and Nausicaa had always been good friends with him, so they usually did not ask each other private questions just to be polite and considerate. Angor did not hide his condition, but he was still curious about why Salem suddenly came to ask him this. He'll probably break through in several days. Why do you ask though? Salem seemed to be relieved at the answer. He took out a crystal ball from his pocket, somewhat hesitantly, and placed it in front of Angor. Look at this. Those bastards. Salem injected some mana into the crystal ball, causing it to give out light. Oh, good job, said Angor. He was never stingy when praising kids. It's nothing big. I just released some mana. You can do that too after you created your mana pool. However, Salem still revealed a tiny grin upon hearing Angor's compliment. The crystal ball showed a letter. A red wax seal was on the top left corner of the letter with the tiger totem printed on it. The letter was short. Angor read through it quickly. This was the general meaning following the rules of Brute Cavern. The one with the weakest strength and training progress among new recruits shall be officially named the disappointment of apprentices. The composer of this letter, suggests that the title is given to Angor Pat. Angor could not hold back a sneer. Who did this, he asked. How did you know? Salem looked surprised. Look at his ugly, kiddlevil handwriting. He messed up several characters too. Well, he was the only semi-illiterate fool in our year. No, Angor pointed at the obviously miswritten words. Yeah, Pukik wrote this. The tiger totem appears to be a symbol of belief of his previous tribe, said Salem. He looked agitated as he said, I saw the letter from Orlando. Orlando said Hookdick had distributed the letter to many people, including apprentices of the last term, and the term before the last. The coward can't face you head on, so he did this petty trick to ruin your name. Shoal, you came all the way here with a sad face just to tell me this. I'm not sad, I'm worried. Salem was a bit angry. You're fine with this. Angor only smiled and said, it's just my name, not like it's going to do any real damage to me. Angor thought about how he wanted to become shameless just not long ago. It's a rumor anyway. As I said, I'm going to break through real soon, so his rumor will become a lie, said Angor. But even Balba already became a level 1 apprentice. It's true you are the last one. Salem realized his words were a bit offending. He relaxed when he noticed Angor did not mind at all. The real challenge comes after you become an apprentice. Most people spent dozens of years getting stuck there while others only needed a short time to develop further, said Angor as he patted Salem's shoulder. Trust me, you, I, and Nausicaa are those who can break through faster. This letter will become a complete joke by then. With Angor's sweet talk, Salem looked reassured and put away his crystal ball. Oh, right. Miss Nausicaa kept accepting all kinds of quests to earn merit points. At first, she did safe jobs like patrolling, house cleaning, or helping out wizards with small tasks. But I saw her arranging her pack and grinding her weapon these days, so I think she's preparing for a quest away from here. It hasn't even been a year yet. Why is she working so hard? Maybe she has a good reason, just like Orlando. Angor commented. Salem said goodbye after some random chats. Before he left the villa, Angor considered something and spoke to Salem. Next time you run into Nausicaa, tell her to come. I want to tell her something. No problem. Salem agreed right away without asking why. Thanks. You come with her too. I'll tell something to both of you. When Salem left his view, Angor quickly grimaced. He acted plain and nonchalant in front of Salem, but Angor was really worried. Not about his name, but about the fact that someone was bothering him from behind his back. Hookik for the first time, Angor wanted someone to die. Time went by rapidly. Another 5 days passed. The countdown on the hologram tablet was now hour, 1 minute, 31 seconds. Angor locked up the door to the basement as well as the soundproof room door and waited for the countdown to finish. When the countdown reached 0, Angor was so tense that he grabbed his toes with great force. Calculation completed. Optimal coordinate data is as follows. Angor felt great joy upon seeing the 12 coordinates on the display. It only took him less than 4 months to acquire such results when wizards usually spent more than a decade. He did not work out the results by himself, but so what they would help him build a perfect model in the end, so the process did not matter. Angor felt too excited. Instead of starting his training right away, he chose to hunker down to calm himself before slicing up the remaining 4 surfaces. Although calming himself in such a situation was not easy, as he tried to suppress his joy, it only grew stronger. Angor simply gave up. He opened the entertainment folder in the tablet and looked for music, hoping to distract himself by enjoying some melody. He never looked at the music folder before. His knowledge about earth music only lied in several children's songs John used to sing to him, but the man was really bad at this. So Angor never managed to enjoy music from John. Angor was quite eager to see what kind of music the earth had to offer. After receiving the tablet, he had not gotten any chance to play music on the Redbud or on the Cloud Whale, and this was the first time he tried it out. There were a lot of subfolders in the music folder, either for music from different countries on Earth or for other classifications. Angor only wished to get some distraction, so he did not care what kind of music to pick. He chose a random folder and the title of a song drew his attention. City of Sky. It reminded him of the floating Mech City. Without further ado, Angor tapped the play button. The prelude of the song sounded like a stringed instrument, gentle and distant, but it was not plucking action, so there was nothing too harsh. Angor used to listen to the harp songs played by traveling bards. Those sounded good too. However, they often created sharp noises that irritated his eardrums, probably because the bards were not famous musicians. Angor was really satisfied with the prelude of the music. The interlude brought a beautiful piano melody combined with a slow and delicate string. Angor's eyes brightened up with the development of the melody. The music piece knew how to seize the hearts of its audiences as if it had magic. There were no strong emotions in the music, only a soft trend of a flowing river dipping at people's minds. Angor closed his eyes to enjoy the peaceful music. As the song proceeded, he could see the image of a giant city among the misty clouds in the blue sky. When the song ended, Angor slowly opened his eyes. It sounded so beautiful. Using his own sense of art, Angor would totally consider the song among the works of master musicians. It was such a pity that he could not watch anyone play the song in reality. After going over his train of thought, Angor was quite shocked to find out that his excitement had quieted down. That's a pleasant surprise. The Gajavan masterpiece helped him achieve his original goal. Since he was ready, Angor did not intend to wait any longer. He closed his eyes again and proceeded with his training. This time, he was going to open up all 36 sections in one attempt. Chapter 151 Axes of Universe and Primal Mana. Chapter 151 Axes of Universe and Primal Mana. The mind space was a place with boundless darkness. Mortals who never went through specific training would never realize this void. Bottomless space deep inside their minds. Inside this primal and endless chaos, 3 giant surfaces shined with brightness and displayed their existence. Suddenly, in the dark space away from these surfaces, 3 light spots that belonged to different quadrants, as well as vertical and horizontal axes, came into being. Like morning stars that repelled the night, the 3 stars shared an indistinct, unknown connection with the 3 surfaces. Even if they did not connect with each other, it could be felt that they possessed the same origin. As the 3 stars illuminated the darkness, a giant blade made of spirit power sliced through space as if it came from another dimension. The blade broke the 3 stars apart. The broken stars then slowly scattered and formed up a new surface as if they had their own consciousness. A 4th, shining surface now existed in the chaos. Like an endless loop, when the 4th surface pierced the sky, another 3 stars slowly rose and released an intense brightness. Soon, a blade from outside the space came once again and completely shattered them, creating the 5th surface in the chaos. Stars. Blade. The process repeated twice more, as the 7th star combination was shattered and gave birth to the 7th surface. The once tranquil and eternal mind space witnessed a drastic change. 7 surfaces. Some intersected with each other. Some were parallel, divided the chaos into 36 different sections. All these sections released a blinding light at the same time. When the light died down, the surfaces vanished, leaving countless broken lines behind. These broken lines kept blinking out of existence. When something was looking at them, they showed their shining forms in the mind space. In other times, they hid in the darkness. This was the ultimate form of the 36-dimensional locator, the axis of the universe. Angor slowly opened his eyes and revealed a grin around his lips. The coordinates worked out by the tablet helped him create the stars in his mind space. Combined with his spirit blade, 7 final surfaces were successfully made, giving birth to the axis of the universe. It meant Angor's effort during all these months paid off. The 36-dimensional locator, which was long lost, finally made its appearance in the world again. Now Angor only needed to slightly meditate to trigger the axis of the universe in his mind space. With the help of the axis, the entire chaotic mind space was quantified. Every abstract spot could now be represented by data and digits. The data were not absolutely correct, but according to singularity dispersive meditation, these data could be optimized relatively perfectly. A singularity dispersive model built in this way would achieve its original fitness level, and that was the best Angor could hope for. To make sure, Angor had to test out the locating capacity of these axes. He quickly took out his singularity dispersive meditation copy and found the page which gave instructions on how to build a spirit model. The first step was to create a singular point. This point was referred to as the point of all terminals by wizards. It meant the beginning and the end of the universe. A point that brought boundless imaginations and religious beliefs. Nobody knew if it really existed, or only resided in the imaginations of wizards. Or maybe it lied inside another dimension. The book used singularity in its title and used this point as the starting point of the spirit model. This meant the author of the book was extremely ambitious. What was more, the author's knowledge and insight were well deserved of such an ambition. An incomplete channeling method with a base fitness level of 30. This was way higher than the best channeling method used in Brute Cavern, Montaus octahedrite channeling. Even a mighty wizard like Sunders agreed that the book was absolutely best of the best in the entire southern region. All in all, a singular point was the foundation of the channeling method book, and the most critical step. If the axis of the universe could be used to locate a perfect singular point, then Angor could achieve great progress after all these months. The book used an entire page just listing the coordinates for the singular point. Angor carefully went through each decimal place to eliminate incorrect points on the axis. When Angor reached the end of the coordinates, he found an abstract spot in the endless space. So this is the singular point. He split his spirit concentration and began the calculation for a second time, only to reach the same spot again. This time, Angor was finally assured. Using his spirit power, he slowly created the starting point of the spirit model. When a sphere that gave out a faint light emerged, Angor had succeeded in building the initial state of his spirit model. Next, he had to prove whether this sphere was the rumored singular point. The book told him how. He just had to construct his first spirit power tunnel from the sphere and see the speed of the flow to determine whether the singular point was real or fake. Without tarrying, Angor immediately proceeded to the second step, building the spirit power tunnel. A spirit tunnel was the base unit that composed the spirit model. Every model consisted of multiple spirit tunnels. A model was like a building, with the starting point as its base, and the tunnels as its frames. A spirit tunnel also required a starting coordinate. Using the axis of the universe, Angor easily determined the first tunnel. From 0 to 1, the tunnel slowly emerged from the sphere and reached for the final destination. Once the tunnel was built, Angor would be able to start calculating the flow speed of spirit power and see if the singular point was successful. Angor did not know how much time he spent on connecting the first tunnel to its ending point. With the tunnel finally completed, his spirit model now looked like a lollipop, but with its stick pointing upward. There with the tunnel in place, Angor could not wait to test his spirit flow out. But before he could do that, a vortex-like black hole suddenly appeared on the top side of his mind space. And before he could react, a strange and wild energy flow came rushing out of the vortex. That's primal mana. Angor was shocked at the sight. He knew primal mana often showed itself when someone built their spirit models, but it only happened when the model approached its completion. Not at the beginning. The appearance of primal mana meant that Angor could now channel the mana into the spirit tunnel to initiate mana flow. The flow would remove the wild attribute from the primal mana, turning it into pure and controllable energy. And when he had enough mana, he could establish his mana pool. The mana pool was what made a talent into a supernatural. As Angor stayed dumbfounded, the primal mana kept lashing out from the vortex until it filled up the chaotic mind space. The wild nature of the energy quickly caused Angor's mind to become restless. The only way to solve this problem was to channel the energy into the spirit tunnel and purify it. However, Angor stared at the small stick on the spirit sphere and could not help cursing. How can I tame such primal mana with this small spirit tunnel? Angor felt powerless. Why did the primal mana show up now anyway? The early appearance could be difficult to deal with. More importantly, what was wrong with the vortex? It should be an entrance that connected with the outside. An apprentice could draw primal mana from nature when he or she meditated, and then they could slowly purify the mana and strengthen themselves. And usually, this vortex only provided a small string of energy. But now, Angor's vortex appeared like an opened gate on a river dam during a flood. By the time he realized what was going on, the primal mana already occupied his entire mind space. Was that how efficient singularity dispersive meditation was? The speed of drawing primal mana was downright scary. If he could establish a purification mana flow at the same speed, Angor would probably make breakthroughs like taking strolls in a park. Angor quickly shut off the vortex, but lots of primal mana was already troubling his mind space. If he did not deal with it soon, he would go crazy under its effect. With no other choices, Angor forced himself to calm down and channeled the primal mana into his tiny spirit tunnel. He believed that it would not take much time for the spirit sphere to be completely filled up by primal mana. To his surprise, when he channeled all the mana into the spirit tunnel, the sphere remained as it was. It was like dropping stones into a giant river. Everything calmed down. Nothing was left behind. The model can hold a big amount of mana. Angor realized what happened. A large capacity meant pure mana outcome, which in turn could amplify the spells he used. It deserved its name. One single tunnel can keep so much mana, Angor exclaimed in excitement. With the vortex shut off and all the primal mana being kept inside the sphere, Angor moved on to calculating the flow speed, and the result was exactly the one recorded in the book. Angor was finally relieved. The axis of the universe that he established was accurate, and the sphere was the real singular point. The first part of his spirit model was also correct. He made a good start on the long and unpredictable path of becoming a wizard. Chapter 152 A New Mana Pool. Chapter 152 A New Mana Pool. In the next 2 days, instead of working on other spirit tunnels, Angor reopened the vortex to draw more primal mana. He read about something in a wizard anecdote that building the mana pool earlier would make it easier to stabilize and prevent the mana from backfiring, which could also help him build a better spirit model. This was why Angor decided to establish his mana pool first before continuing with his spirit model construction. Besides, Sunders asked him to become an apprentice in a month, which was only a little more than 10 days away. He had to make it happen in order not to miss this deadline. On the third evening, after Angor created the singular point, he finally felt that the point was getting a bit filled. The singular point now looked several times bigger. Just as Angor was fearing that the sphere would explode on itself, it slowly shrank again while releasing an extremely pure mana flow back into his mind space. Unlike the gray, muddy-looking primal mana that he received from the vortex, the new mana flow was transparent. These two types of mana existed in harmony in his mind and never interfered with each other. After several more days, pure mana slowly built up in his mind and gathered around the singular point and eventually condensed into a strange shape that looked like a cocoon. This was the initial state of the mana pool, a magic cocoon. As long as he kept accumulating his mana, the cocoon would keep growing until it became a real mana pool. This would take time. Usually, an apprentice who meditated often could achieve that in a month. However, that was considering the use of a common channeling method. Angor was confident that with the conversion rate of the singularity dispersive model, he would totally satisfy Sunders' requirement. 2 days later, Angor looked at the shining sphere, which brightened up his mind like the sun and remained agape for a long time. He already knew how efficient singularity dispersive meditation was, compared to the other channeling methods. Yet he did not expect to actually build the mana pool in just 2 days by using only 5 strings of pure mana flows if he did not take the time to rest and eat. He would have done this within a day. This channeling method, long lost in history, not only allowed the drawing of primal mana at an insane speed, but it also purified primal mana more than 10 times faster than similar channeling methods. The small, bright sun was the foundation of being a wizard. The mana pool. It looked really small compared to the vast mind space. But its sense of presence was not small at all. When Angor began meditating, he could immediately feel the sun, which released intense energy. Angor stopped his training and sensed his mana pool with a blank emotion. Somehow, he wanted to cry. It had been a little more than a year plus 3 months since he departed from Pat Manor. He finally made a major achievement. Angor closed his eyes and thought about the very day when he left his home. Headmaid Mana stood against the sunlight with all house servants beside her as they waved goodbye. His mentor, John, who forced himself on his broken body, repeated his wise words to Angor again and again with an unchanged kindness in his eyes. And Angor's brother Leon, the very person who loved him most. Angor's memory stopped on Leon's figure. With his other hand on his chest, his brother was holding his decorated long sword toward the sky while chanting something. Angor clearly remembered every single detail shown in his memory. The long sword was a passed-down artifact of Pat family which symbolized the authority of the master. Leon's armor was a battle suit decorated with his family emblem. Also, he was chanting their family motto, "The fire in Lion's heart never dies." "The fire in Lion's heart never dies," Angor muttered along. He smiled and quickly removed unwanted distractions. He might not be able to protect his family forever, but as long as he was alive, the fire in Lion's heart would keep burning brightly. Now the mana pool was in place. Angor could be considered an apprentice wizard. Sunder's time limit was still a week away, so Angor did not report to his professor right away. The boy continued to construct spirit tunnels. He spent 5 days on 3 tunnels. When the 3 new tunnels were finished, the singular dispersive model surprised him again by purifying primal mana at an increased speed. According to his speculation, once he completed the spirit model, it would help him purify primal mana about 15 times faster than the other channeling methods. This way, his mana pool would grow quicker. The quality and size of one's mana pool were one of the standards that determine the class of a wizard. An apprentice only needed amount rather than quality, so at least Angor was sure he would develop a lot faster than the others during his training as an apprentice. 2 days. Sunder's 1-month deadline was only 2 days away. After making sure his mana pool was stable, and there would not be any backfire, Angor stepped out of his door with a sense of contentment. He took Toby with him this time. Angor warned Toby to watch out for anything suspicious around them. He was an apprentice now, but he had not learned any spells, so he must rely on Toby to protect him. It was unlikely that Hookik would hire assassins again, but better safe than sorry. Toby revealed a disdainful sneer upon hearing Angor's act of cowardice. However, the bird still hovered above Angor carefully, working as a responsible bodyguard. Angor boarded a sky bus and reached the falling cloud stop peacefully, but before going for the final destination, someone stopped him. Angor was still on the sky bridge toward the Phantom Island. It was only about 100 meters to the island now. 3 apprentices dressed in different styles stood before him. Their leader was a man in an unbuttoned brown leather jacket, without other inner clothes. His strong chest and abdomen muscles were exposed. One apprentice beside him was cloaked in a blanket-like robe. Angor saw Salem wearing the same robe before. It appeared to be a standard uniform in Brute Cavern. The third man was a fatty who kept chewing on a piece of roasted meat in his hand. Oily grease covered his mouth. "Oi, kid, who the heck are you? What's your business on Phantom Island?" the leading man spoke. His tone was as sloppy and wild as his appearance. "Tisk, look, boss. He's just a level 1. Must come to the island to find leftovers," said the fatty, revealing some meat scraps between his teeth. "Don't mind him, boss. There are bunches of people around the Phantom Island now. You won't make a difference. And he's just a kid, said the robed man in a meek tone. Tootin', you chick, you ain't minding every trespasser you see if we let everyone go. How the heck do we finish our mission? The fat man yelled at the robed man. Tootin'. Tootin' did not protest when he was being addressed as a chick. He only stepped back a little and went closer to his boss. Quit it, Becker. Their leader glanced at the fatty and caused him to stop. Kid, I asked you a question, and I want an answer, or you kick you down the bridge. Their boss looked at Angor again. Angor thought Hookik sent someone to attack him again, but after listening to their previous conversation, he believed otherwise. So people had gathered here. Angor looked around and noticed many people floating around the place, staring at Phantom Island with tensed expression. Judging from their clothing and the bone cards on them, they appeared to be apprentice wizards in Brute Cavern. They all noticed when Angor was stopped by someone, but they only cast a cold glance before disregarding the scene again. Who are you? What's going on here? Angor asked a question instead. We're the one doing the asking. Don't you play dumb. Becker seemed to be the testy type. He tossed his meat away and stomped toward Angor quickly. You wanna get punched? Yeah. Angor quickly stepped back. At the same time, Toby descended from the sky and hovered in front of the fatty. Becker waved a hand to chase the bird away, but he immediately felt pain coming from the back of his hand. Becker only saw something flashed past his eyes. Then a bloody gash appeared on his hand. A summoner's apprentice, the leading man muttered to himself. Should be a familiar, good at speed, but with weak attacking abilities. Tootin added. Receiving an injury so soon. Becker quickly became furious. Magic ripples emerged from his body. Hey, Becker. I suggest that you stay down. I'm warning you. A clear yet cold female voice was heard. Becker turned around and looked at a black-robed woman floating 100 meters away from them. Then the fatty showed a mildly terrified expression as he asked. Nanagi, don't tell me you want to help this little bastard. Nanagi. Angor looked at the speaking woman as well. She was all covered up. But from her voice, she must be the woman Angor met in the resource distribution hall. I don't know him at all. Why would I help him? Nanagi sneered. Then why the FCK did you stop me? Becker asked while he squinted. I told you what I should. It's your own problem whether you listen to me. With that, Nanagi leaped away and landed on a faraway cloud. She did not look back again. Humph, I don't believe it. If she wanted to stop me, I'll go for it instead. Becker sneered and began channeling his mana again. His leader suddenly called out. Get back here, Becker. The fatty revealed a frustrated look upon hearing his boss order. But he still complied. I don't care who you are. Our mission is to stop any suspicious wanderer who wants to intrude Phantom Island. If you want to get past us, prove your identity, said the leader. He somehow removed his sloppy attitude and spoke to Angor in a serious manner. Angor revealed his bone card. When the trio's boss checked the card, he stepped aside without saying anything further. When Angor was far away, Becker spoke in discontent. Why did you let that bastard go? Boss's pet cut my hand, at least let me kick his sorry butt. His leader shook head and explained in a low voice. Nanagi wasn't the only one who looked our way. The phantom servants on the island did too. The one with blood magic on his mask even began to gather his talent energy. If you have made a move to the kid, the phantom servant would unleash that energy on you in the next second. Becker was startled by those words. He glanced at the phantom servants on the island and did not see anyone paying attention to them. For real, boss. Also, Nanagi, who was considered a reserve wizard in the organization, spoke up for Angor as well. Suddenly, a commotion rose among the onlooking apprentices. The robed man, Tootin, pointed to the distance in surprise. Look, Bossy entered the Phantom Island. Their boss quickly turned around. As per what Tootin said, the kid walked into the woods on Phantom Island without getting attacked by the magic arrays. The apprentices only stayed outside the island because they feared the powerful magic arrays. Only formal wizards and phantom servants were allowed to go in. Now, a kid just broke this rule. Just who is he? The leader of the trio was not the only one who wanted to know the answer now. Chapter 153 Aftermath. Chapter 153 Aftermath. All the apprentices watched in surprise. They all gathered around Phantom Island just to get inside earlier and try to find their destiny. But someone just came and waltzed in like that. This was unfair. Several apprentices who were not convinced secretly landed on the edge of the island. When one of them tried to reach his magic cane deeper, his weapon was immediately cut in half by the magic array. The apprentice quickly backed away in fear. At the same time, a group of scar-looking beasts emerged from the woods and stared at the intruder. The protection is still on. How did that kid get inside? Someone yelled in discontentment. No one responded. They were all wondering about the same question. But after being among wizards for some time, they knew when to speak and when to remain shut. Inexperienced kids should do the yelling for them. On a small piece of cloud dirt, a charming woman in a shiny, transparent veil who only covered her chest area and hips with violet silk gently leaned on the shoulder of a black-robed figure. Her smooth, white thighs and finely curved waist were all exposed in the air. Dear Nanagi, you won't want to watch me die of curiosity. Tell me please, who was that little handsome boy? Nanagi, in her black robe, remained calm as she answered. Just a kid who got very lucky. Just a lucky boy. But why did I sense envy in your words? The woman whispered beside Nanaga's ear, releasing gentle air which flipped Nanaga's earlobe a little. When everyone quieted down, an old man with grizzled hair suddenly said, I know him. Isn't he the child everyone was talking about several months ago? The old man's voice and identity were soon recognized by people. You know that kid? Hoff. The elder nodded. You all forgot in the distribution hall. He received a transmission from Sunders. Now that you mention, wait, that's Sunders' new student? Words of realization came among all the apprentices. Someone took out a crystal ball and read a message from several months ago, a message which told them that a new talent received a golden poster from Sunders. When the image contained in the message showed up, they all recognized that young man who just entered Phantom Island. On the sky bridge, Becker moved closer to his boss with a worried look. What should I do? Boss, I think I just offended that kid. I didn't know he's Sunders' student. Their leader remained silent for a while before saying, Don't worry. He's just an apprentice who had a golden poster. Wizards usually don't care about conflicts between apprentices. Do you remember Sunders' other student? Flora, before she turned into a wizard. She got badly wounded several times when people were hunting her down. She even angered a wizard. But Mr. Sunders never helped her. Boss, is Mr. Sunders so merciless? Becker wondered. It's not merciless. It's how wizards treat others. If we're lucky enough to become wizards, maybe we'll be like that too. I don't know how wizards work, but when I'm a wizard, I'd never leave you in danger without helping out, said the coward. Tootin. Now that's something I like to hear. Hey, didn't you just grow taller? Tootin, Becker joked, but he quickly slumped down again and said, I know the boss is right, but the kid must have some really powerful talent if Sunders wants him as a student. I mean, all the golden poster ones broke through like it was nothing. Maybe the kid will grow way stronger than me really soon. If he comes back and gets revenge, I'm done for. Becker squinted his eyes as he said, he's just a level 1 apprentice now. Maybe we should. He put his hand at his throat and made a slitting gesture. Tootin frowned at Becker's bold suggestion. I don't think that's necessary. He doesn't look like someone that narrow-minded. Their boss also agreed. You should listen to Tootin. You already know he always makes the best judgments. Becker shrugged. Okay. You say the words. Boss. On the other side, Angor, who just drew the attention of everyone, was on his way into the depth of Phantom Island. He had been here many times, so he knew his way well. Angor was still thinking about what happened just now. He was a bit frustrated at how the trio stopped him. However, he did not intend to hold grudges since they seemed to be doing their job and did not actually do anything bad in the end. The important thing was, why were there so many apprentices? Did they come because of the professor's sorcerer's garden? After visiting Phantom Island last time, Angor looked into some information about sorcerer's garden and checked about the laws that would generate in these gardens. Unlike real laws in this world, the laws in the gardens were unstable. They acted like some kind of particles in the air or fragments left behind when a real law fixed itself. These fragments would go away slowly with the passage of time. It did not matter if a law that did not do anything to humans disappeared. However, a beneficial law, such as the purification law in Floating Mech City, would slowly get exhausted if too many people used it. Such a law in Sorcerer's Garden could slowly recover on itself though. When exhausted, it would come back in time. Angor was curious about which law Sunder's garden had. If it could benefit them, it could not possibly serve so many people. The Sorcerer's Garden in Floating Mech City was sealed away for centuries and had its law energy fully saved up. Even then, they still set a restriction on who could use the garden. From a brief glimpse, Angor believed there were at least 1,000 people gathering around Phantom Island. A newly built Sorcerer's Garden could not hold much law energy. It would benefit 100 people or at most 200. As Angor went over his questions in his mind, Butler Good appeared on the path ahead of him. "Good afternoon, Mr. Pat." Good greeted the boy while inspecting Angor up and down, using eyes that were hidden behind his mask. "Mr. Pat really broke through in 1 month. The master will be very happy about this. The master is still staying near the Sorcerer's Garden. Please follow me, Mr. Pat." On their way, Angor tried asking about the situation outside. "Oh, those people, they only wish to find their destiny here," said Good as he chuckled. "Did the professor make a restriction like Floating Mech City, that anyone who meets the condition can use the garden?" Angor asked. "Not quite. When a newborn Sorcerer's Garden receives its law, it will naturally generate a rhyme, as if the world's consciousness bestows a certain law to a toddler as its parent. Anyone who approaches Phantom Island will sense the newly risen rhyme. This is the destiny they are trying to find." I see. Angor wanted to ask what rhyme could do, but he already found themselves entering the vicinity of the garden. Sunder's was not far from them now. The Sorcerer's Garden was still under construction, but it already gained a basic shape now. Just like the outer area of the island, many people had gathered around the garden too. However, these people each carried a deep and mighty aura. Every movement on them seemed to bring a mysterious ripple in the air. Just looking at them gave Angor great fear. These are all wizards, they are so scary, Angor thought to himself. No one paid attention to the boy's arrival. To them, lifting an eye at an ordinary apprentice meant wasting energy. No one, except Sunders. Sunders took the boy to a private spot nearby. "Now that you're an apprentice, what's your next goal?" Sunders did not ask if Angor used another locator method. The man did not find it necessary to ask. "To improve myself and challenge the Sky Tower," Angor answered. Sunders was a bit surprised. Then he smiled. "Having a goal is good. I believe you already have a plan on how to improve yourself." With that, Sunders turned to leave. Angor looked at the man's back and revealed a bit of disappointment. A burst of eerie and charming laughter suddenly reached Angor's ears. "Angor, sweetie, what's that look? For something on your mind?" The charming voice seemed to have magic in it. Without realizing it, Angor spoke his mind straight away. "I thought the professor could teach me spells, but he didn't mention anything like that." "Alas, spells I can teach you." Angor looked up abruptly and saw Flora, who he had not met for a long time. She was floating in the air, covering her smile with a hand. Little Red, who was still behind her, greeted Angor by turning the flames in the eye sockets into the shape of a crescent moon. "Can you?" Angor brightened up. The first step of becoming stronger was naturally studying spells, but he had no idea what spells to start with. Flora grinned. "Of course I can." Flora. Sunders stopped her. Flora rolled her eyes and changed her words quickly. "Of course I cannot." Angor displayed a sad face. Seeing the boy's look, Flora added, "Oh my, the professor's being so nice to you." Without explaining her words, Flora stepped in the air and floated away. She left something else before leaving. "Oh right, if the half-blood asks for me, tell him I'm away for work. He'll come back when he made a good achievement in his training." Chapter 154 Spells. Chapter 154 Spells. Butler Good was responsible for keeping order for the outer area of the island, so he came to the outside together with Angor. "Mr. Pat, as Lady Flora said, the master didn't teach you spells for your own good." Good spoke in a small voice. Angor looked at him and waited for his explanation. "Do you know about the path of truth?" Angor nodded. The path of truth meant that a wizard should walk his or her own path when doing wizardry. Sunders told him before that walking on your own path without being restricted by the ancestors and keep it up for years on end, even if you can't see where you're going, you are creating your unique sight. Such a wizard is a real wizard. Angor did not understand though. Didn't every wizard already create their own path if they could succeed by copying the ways of ancestors? Formal wizards should not be so scarce. The master didn't teach you spells now, because he wished that you can enter the path of truth sooner. Said good. He considered for a while and added, you have to figure out what you want to learn and why do you learn it. By that time, the master will give you some appropriate advice instead of leading you to a path that already existed. Master has always been planning to do so. Good's words made Angor felt a little better. Wizardry, spells, or else good choices for someone would usually not work for other people. He needed to know what to pursue. Sunders refused to teach him now so that the boy could find his own path. But Angor wished Sunders could teach him spells, so that he could save up merit points. Learning spells from Cloud Library cost money. And he was broke. If you want me to find some kind of path, just let me in your library, at least that will save me a lot of money. Angor complained in his mind even though he clearly knew that Sunders' personal library was tiny compared to the giant Cloud Library. Before sending Angor away from the island, Good glanced at the covetous apprentices around and whispered to Angor, Mr. Pat, the sorcerer's garden will be finished after about a week. Return here as soon as possible. By then, maybe you'll find destiny for yourself. With that, Good hurried away and joined the other phantom servants. On his way back, Angor saw the trio again on the sky bridge, but they did not do anything this time. He reached the falling cloud stop peacefully. After boarding the sky bus toward Apprentice Town, Angor was still pondering over Path of Truth. He never knew what that was before because Sunders only used vague words when explaining it. But after hearing Good's advice, Angor realized something about it. The Path of Truth might be a path full of a wizard's own marks. While walking down such a path, the wizard used his or her own ideas, experiences and knowledge. They would not change for any external factors. A wizard should keep walking by him or herself alone. Angor recalled a certain incident in Pat Manor when he was younger. There was someone called Auntie Rarely in the manor, who loved stealing small benefits for herself. Everyone hated her. She always stole bits of food from the kitchen. She even used to take away portions of Angor's milk. That was why Angor disliked the woman as well. Later, when Angor mentioned her to John, his mentor commented with a smile, in your view, she is wicked and filthy, but to her adopted kids, she is a gentle and reliable mother. There are 1,000 Hamlets in 1,000 people's eyes. Whether someone was favorable was only one's personal ideas. If there was a beautiful woman among people, people around her might like her for different reasons, such as her face, her body, or her inner virtue. These views were equal. No matter which part of the woman people liked, they all reached the same conclusion that she was beautiful. The Path of Truth was something similar. Other people's experience could be used to achieve certain goals. Yet following it blindly would cause someone to lose his own judgment. Believing in oneself and figuring out his or her own future was the true significance of the Path of Truth. Angor was wondering about something though. If the Path of Truth was such an easy concept, why were there few wizards who actually stepped onto the path? Were there some other important factors? Angor left the sky bus and headed toward the central area of Tree Spirit Garden instead of returning to Apprentice Town. A new apprentice had to get registered before he could start accepting quests from the questing hall. When this was done, Angor went to the resource distribution hall and accepted a small bag. The bag contained 2 objects for him. One was a robe with a simple rune on it. It looked exactly the same as Salem and Teuton's bed sheet except that this one was black. The other object was a crystal ball communicator. On his way back, Angor wanted to go to Cloud Library and look for some spell books. But he gave up the idea. Back on the Cloud Whale, he already recorded a good number of books in Sunders' book room. He would check these first and see if there was something worth studying. Upon arriving at his villa, Angor asked Toby to enjoy the day by itself. He then went to the balcony. It seemed the tree spirit was really considerate to Apprentice Town 8 these days. The sunlight remained strong all day. Before leaving, Angor placed his tablet on the balcony to recharge. Now the battery was all full. He took his tablet back to the soundproof room and began going over the books he recorded before. There were all kinds of books. Angor spent half a day classifying them before he started to read them. To learn spells, he first needed to know what they really meant. A spell was a way to express magic while using the mana pool as the core, mana as energy, and knowledge as structure. It worked by levering and interfering with reality. Simply put, a spell consisted of 3 elements: mana pool, mana, and knowledge. For example, a level 0 cantrip called Cleanse was a spell that removed filth by combining the use of water and wind. The fundamental of the spell was to disrupt the natural combination of water and wind elements. It would then simulate the elements by using a formula before expressing the formula with mana, thus making the low-level cantrip possible. In general, a wizard created a model of the cantrip by using mana to build a formula as its base, then used the formula to affect the physical world. As a level 0 cantrip, Cleanse did not need many steps to cast. For certain high-leveled spells, wizards needed external help to cast them, such as changing his or her body or certain glands, or by spending materials as mediums for the spell. People already summarized how to build the model for Cleanse, so anyone who wished to learn it did not need to understand the combination of water and wind elements at all. They simply had to apply the existing cantrip model to cast the spell. Angor looked at the display of the hologram tablet, where a Magatama stood upon a surface, and triggered something in his mind. He controlled his mana pool to release mana to the outside. He then built the model of Cleanse spell in his mind. Under his careful manipulation, his mana slowly formed up the shape of the cantrip. Next, Angor felt a strange urge in his mind. Following the urge, he released a strange feeling from his fingers. A small current of damp air blew over the soundproof room, removing dust and dirt scraps from the room's walls and floor. That's how Cleanse work, it's so weak. Angor complained at how insignificant the spell looked. Little did he know that being able to cast a spell on the first attempt was an amazing achievement for anyone. That was how the mana purified by a singular point helped him. The mana was extremely pure and flexible, which allowed him to build an accurate model without previous practice. Angor kept reading the book. Similar cantrips all had completely determined models. Apprentices only had to memorize the models. Thanks to the experience of ancestors, they did not need to reach into anything deep down in order to cast the cantrips. Thinking about this, Angor got a new idea. He did not wish to follow ancestors and copy the models. He wanted to start from zero and worked out how Cleanse spell came into being on his own. Angor found the page that explained the fundamentals of the cantrip and read on carefully. A day later, Angor began to calculate the combination patterns of wind and water elements on his own. He spent half a day on filling 20 pages with his formulas. There were too many calculations involved and he failed to figure out any viable combination. No wonder people only copied the books. It would take forever making out a combination on my own, and it probably won't be correct. Angor muttered. He did not give up though. The boy really wanted to see how spells worked from their root. After another day, he finally discovered a combination. Using the appropriate formula, Angor built the combination into a new cantrip model. The model now looked like a Magatama sliced up by several surfaces, which was completely different from the one on the book where the Magatama stood on top of one single surface. Following his own cantrip model, Angor slowly channeled his mana. A moment later, he felt a small breeze. His collar moved a little. Angor took out his notes and wrote down that Cleanse spell following this combination did not achieve a balance between wind and water elements. Water element almost did not exist, and the wind element was too weak. It doesn't work as a Cleanse spell, not even a breeze spell. He put down the note and prepared to find another combination. But this time, he was planning to use the tablet to help him calculate the results faster. For the first combination, Angor used paper and pen in order to see the essentials of the spell and know its nature. Once this was done, he no longer had to work out further combinations on his own. Using the tablet would save him a lot of time. He set 2 different elements as A and B, and put his formula, variables, and data into the hologram tablet. The system began working on its own. It only took 10 minutes for the system to return more than 30 different combinations for Angor. Chapter 155 Magic Backfire. Chapter 155 Magic Backfire. The system could only do its job following common knowledge. For the last step, where the combination had to be combined with magic formula to be turned into a cantrip model, Angor had to do it himself since this was not science anymore. Angor left the tablet to calculate the remaining combinations while he tried to create cantrip models using the combinations he already received. The first model is Shattered Magatama in the middle of a circle. After trying it out using his own mana, Angor noted down no significant effect. The air around seemed to be drier than before. Maybe it removed dampness need to prove using test papers. The second model, pieces of Shattered Magatama scattered around while connected by thin strings. The result this time surprised Angor a little. He created a small pool of water out of thin air. Compared to his previous attempts, this one seemed more supernatural to him. If he did it in front of mortals, they would probably regard it as an amazing magic trick. Note the spell drew water from the air and create some water without following a certain pattern. Amount of water equals about 1 measuring glass. Temporary name: create water. A further test needs to be done to prove whether the amount of water can be increased. The third cantrip model, a Magatama pierced a surface diagonally. Note of effect: breeze in a small area, along with extremely tiny water drops. The fourth, Angor tested through the models one by one. None yielded a useful result. They either created too much water, too much wind, or sometimes had no visible effect at all. Still, Angor found something in his tests. For example, if a model was created with a Shattered Magatama, water element would appear more. If it was a fine Magatama and a surface, wind element would stand out. He recorded his findings in a notebook for future reference. Now, Angor thought about whoever created the perfect cantrip model for cleanse spell and developed respect to the inventor. He wondered how much time it took. After casting about 15 variations of cleanse spell, Angor sensed that the amount of mana released from his mana pool and the primal mana he drew from outside began to differ. So at full condition, my mana can only support 15 levels of cantrips. Angor mumbled to himself. It was not much. But according to a book he read before, a new level 1 apprentice could usually cast 1-5 cantrips before exhausting his or her mana, after which the apprentice would need to meditate to recover. This meant Angor could already cast 10 times more spells than average people. Angor already tested how much mana he could hold. He did not do much better than others. The reason why he could cast more spells was probably due to his pure mana. Pure mana allowed Angor to use a spell to interfere with the physical world by spending less mana. Since his mana was now spent, Angor quickly began meditation to regain it. During his meditation, the tablet kept working out different combinations for water and wind elements to be used by a cleanse spell. After 3 hours, Angor recovered about half of his mana. Now the system already gained more than 100 combinations. Also, the tablet was now getting results slower because further results involved more and more variants. By now, it would take 13 minutes to receive a new combination, which was way slower compared to how Angor received each one within 30 seconds when the calculation just began. Angor had only been testing out the simple models. After regaining half of his mana, he decided to try out a complicated cantrip model which took the system 10 minutes to figure out. Applying magic formula and turning the combination into a model took Angor more than an hour this time. Looking at the new model he just made, which appeared much more complicated than the original cleanse model, Angor wondered what would happen. Note on new cantrip model, only half of the Magatama is shattered while the surface is turned into a folded nonagon which divided the Magatama into 13 parts. Angor eagerly channeled mana from his mana pool and carefully guided the mana into the shape of the model. To his surprise, he used up all mana when only half of the Magatama was drawn. He was stumped. The model looked about the same size as the previous ones. Why did this one cost so much mana? Without receiving support from Angor, the half-finished cantrip model in his mind space slowly crumbled away. This was not all. The force brought by the breaking model began to tackle the entire mind space. Angor only felt his mind go blurry for a second. Next, Great pain came inside his brain as if it was going to explode. His ears rang. Fluid came out of his eyes, mouth, nostrils, and ears. Then his vision darkened. He could no longer sense the world around him. Angor did not know if he was awake at all. His mind could not work. But it did not prevent the great pain from tingling his brain. The pain persisted, causing him to groan unconsciously. Finally, he woke up from the agony in an obscured mind state. His head was still as painful as hell. Angor slowly rubbed his temples and realized some blood-colored scraps were caught on his fingers. He wiped his face and removed some scabs off himself. Looking at the bloody remains on the floor, he finally remembered what happened before he lost consciousness. Angor quickly remembered something similar from a book he read before. Magic backfire. According to the book, there were 3 situations which could cause magic to backfire. 1. A wizard who attempted to cast a spell beyond his level. 2. Using an incorrectly built model. And 3. An unfinished model breaking apart due to lack of mana. Angor obviously just did the 3rd mistake. Magic backfiring was a common thing to happen among wizards. Most of the times, it was caused by the 2nd reason. Wizards were humans too, and human brains often made mistakes. However, the 3rd reason was something rare, even for apprentices. As long as a wizard went through routinized training, the wizard would sooner or later know his or her limit and could avoid doing something beyond that limit. Angor, on the other hand, as a new apprentice wizard, skipped many challenges using the computing capacity of his tablet without learning his own limit, thus making such a tragic result. Wizards who went through magic backfiring usually met with a bad ending. Few of them only received slight injuries. There were also severely wounded ones or even dead ones. This was why wizards usually did not construct models at their free wills. Most people followed the steps of ancestors to remain safe. Angor was in no good condition now. His entire mind space was messy. Each time he tried to meditate, his brain would immediately throb. Thank goodness he only tried to build a low-leveled cantrip model instead of a real spell, so the backfire was not very serious. He only needed to rest for a week or 2 to recover. 2 weeks without being able to meditate. The incident temporarily ended Angor's reckless experiments. He saw the tablet still working out new combinations for cleanse spell and decided to leave it be. Angor dragged his fatigued body out of the soundproofed room, boiled some water, and took a bath to clean himself of all the bloody remains on him. While enjoying the warm bath water, Angor still sulked in frustration. With the hologram tablet in hand, he disregarded common sense and did something foolish due to his blind confidence. He did not know what would happen if that was not a levels go cantrip model. Angor silently warned himself that such a lesson could not be repeated. Once was already enough. Even though he was unable to meditate, Angor did not intend to idle his time away. He decided to arrange all the data he saved in the tablet. The books he recorded in Sunder's book room were mostly pictures. Classifying them did not take him much time. The information and scrolls he saved from the Nightmare Realm were videos. For them, Angor had to take screenshots slowly and rearrange them into appropriate folders. This would take a lot of time and effort. While he did his work, the system completed calculating out 630 different water and wind element combinations of cleanse spell. Inside a cantrip subfolder, Angor created another folder called Level 0 Cantrip Cleanse and placed all the combinations in there, planning to test them out after getting over his magic backfiring. Today was the 3rd day into the month of Blossom. Angor put down his tablet. Sunder's Sorcerer's Garden would soon be finished. There was only 1 day away from the 1-week time limit Butler Good told him. Angor decided to go to Phantom Island and wait. He did not know what a destiny was yet, but judging from how all the apprentices looked really greedy around the island, it had to be something good. Angor washed up and tried to look better. However, tidy clothes and combed hair did not help him hide his pale face and unfocused eyes after experiencing the backfiring. He looked really ill, as if a small gust of wind could easily knock him over. Dear God, Angor sighed deeply when looking into the mirror. He removed his beautiful, but useless coat and put on the uniform he received in the resource distribution hall, a black bedsheet robe, with the hood to cover his morbid-looking face. Angor finally stepped out of his door. He did not forget to take Toby with him. You were with me the last time, so you must have heard. Angor spoke to the bird on his shoulder. Sorcerer's Garden will bring destiny when it's finished. Let's both try to find it. Maybe you'll turn into a great phoenix. Toby did not know what a phoenix was, but it still understood what Angor meant and nodded in excitement. Looking at how Toby hopped happily, Angor felt his mood growing a lot better as well. He tapped at the bird's little head with a smile. It's fine if we don't find anything. Next time when we go to Cloud Library, you'll try to find a book on how to help a monster grow stronger. Chapter 156 Reunite of Friends. Chapter 156 Reunite of Friends. When leaving Apprentice Town 8, Angor saw two people coming out of the cave field and heading his way. The shorter figure covered in a white blanket robe without using his hood was Salem. The other one was Nausicaa. She did not use her blanket uniform. The lady still wore her usual soft leather armor. Her slim, cowhide boots displayed the curves of her legs to their perfect extent, due to their directions. The pair did not see Angor yet. Are they going to the town to look for me? Angor suddenly got a playful idea. He asked Toby to take off to the sky while he put on his hood and walked toward the two people with his head lowered. When they walked past each other, Angor noticed that Salem and Nausicaa were talking about him. I wonder if Angor already left. I don't want to miss him again. Angor smiled. He intentionally cleared his throat aloud. Salem did not react, but Nausicaa stopped in her tracks and turned around with a puzzled look. Miss Nausicaa, what's wrong? Salem asked. Nausicaa did not respond. She stared at the black-robed figure not far from her for a moment, and called out in an uncertain voice, Angor. Angor slowly removed his hood and revealed a smiling face. When Salem stared at him in shock, Angor snapped his fingers and signaled Toby to land on his shoulder. Angor Salem quickly replaced his surprise with joy. The boy rushed at Angor happily, his white blanket robe flipping in the wind. If this was in the middle of the night, the sight would be quite terrible. Salem hopped around Angor like a rabbit. Nausicaa joined them as well. That's our uniform robe. So you successfully broke through. Salem lifted Angor's robe. Before Angor could say anything though, Salem revealed a disgusted look. Why does it look like a bedsheet on you? Angor froze. He then blushed and retorted, look at yourself. I already thought that way last time I saw you coming. But I didn't say it. Now you said it first. Salem looked really shocked. It can't be. I look good. Miss Nausicaa even said I looked mysterious with the hood on, right? Salem turned around and decided to drag Nausicaa into their debate. Nausicaa's praise was why the boy always went outside with his robe on. Nausicaa facepalmed herself and revealed, and I have nothing to do with this expression. Realizing what just happened, Salem displayed a sad face. Angor humphed. Just think about it. The uniforms only have one size. I'm taller than you, and the robe is already too big for me. You look like a kid playing the sheet he took from his bed. Salem understood the description. Angor's shoulders were broader and overall bigger. Yet Angor looked miserable in this robe. As for Salem himself, yeah, maybe he did look like a blanket-covered child. Thinking about how he had been wandering about with the bedsheet on, trying to tell everyone that he was an apprentice now, Salem felt his face burning in embarrassment. Nut Salem quickly dragged his hood on and revealed an "I'm ready for any disaster the world throws my way" manner. The happiness when friends united with each other was totally ruined by the two bedsheets, one black and one white. They found a tree near the road to rest under. Nausicaa had been trying to hold back her laughter. She could not get rid of the funny scene in her mind where two kids quarreled with each other over two bedsheets. Salem seemed irritated. Why didn't you tell me the truth? I thought I looked good in it. Salem asked Nausicaa. He did not even use Miss Nausicaa this time, which meant he was really bothered. Nausicaa forced up a serious expression as she said, to be frank, I really think you looked good. Oh, stop it. Angor interrupted. Why didn't you wear it then? Angor and Salem secretly decided to join an alliance called the Bedsheet Union. Why didn't I use it? Nausicaa looked away and rolled her eyes, trying to find a good answer. It did look fine, but it's too loose and can't show my body shape. You meant it. Salem was unconvinced. I did. Nausicaa looked firm. Yeah. Right. Angor commented. Nausicaa preferred to end the topic regarding why she did not wear a bedsheet, so she quickly diverted the topic. So, Angor is an apprentice now, she asked. Angor nodded. Broke through last week, so that's why you weren't here last week when we came looking. You must be in the resource hall to get your better equipment, said Nausicaa. She almost slipped. She realized Angor's eyes began to show fire of rage again, so she worked her brain quickly and asked something else. Are you heading to Phantom Island? Angor was surprised a little. Yeah. You're going there too? Nausicaa nodded. That's right. Almost every apprentice is there now. Even both of our professors. We were going to the apprentice town to ask you together. Angor felt a little embarrassed. The pair came looking for him when there was a chance to find Destiny. Yet Angor never did something like that for them. He cleared his throat uneasily. Just about time then. Let's go together. I also have something to tell. Wait. So you came for me last week? Yeah. You asked me to come with Nausicaa. Didn't you? Salem spoke. The boy was smiling brightly again. Seemed like he had already got over the previous frustration. Let's talk along the way, Nausicaa suggested. The trio headed toward a sky bus stop. You were in tough luck. I only left my house once in these months. And you came at the exact timing. Angor said. Angor, you wanted to see both of us last time. For what? Salem asked him. Nausicaa looked at them out of curiosity as well. Angor paused at the question. Then he looked around carefully. The Sorcerer's Garden on Phantom Island would be open soon. So many apprentices had come out. Big crowds emerged from Cave Field and rushed in one direction. There were people everywhere. Angor frowned and did not respond. When Salem tried to speak again, Nausicaa pulled his hand and said, Let's do this later. Nausicaa thought Angor wanted to ask something about that killer. But it seemed not the case since Angor was being so careful. As someone extremely perceptive to people's reactions, Nausicaa decided to stop Salem's question. You don't look good. Are you ill? Nausicaa changed the center of the topic. Angor shook his head, considered a bit, and nodded instead. It's not an illness. But close. Or I'll not go out with a bedsheet on me. I need to use this thing to cover myself up. Salem was still wondering why Nausicaa stopped him. When hearing these words, he quickly forgot his previous question and showed a worried look. Angor noticed Salem's expression and felt warmth in his heart. Don't worry. A week or two and it'll be good as ever. Nothing serious. Glad to hear it. Do you want me to help out at your house? Salem still looked anxious. Come on. It's not like I can't get off the bed, Angor complained. When they reached the bus stop, it finally became quieter, but there were still small groups around them. I wonder what kind of destiny lies on Phantom Island. Everyone says there's destiny. So we want to check it out too. But I still have no idea what exactly we'll find. Salem spoke. I happen to know something. But I can't tell you what kind of destiny because I don't know it either. Angor replied. Salem's eyes brightened. Oh yeah, the master of Phantom Island is your mentor. You must know something we don't. Nausicaa paid attention as well. The kids did not see destiny as important. But she did. Angor did not hide anything. Most apprentices already knew what was going on anyway. Nausicaa and Salem just became apprentices and did not have many sources of information yet. Is what happened. Butler Good said a destiny will come around when the Sorcerer's Garden is finished. But I don't know what the destiny would be. Angor explained Sorcerer's Garden along with everything he knew. Sorcerer's Garden, I don't know what that is. But it sounds amazing. Salem tried to comment using an experienced man's manner. Nausicaa was also courteous about the garden now. The Sorcerer's Garden has a law that benefits the human body. Yes. But the law is random. A harmful law can appear too. We can't control it. Angor replied. I wish we get a beneficial one. Maybe we'll have a chance to get in, said Salem as he looked at the sky. Forget it. Why would Mr. Sunders let strangers into his private Sorcerer's Garden? Well, maybe Angor could, said Nausicaa as she snuffed out Salem's little hope. I don't know, my professor has a really weird character. I can never understand him. Angor said. He should be. All wizards are unpredictable. We apprentices will never know what they are thinking, said Nausicaa. When she thought about her own professor, she quickly got a headache. A sky bus arrived at their stop. Chapter 157 Plans for Sky Tower. Chapter 157 Plans for Sky Tower. A gentle breeze blew through the bus window, caressing the hearts of its passengers. I don't know how, but every time when I ride the bus and watch the clouds below me, the smell of grass and the wind always make me feel better, said Salem as he held his chin and stared out of the window while admiring the peaceful tree spirit garden. People said that Brute Cavern was home to a bunch of ruthless black wizards. They would never expect such a beautiful world behind the mirror. The place felt better than a paradise. A friend told me there's a rune drawn under the carriage that calms your mind. It's designed to prevent apprentices from fighting in the bus, Nausicaa said. She was also enjoying the wind. Her long hair flowed along with the gentle air current. Each flip only made the lady look more charming. What are you up to these days? Miss Nausicaa. Salem turned back and asked. Nausicaa kept her gaze at the floating clouds in the distance. Nothing in particular. Doing some quests and use the merit points to rent some spellbooks. Really? Salem squinted his eyes. I think you're pushing yourself too hard. Nausicaa smiled charmingly and put an arm around Angor's shoulder. I have to so that I can move to the apprentice town quicker. Angor must be lonely all by himself. You want Big Sis with you? Right. Angor had been thinking about the Sky Tower. He pushed Nausicaa's arm away reluctantly. You aren't going to see me often anyway. Don't you see most apprentices in the town don't go out much? I myself only left my house a few times in all 4 months. Angor replied. Geez, it's so lonely being a wizard, Salem exclaimed. Agreed. Nausicaa's voice sounded distant as if it was carried away by the wind. Salem was unaware. But Angor realized Nausicaa just changed the topic. Maybe she had some private reasons and did not want to talk about what she had been doing recently if that was the case. Angor did not want to push for an answer either. There were 4 passengers on the bus. When another apprentice left at a stop, the 3 of them owned the bus for themselves. When the bus continued to move, Angor spoke suddenly. I said I'll take you to the underground market last time, but I didn't find the chance. Once we get back from Phantom Island this time, we can go there. Salem and Nausicaa exchanged a look. Then Salem responded. Well, during your time of training, Nausicaa and I went there. It's so big I thought if I can't get a house in Apprentice Town, I'll rent one in the market instead. But later, I found out that the rental prices in the market are actually higher than in the town. But the market offers some common spell books at lower prices compared to Cloud Library. Nausicaa added. Ah. So you already checked it out. Angor felt embarrassed at his failed promise. I was always training these days and I totally forgot about my words. Salem revealed a gentle look. No problem. When we're done with Phantom Island, let's go there together. I just finished memorizing 2 spells, and I need new books. I'll join you, Nausicaa said. Angor nodded. He also had something to do in the market. He needed to find Dave in Prom's alchemy shop. After some other casual chat, Salem remembered something and asked Angor. Oh right. You didn't answer my question? Angor was surprised a bit. What question? Well, you asked me to come to you with Miss Nausicaa. You said you wanted to tell us something. Nausicaa also looked their way. Previously when Salem asked, Angor appeared to be really careful and did not want any eavesdroppers around. Now she was also curious about what was on Angor's mind. It's from a secret source. It will be known to the public in several months. I'm not sure if I should tell it now. Angor wanted to talk about the Garden of Purification in Floating Mech City. He was planning to participate in the challenges in Sky Tower. However, he knew how cruel the tower could be, and he was afraid Nausicaa and Salem would want to join too. Oh, a secret. Salem was completely eager to know now. Angor looked at the expressions of his friends and sighed in his mind. He really was unsure whether it was good or a bad thing to tell. He glimpsed at Nausicaa carefully. He thought it would be okay to hide the information for now. But considering Salem's comments about Nausicaa, the lady seemed to be very obsessed at becoming stronger. And the Garden of Purification was an important tool to make someone strong. Every apprentice knew that. Angor would absolutely try to challenge Sky Tower. As a new apprentice, he would surely raise suspicion from his friends. Once the information regarding the garden was announced, they would know why Angor wanted to challenge the tower. Salem probably would not mind if Angor chose to withhold the information. But Nausicaa, who had a strong will of improving herself, might develop a negative idea about this. With that in mind, Angor decided to tell them. He remained silent for a while before slowly speaking out. Instead of mentioning the Garden of Purification right away, he asked Nausicaa a question first. Nausicaa, you know about the Sky Tower, right? Yeah. Nausicaa was not expecting that one. Do you want to challenge it? Nausicaa was unsure why Angor asked, but she still answered, I do, but my current level of strength can probably only get me around the first level, so I want to get stronger before actually going in there. What about you? Angor looked at Salem next. The boy quickly waved his hands. No way. I don't want to fight. Angor fully expected such an answer. Next, he lowered his voice. It's a message from an inside source, so don't tell it to anyone else. At least not in several months. Alright. Nausicaa nodded. Don't worry. My lips are zipped. Salem promised. After making sure he was understood, Angor spoke in a plain tone. I'm going to challenge the Sky Tower in 2 months. You what? They both stared at him in shock. Salem looked really worried now. You crazy? You only broke through a week ago, and you don't even know many spells yet. How can you challenge at the battles in their errant child's play? You'll only meet level 1 and 2 apprentices there, but they are all experienced fighters. Don't be reckless, said Nausicaa. She was frowning as well. Angor signaled them to calm down. Don't worry. I'm not there to suicide. I won't have this idea if I'm not prepared. They relaxed a little when they heard Angor's words of comfort. Why do you want to challenge the tower though? Angor did not hide anything this time. He explained the Garden of Purification and Floating Mech City in details. Those who are invited to the Tower of Infinity by reaching the top level of a sky tower will be qualified to enter the garden. So I'm going to try it out. I see. A sorcerer's garden that improves your chance of becoming wizard. But isn't that too far from us now? You're aiming to be a wizard so early? Salem asked. The law of purification removes any internal injuries and flaws in your body. The earlier you do it, the better. Angor explained. But why earlier? Isn't the law most effective if you go there when you're a level 3 apprentice and just reached your bottleneck? Salem did not understand. I'm not sure about that. Butler Good told me that the Floating Mech City is willing to open their garden to the public because the garden only has a lesser law. The law doesn't work well on high-leveled apprentices or wizards. That's why many level 3 apprentices won't even go for it. However, there are still level 3 apprentices who have been stuck at their level for many years, who want to seize this chance. Angor paused a little and continued. It might be my destiny. Reaching the top level isn't difficult if you know some tricks. Besides, the information isn't known by everyone yet. If I challenge the tower right now, I can avoid running into many strong opponents. You sound really confident. What kind of tricks though? I can't think of any, asked Salem as he wondered about it. Nausicaa, who had been listening to them carefully, took a guess. Magic scrolls. Angor shrugged. That's one trick. But it's too costly. I have something else on my mind. What do you have? Alchemy weapons. After arriving at Falling Cloud Stop, Angor stretched himself and yawned. Nausicaa came down from the bus while thinking about something for herself. Salem followed behind with his small face full of tension. You want challenge the Sky Tower, right? Why do you look more stressed than Nausicaa? Angor joked. As he expected, upon hearing the information about the Sorcerer's Garden, Nausicaa thanked Angor and declared she would participate right away. Salem seemed interested, but the boy decided not to join them because he was not strong enough. Salem replied in a stressful tone. It's not about the tower. I'm just worried. I mean, why are there so many people here? Chapter 158 Cantrip Model. Chapter 158 Cantrip Model. They almost could not see the sky because of all the people. When looking from the Falling Cloud Stop, they had already lost count of how many apprentices were here. Only God knew how many more were hiding out there. Angor's attention lied on the sky bridge. Before learning how to fly, the bridge was their only way to the Phantom Island. SHD. It's so full. Angor checked the situation on the sky bridge and complained. He could not see any open space left on the bridge because of the dense crowd on it. Angor was afraid that every single apprentice in Brute Cavern was here now. How else would this place get so crowded? Ugh, we aren't going any further, said Salem. He still looked stressed. Try squeezing our way, maybe, Nausicaa suggested. A commotion suddenly came from not far away. People looked and saw an apprentice trying to slip through an opening on the bridge and approach the Phantom Island. Before he could do so, another apprentice kicked him aside, almost knocking him off the bridge. Now the two apprentices were yelling at each other. However, the yelling contest ended soon when a bulky man who was carrying a pillar walked onto the sky bridge. People automatically moved aside to let him pass. When the crowd failed to find a way for him, the man simply swiped his pillar around and sent a dozen people down the bridge. Screams came from the cloud down below. That looks dangerous. Let's not go there, Salem said in terror while following his gaze on the pillar guy. Nausicaa nodded and agreed. The pillar man walked down the bridge while clearing his way with his pillar. More than half of the people on the sky bridge were nowhere to be found. A witch in shiny green robe also moved onto the sky bridge while holding a wooden cane in her hand. Compared to the pillar guy's mighty display, this female apprentice used a more moderate approach. With each step, she tapped on the ground with her cane and a small group of people would suddenly lose consciousness and fall down. Being moderate did not mean harmless. Once she reached the bulky man, a trail of bodies was left behind her. She did not get into trouble with the pillar man. Instead, they both occupied their own spot at the end of the sky bridge, without minding each other at all. The end of the sky bridge means the edge of Phantom Island. Many powerful apprentices went there instead of waiting in the sky. Someone on the bus stop whispered to each other. Angor and his friends heard it too and exchanged a look. The end of the bridge is like a battlefield for strong ones. I think we should just stay here and wait. Salem spoke slowly. With Sunder's gold coin, Angor could enter the Phantom Island at his free will. However, the area around the island was filled by people and with the sky bridge occupied by several really powerful apprentices, there was no way he could pass the bridge now. Salem and I are fine. We can just stay here and watch. But Angor and Nausicaa looked at him. They knew that Angor's professor was the owner of Phantom Island, which meant Angor was allowed to enter the island. Angor remained silent and sighed in the end. I'll stay here too. Let's find somewhere safe and observe. It was a hard decision for Angor. He could not possibly reveal his coin and yell, "Let me through, I'm Sunder's student," to people. That would be too embarrassing. The three of them picked a vacant spot on the bus stop to rest. Angor sat down and took out a small, black pouch from his pocket. He hanged the pouch on Toby's neck. The passport of Phantom Island. Well, I can't go in, but you can. Go there and see if you can find your destiny, Angor advised Toby. He did not regard the chance as important anyway. The event with the magic backfiring on him was still haunting his mind, so he only wanted to have a good rest now. When Toby finally left, Angor leaned against a tree vine and closed his eyes to rest. Angor, Salem spoke but was stopped by Nausicaa. She whispered, "Let him rest. He looks tired." Okay. Now Salem also noticed Angor's unusual fatigue. No one spoke for the next moment. Angor was planning to rest his spirit a little, but the peaceful atmosphere and the gentle wind caused him to fall asleep for real. The silence lasted for half an hour until Salem suddenly asked, "Miss Nausicaa, so you're really going to challenge the Sky Tower?" Nausicaa nodded. "It's a good opportunity." "Yes, I will. But you only broke through recently too. How will you fight those apprentices who have years of experience?" Nausicaa took out her long-handled pipe, lit it up and slowly inhaled. "I know an apprentice who's good at drawing magic scrolls. She's Mr. Fantase's previous student. I can buy some scrolls from her at a better price. But you still need a lot of merit points." No, Salem wondered. He did not know why Nausicaa was so eager to participate in the challenges. "I'll just earn some. There are still several months." "I'll make it," said Nausicaa. Her voice grew lower. She looked away, seemingly thinking about something else. When Angor woke up, it was already noontime the next day. Salem quickly noticed him. "Finally, you missed 2 meals. Here, I've got some ration," said Salem as he took out a small pancake from his bag and handed it to Angor. Angor's mind was still blurry upon waking up. He took the pancake subconsciously and asked, "What time is it?" "What time you slept for a whole night?" said Salem. He cleaned his hands carefully and took out his precious book to read. Angor managed to clear his mind after a while. Since Salem was reading, and Nausicaa seemed to be meditating, Angor ate his pancake really slowly so as not to make any noises. When he was done, Nausicaa finished her meditation and began having some of Salem's ration as well. "Man, if I didn't bring these. Are you two going to starve yourselves out?" Salem complained. Nausicaa nodded nonchalantly. "When I was a pirate on Blackberry Waters, I often went several days and nights without eating. I'm fine with that." Angor, on the other hand, had Butler Good to prepare food for him on Phantom Island. However, his plan had gone wrong. Nausicaa added something again. Being without food was a common thing to happen on the sea. The real disaster was when you don't have water. Nausicaa recalled her glorious days and emphasized on the importance of water. Then she looked at Salem and asked, "So, did you bring water as well?" Salem humphed. "I always bring some ration with me because of my childhood habit. I don't take water with me." "Oh my. Without water. This thing is so hard to swallow." Angor spoke. "You two didn't learn any water cantrips. Any of it will get us some water." "Water cantrip?" Salem shook his head. "I already read some cantrip books in Cloud Library. The weakest water spell is a level 1 cantrip, but I only know a few level 0 ones. Nausicaa also stated that she only learned level 0 cantrips. Fewer than Salem. She spent most of her time on bodybuilding to prepare to study bloodline art. "What about cleanse spell? Do you have this one?" Angor asked again. "I know it. But that won't get water for us," Salem said. Angor raised an eyebrow. "Do you have a pen and paper?" "Yeah," said Salem. He took some writing instrument out. Angor accepted the pen and skillfully jotted down lines of data on the paper before showing them to Salem. "Use this data on your magic formula and create the cantrip model." Salem looked at the paper doubtfully. "This is spell data. But the organization forbids people from exchanging books from Cloud Library with each other in private." Angor smiled. "Don't worry. The data didn't come from any book in Cloud Library." Salem accepted the paper happily. For an apprentice, getting to learn a new spell for free was always a good thing. "Not from Cloud Library. Did you buy it from the underground market?" asked Salem, as he eagerly began to construct the cantrip model using the data provided by Angor. "No. I worked it out myself." Salem's pen halted in the air. Nausicaa also stared at Angor in surprise. Angor frowned at their reaction. "What, you never tried to understand the structures and element combinations of spells when learning them?" Salem shook his head. Nausicaa followed suit, although she realized something herself. "Do you need to do that when learning spells? Can't we just use the models concluded by other people?" "Wait, Mr. Sunders taught you to do that." Angor spread his hands. "No, I want to see the root of spells myself. So I disassembled the structure of cleanse and created another combination. Now that you mentioned it, I tried to do that too. But the cantrip model I found did nothing in the end. I wasted a whole week on it," Salem said. Angor shrugged and said, "The data I found don't have much effect either, but it's enough to quench our thirst. I named the spell as, create water." Angor explained the effect of the spell and how it worked. They accepted Angor's idea. Summoning some water was not something too surprising. At first, Salem thought Angor discovered a perfect cantrip model by himself. Creating a perfect model was something worth noting down in history. However, the wizarding world had witnessed an extremely long history. Almost all spell combinations were the works of ancestors. It was really difficult to discover new perfect models at this age. Chapter 159 saved. Chapter 159 saved. Salem spent 15 minutes analyzing the cantrip model, then half an hour to build the model. When he finally managed to cast create water out, an hour already passed. "It always takes you an hour to learn a new cantrip?" Angor asked. Salem shook his head in embarrassment. "Your model is simpler. I did this one faster than the others." "So how long did you spend when studying cleanse until you can actually cast it?" "Half a day maybe, but I still can't use it to help me clean stuff in real life." Angor did not speak further. Looked like singularity dispersive meditation was not all about faster training. It also helped him learn spells way quicker. Create water was a failure. The final result of the spell was getting them a small amount of water, which barely took half of a glass. They made some containers with clean tree leaves and shared the water. It was far from enough to quench their thirst, but it was still better than nothing. You'll try to optimize the model when I'm free and try to increase the amount. Angor said. Why don't you just wait for later and study water bullet? That spell will get enough water for all three of us to survive a day. Salem commented. You're right still. Some experiment won't hurt. When they talked about random things, something suddenly exploded in the depth of Phantom Island, thus attracting everyone's attention. Tens of thousands of apprentices all looked in one direction. No one made a sound. Every single individual fixed his or her burning gaze on the island as if staring at a long-lost lover, or an eternal nemesis. Is the Sorcerer's Garden completed? Angor also looked their way. However, the three of them were too far away from the island. They could only see misty clouds. People kept their attention on the island for a while, but the Phantom Island never showed anything else after the previous booming noise. The deathly silence was slowly broken when someone began to whisper. When the crowds went bustling again, raven cries suddenly emerged from Phantom Island, bringing some fear to everyone's mind. Next, a powerful gust came from somewhere and blew all clouds away from the sky. Dark rain clouds, which covered hundreds of kilometers, came hanging over the area, shrouding the once sunny place in complete darkness. Rain clouds and strong wind were followed by lightning. Unlike the people on the cloud dirt who had stable footings, those who had been floating in the sky were all knocked everywhere by the mighty gale. They were unable to keep balance. In a matter of seconds, hundreds of apprentices who were too close to Phantom Island were pushed into the island by the wind and were shredded in half by the protective magic array. Screams rose on all sides. Angor and his friends also struggled in the wind. They were standing on a leaf of Tree of Eternity, with the nearby vines to support themselves. They could still remain steady. Yet being steady did not prevent them from getting hurt by the wind. Angor just experienced magic backfiring on him not long ago. His body and mind were both in bad condition. Now the whirling wind caused his face to go pale. Traces of blood began coming out of his mouth and nostrils. Angor, are you okay? Nausicaa was naturally the strongest one among the three people. Even when swaying here and there in the wind, she did not seem troubled at all. Angor could not find the strength to speak. He had to clench his teeth and forced himself to hold on. Nausicaa glanced at Salem and saw the boy holding onto a vine carefully. Salem was hugging a small tree branch and was in a better position compared to Angor. The boy could even spare a hand to grab his book pouch tightly. With several swift leaps, Nausicaa rushed to Angor's side with the help of the dancing branches and tree vines. She grabbed Angor's arm to help him keep steady. Angor gave her a thankful look. With Nausicaa on his back, he immediately felt safer. However, the improved condition did not last long. His body suddenly gave in for losing too much blood. Very soon, Angor felt dizzy and a darkened vision. Nausicaa could still manage herself with one arm supporting Angor. But when Angor went into a shock and added all his body weight on her, she began to lose her balance quickly. Angor, Nausicaa yelled between her teeth and received no response. She forced her stressed neck to turn around and shouted to Salem. Salem, what happened to Angor? Salem had been focusing on keeping his precious book safe. Upon hearing Nausicaa, he quickly looked Angor's way. I think he fainted. He got blood all over his face. Nausicaa's heart skipped a beat. With Angor unconscious, she could not keep up for very long all by herself. But she could not just give up Angor either. The woman squeezed up all her remaining strength and hoped that the gale would end soon. Nausicaa reached her limit after another 2 minutes. Sweat had covered her entire body, and visible blood vessels had bulged on her forehead, neck, and arms. Several sweat drops went along her arm and dropped on Angor's face, clearing up Angor's mind just a bit, which was enough to drag him out of the muddy state of trance. He opened his eyes and saw Nausicaa's terrifying, pain-stricken expression. None of her usual charms could be found. Nausicaa realized Angor was awake when Angor grabbed onto a tree vine and greatly loosened her pressure. Thanks, Angor yelled at Nausicaa in the wind. Nausicaa only panted heavily. She rested a bit before replying. Hold on yourself. I don't have the stamina to help you anymore. Before Angor could answer, A stronger gust of wind invaded them, causing Angor to lose grip of his vine. Angor was thrown away by the wind and fell. His body span like a stone in the air. Angor, Nausicaa, and Salem were both stunned at the terrible scene. They did not want to think about what would happen if Angor reached the ground from this high in the sky. Endless self-accusation covered Nausicaa's mind. If she could just hold on to him for a little longer. Angor free fell at extreme speed. The giant leaf which was falling cloud stop became smaller and smaller above him. His mind went all blank. The only thing that repeated itself in his head was, am I going to die? Not in the nightmare realm. But here. He did not have the time to feel regretful yet. Oh ho, it's you. Blonde boy, you didn't come to drink tea. But you have the time to commit suicide. A lazy, female voice suddenly reached his ears. Angor opened his eyes quickly and saw the figure of a woman made of floating mist looking at him in midair. I'm not suiciding, said Angor. He recognized the figure and felt hope. Lady Mirror, help me. The woman was one of the 3 ancestor souls in Brute Cavern, the spirit living in the mirror world. Lady Mirror. Angor met her once when coming into the mirror world. Help you? Lady Mirror inspected Angor's face and mumbled. Alright, since you look pretty fine to me. Lady Mirror reached out a hand, and a lump of white mist surrounded Angor's body, stopping him from falling. But it's not for free, said Lady Mirror. She appeared beside Angor and said, you're going to pay me something that equals to the favor. Angor was still terrified at his near-death experience. The only thing he knew right now was endless gratitude toward Lady Mirror. So he answered without hesitation. No problem. Anything. Lady Mirror. And I'll do my best. Lady Mirror carried Angor upward using her mist. I don't know what I need yet. Let's note it down for now. And I'll come up with something later. Lady Mirror spoke in a carefree manner. She only saved Angor for his above-average looks, and was not really expecting a newbie apprentice to pay her back. I'm going to repair a plain wound caused by the appearance of the world's consciousness. Where are you heading to? I'll send you there, said Lady Mirror. She looked at the dark clouds in the sky in frustration. Her beauty sleep was interrupted when an avatar of the world's consciousness suddenly descended and created a giant hole in the mirror world. She had to bear her rage for getting dragged up from her bed and go repair the hole, so the mirror world would not crumble on itself. Angor considered. He wanted to join his friends at Falling Cloud Stop. But with such disastrous weather going on, he would just get blown off again. He finally decided. Can you send me to Professor Sunders? Lady Mirror was surprised by it. Professor Sunders, you're his new student. Yes. Mr. Sunders is my current mentor. Lady Mirror remained silent for a long time, without speaking or moving. Angor thought she had some grudge against Sunders and regretted his decision. He should have asked Lady Mirror to send him to the ground instead. A moment later, Lady Mirror finally spoke in a somewhat small voice. So Sunders is your professor? Just about right. I know what I should ask now. In the center of Phantom Island, the wind was still raging. Angor stood behind Sunders, so he did not feel anything this time. Toby also returned to him. The bird stood tall on his shoulder. Professor Angor spoke. Sunders looked sideways at Angor through his gold-rimmed monocle. Angor was not sure of Sunders' emotion with the glass covering his eye. Lady Mirror said that Angor thought about Lady Mirror's request and felt really weird. Just disregard anything she said. Seeing Angor's hesitance, Sunders thought about Lady Mirror's temperament and quickly realized what she wanted. But Lady Mirror saved my life. Because you're too weak. You can talk later. The Sorcerer's Garden is about to complete. Watch closely. Chapter 160 Garden of Gravity. Chapter 160 Garden of Gravity. Sunders was right when he said the garden was completing. Standing near the garden, Angor could clearly see the white mist covering the garden slowly disappearing, revealing a rippled barrier which divided the very space. The barrier shrank rapidly. At the same time, the land and vegetations inside vanished along with it, leaving a giant hole behind. The wind stopped when raindrops came pouring down. The world's consciousness is here. Sunders' voice barely ended when a strange feeling climbed onto everyone's heart. An ancient and primal feeling that caused them to bow down and surrender. Angor felt like a scrap of dirt in the middle of endless land, drifting aimlessly under the effect of the mighty aura. He did not find any will to resist at all. His mind followed the feeling on itself. It's injecting the lost Sunder's words were heard. Everyone on the scene, including wizards, all looked at the sorcerer's garden in a serious attitude. Butler Good once mentioned to Angor that when the world's consciousness injected a law into the newly built sorcerer's garden where destiny laid within, a mysterious rhyme which represented the law would come along. Angor had no idea how to seize the said destiny. When everyone was paying their full attention, Angor was still completely lost. In order not to look too out of place, Angor pretended to be staring at the sorcerer's garden in all seriousness. However, he learned nothing from his action. When his attention traveled around random things, Angor saw Toby hopping on his shoulder, and quickly told the bird to quiet. Destiny is coming. Stay focused. Toby stopped its movement and stared at the sorcerer's garden along with Angor. Neither of them knew what was going on. Suddenly, a strange rhyme came spreading out. Everyone within an area of dozens of square kilometers centered around the Phantom Island became silent. They all sensed the rhyme carefully. When the rhyme came about, Angor also closed his eyes unintentionally and listened to it in a state he never experienced before. It was a strange state. It was not meditation or tranquility of mind, but he still felt calmer than ever. His mind now looked like a borderless grassland which welcomed any wind or cloud to travel through. Even occasional horse herds galloping through did not disrupt the quiet space inside his mind. Angor fully enjoyed the comfortable state. At this moment, he could feel everything happening in this world as if the mysterious rhyme materialized in front of his eyes and bestowed knowledge without holding anything back. The rhyme danced like musical notes, creating a concert of spirit in the eyes of its audiences. The music had a quiet prelude, like a small drop of water on the surface of calm lake water. The ripples it created only further calmed people's minds. The prelude did not last long. When Angor was still indulged in the melodic ripples, faint drumbeats replaced everything and stepped onto the stage. He never heard such drumbeats before. Each beat pulled on his organs and dragged them downward, giving him an uncomfortable feeling. The third beat already caused Angor to fall on the ground, rendering him unable to move. Toby also lay beside him with its limbs spread out, as if the bird just found its life totally hopeless. The melody of gravity, a wizard muttered. You're right. It is a gravity rhyme. Wallace spoke. He was previously standing among the wizards, but the strange force caused him to hunker on the ground instead. So Sunders created a garden of gravity. Did you smell something? Some flowers in the garden. Angor sprawled on the dirt when the strange drumbeats kept tingling his body. His mind was still strangely sensitive like a moment ago, with every sense amplified several times stronger. Each beat caused him severe pain. Still, he was in better condition. Even if he could not bear the pressure brought by gravity, he could still lie on the ground. The apprentices flying outside, on the other hand, all met their terrible fate. When the rhyme turned from an enjoyable melody to merciless pressure, they were all pulled down before they could react. People fell from the air, screaming like mad. When the drum brought the 10th beat, Angor felt something changing. He sensed a flaw in his tranquil mind. There was no wind, cloud or horses on the grassland now. Everything was replaced by a strange rhyme, the same one released by the sorcerer's garden. Angor was still unsure of what was going on when he found himself waking up. Once awake, the pressure of gravity brought by the drumbeats appeared more bearable to him. The feeling was moderate, compared to when Angor was still immersed in his tranquil mental state. Half a minute later, the rhyme slowly disappeared when the drumbeats finally stopped. Now, the sorcerer's garden began to shine a golden light and was shrinking 10 times faster than before. The garden quickly became smaller than a finger ring and dropped into the hole on the ground. Sunders waved a hand and the golden spot came flying into his palm. No one prevented him from doing so. Still, all wizards showed jealousy in their eyes. That was a sorcerer's garden, a valuable and tactical resource that could be carried around easily. A sorcerer's garden was enough to provide support for a middle-sized wizard organization. Now someone just possessed a private one. It was a good thing that Sunders belonged to Brute Cavern. It would not be too hard for them to use Sorcerer's Garden in the future. The world's consciousness is leaving. Yes, so it must be a garden of gravity this time. This law is only a meteor one, But it's still useful. Bloodline wizards can train their bodies inside. Pity. I didn't sense the sequence of gravity. I wonder what kind of gravity level the garden can offer if it can strengthen it to 100 times. All bloodline wizards in the south will want to come here and receive baptism. Looks like We Brute Cavern will become a paradise for bloodline art. Ras Snail. You shameless fool. This is Sunder's personal garden. Don't place the organization on high moral grounds already. Come on. I'm just mentioning a possible idea. Once the information gets out, those from Gravity Forest will surely get furious about this. If I remembered right, Sunder scammed the fragment of eternity from Dryad Boko, a Gravity Forest wizard. Scam that's a legit business. Since the Sorcerer's Garden was completed, the once serious wizards all began to chat. After listening to their conversation, Angor now had a basic idea about the garden. The wizards called it the Garden of Gravity probably because gravity was its law. Angor felt a bit disappointed. If the garden received the law of purification, he no longer had to worry about challenging Sky Tower. The law of gravity was of little use to him. As the wizards said, this garden was most effective when used by bloodline wizards to train their bodies. However, Angor was an occultist. Even so, the garden could be used by many. Since bloodline wizards were not the only ones who studied bloodline, in order to strengthen their physical performance, most wizards from 3 major arts would choose to fuse a bloodline into their bodies. Sunders floated down slowly. Using his sharp perception, Angor quickly noticed that Sunders was wearing a golden ear nail on his right ear. The Garden of Gravity was probably fixed on this piece of accessory. The wizards all stopped talking and looked at Sunders. I checked. The law of gravity in the garden was still in its initial state. It can provide 17 times gravity at his current condition. With my calculation, when the law energy completely fills the garden, the center of the garden should have a gravity of 93 times. Sunders slowly explained. 93rd times gravity. It was absolutely good news for bloodline wizards. A bloodline apprentice could receive a good baptism under the gravity of 10 times while a bloodline wizard would need a gravity of 30 to 100 times. A gravity beyond 100 times would be constantly effective for level 2 wizards. There were many different types of gravity gardens too, and a garden useful to wizards was extremely valuable. Sunder's Garden of Gravity was probably a middle-leveled one or something a little weaker, but it was still a lot more useful than the garden in Floating Mech City. Angor poked at Toby and asked if the bird found anything. He never expected Toby to actually gain anything, so he was just idling his time away with the bird. However, Toby nodded in a serious manner which caused Angor to widen his eyes. You found something. Well, I didn't find any, said Angor. He revealed a sad look. You're not pulling my leg. Toby shook its head and kept a serious expression. Sunders just left the crowd and approached Angor. When he heard Angor's words, the man also looked at Toby with a courteous look. You gained something in the process. Toby lifted its head proudly. Everyone knew that the construction of a sorcerer's garden could bring good destiny. People could follow the rhyme created by the world's consciousness when it injected a law into the garden, and try to comprehend the law from it. This was not limited to high-level wizards. Apprentices had their own chances of learning something as well. Someone with great talent could even learn the law of gravity straight away, but it was only theoretically possible by rules, but impossible to achieve in reality. Someone might catch something about the basic sequence of the law at best. Most people would not achieve anything at all. Like this time, none of the wizards sensed the sequence of gravity, not even Sunders. Sunders stared at Toby with squinted eyes. The curiosity grew stronger. Let's see how well you comprehended the sequence of gravity. Chapter 161 Perfume. Chapter 161 Perfume. The world's consciousness brought disastrous weather upon its arrival and vanished from people's sight silently. The sky regained its brightness when gentle sunlight came shining down again. Angor followed behind Sunders and returned to his professor's manor on Phantom Island. When looking from the side, Sunders' handsome and gentlemanly look was decorated by a golden rim by the sun. Professor looks pretty good. No wonder Lady Mirror asked for something like that. Angor muttered to himself. When thinking about Lady Mirror's request, Angor immediately felt a headache. If Lady Mir asked something from himself, Angor would comply without a doubt. But she asked for Sunders, and Angor certainly could not make the decision in place of his professor. I should be the one returning the favor. Why drag Sunders along? Angor only grew more frustrated. After arriving at the manor, Sunders took Angor to an open ground protected by a magic array. Come, let's see what you learned. Toby left Angor's shoulder and hovered in front of Sunders. Seeing how his professor and Toby were now staring at each other, Angor silently stepped back. Sunders reached out a hand and pointed his palm at Toby. Invisible ripples began coming out of his hand. You're now in a state of spirit resonance. Release the gravity sequence you learned. Sunders spoke to Toby. Toby tweeted several times as if protesting about something, but no one understood it. Toby only gave up in the end. He was not moving at all, apart from fixing its gaze on Sunders with his two tiny eyes. Angor thought Toby was mad for some reason and urged Toby to listen to Sunders and released the sequence or something. Toby gave him a stare in response. Angor believed that if Toby was not engaged in something with Sunders, the bird would definitely come and kick him in the face. A moment later, Sunders stopped his spirit resonance. Seeing Sunders remaining silent, Angor complained in his mind for Toby's unreliable reaction. He quickly approached his professor. Sir, Toby is a bit naughty. Maybe he was joking about learning his destiny. Please understand. Sunders looked up and glanced at Angor. Not quite. It did comprehend the basic sequence of gravity. Sunders slowly spoke. He then realized Angor was still dumbfounded at his words. The man frowned. Didn't you see that Toby wasn't using his wings at all? It attuned himself to the law of gravity to stay afloat. Did it? Angor was completely puzzled. His spirit was too fatigued to notice such details. Your spirit doesn't look right, said Sunders. His eyes shined with the light of spell. Oh, your mind space is damaged. And your spirit is wilted. Sunders squinted his eyes. You went through magic backfiring on you. That was not a question. Sunders sounded sure of it. Angor lowered his head in shame. When I was rearranging a combination for cleanse spell, I failed to notice my remaining mana. So, you deserve such. Trying to run before learning how to walk properly. That was the only complaint Sunders expressed. After that, Sunders smiled a little, somewhat satisfied with Angor's attempt. Remember the lesson. When you pursue the root of a spell again, know your own limits. I understand. Angor also realized that Sunders was actually encouraging him to do so. Instead of following the steps of ancestors, Sunders turned around and headed to the delicate castle in the center of the manor. Let's go to the study. Tell me about your training in these days. Okay, Angor quickly followed him. Along their way, Sunders told Angor the gravity sequence Toby had learned. A very low-leveled sequence of the law of gravity. It can help the bird change its own gravity within a certain range, said Sunders. He seemed interested. Still, it's already as strong as a level 3 cantrip. Toby is able to change gravity for itself, which allows it to increase its speed and burst power in close-quarter combats. If Toby learns how to change gravity for other objects in the future, it would become capable of long-range battles as well. Interesting. None of the people seized any destiny, and a bird triumphed in front of everyone. Very interesting. During their talk, Angor also learned why every wizard, no matter formal or not, wished to learn the sequences of laws. Because learning a sequence of law equaled to receiving a spell slot for free. As for spell slots, another concept needed to be explained along with it: quickened spells. How fast a wizard cast a spell depended on how well he or she understood the spell as well as the wizard's mastery level at the spell. There were currently 2 ways to cast a quickened spell. 1. By pursuing the root and fundamentals of a spell and understood it from all perspectives. This approach would take a long time. Many wizards spent decades or centuries just to quicken a single spell. The second approach was using spell slots. A spell slot was a special location built on one spirit model. It could hold the model of a spell permanently. This permanent spell model would allow the wizard to cast the spell instantly. Comprehending law sequence equaled to acquiring a spell slot because the ability to use the law sequence could be cast instantly. The user still had to spend mana, but a quickened spell meant absolute advantage in a fight. This was why every wizard would pursue chances of learning law sequences like crazy. Too bad I didn't learn a sequence of gravity. Or I could use it as another ace move when challenging Sky Tower. Angor exclaimed in his mind. However, he still thought he actually learned something, or rather, he under a certain state, learned something. Just as Sunders walked into his study and sat down, someone knocked on the window behind Angor. Angor looked back and saw Flora floating outside, wearing her usual cunning expression. Angor opened the window to let Flora float inside slowly. "What are you doing here?" Sunders crossed his legs, placed his black top hat onto the desk and removed his monocle. Before finally looking at Flora, Flora made a hee-hee sound and pointed to Sunders' new golden ear nail. "I'm just curious about the sorcerer's garden." "Then you can go find the tree spirit. It has a garden inside its body as well," said Sunders. "That's different. Your garden is new. I've never seen a newly constructed garden before. Besides, I really want to see my dear professor's garden." Sunders sneered. "There's no difference. The law in a new sorcerer's garden is not condensed. It doesn't differ from a plain fragment in the slightest." Flora curled her lips. "Something else." Sunders glanced at her. Flora muttered "dumb guy" under her breath and floated to Angor. "Well, Leona asked for something." Leona. Sunders remembered a certain witch who loved dresses decorated by flower petals. "She asked you. What's it to do with me?" Flora gently kicked Angor's shoulder with her bare foot. "Because it got something to do with Angor." Sunders stared at her and waited for an explanation. Leona saw Angor outside the island, and she smelled the essence of glutton flower lord on him. "She wants to make a glass of pheromone perfume recently, and she's quite fond of the smell," said Flora, as she took out an alchemy vial used to extract gaseous materials. "Just a little. Some pressured gas in the vial will do." Angor did not know what was going on yet. He never paid attention to his smell these days. He thought it already dissipated. But how? Angor sniffed at himself and realized the smell of essence was still there. "Angor, sweetie, you want the smell gone, right?" Flora revealed a sweet smile. Angor nodded. The smell ruined his manly image. "Then you can give it to me." "All right." Flora's smile grew more and more charming. Before Angor could agree, Sunders interrupted them. "The smell of glutton flower essence can soothe your soul and improve spirit concentration, even if the effect is reduced now. It's considered a Tier 1 alchemy material. Also, the world has not witnessed any glutton flower lord for thousands of years, which means this material values way more in the view of certain individuals." Flora's smile instantly disappeared. She looked at her professor with a sad look. "Oh, professor, with a new student. You forgot about your old one. I'm still your student too. Don't ruin my business." Sunders tilted his head and smiled. "Ruin your business? No. I'm simply reminding Angor of the basic rule in this world, which is equivalent exchange." Flora threw an angry stare at Sunders. In the end, she took away all the smell on Angor's body by paying the boy 1 merit points. Then she left and slammed the door behind her. It was not much. About 10 magic crystals. Still, Angor gladly accepted the income. With the smell removed, this was a double benefit. However, Angor also had a strange feeling about himself. Someone just took some kind of good smell from a gentleman's body to brew perfume for women. That did not sound right. He recalled reading about some ancient Eastern recipes about making perfumes. Some of them were animal excrement, such as ambergris. Some were extracts taken from male glands, such as musk. When thinking about this, Angor felt better. "Now this is strange. Last time you came, the smell already vanished on you. Why did it come back all of a sudden? Did it have something to do with your experience in the nightmare realm?" Sunders mumbled. Angor was puzzled as well. "I don't know. I'm sure I didn't smell it in the last days, so I thought it was gone. I wouldn't have noticed if Miss Flora didn't come." Sunders considered for a while. "No matter. Let's put such trivial things behind. We shall talk about your training during the last month." Chapter 162 Spell and Principle. Chapter 162 Spell and Principle. Angor only did one thing in the past week, rearranging Cleanse spell. But when explaining to Sunders, Angor naturally omitted the part about how many combinations he worked out. He only concluded it with one simple sentence. Rearrange the models. See their different effects and find out their connections with each other. Sunders nodded. Knowing spells to the root is an essential condition for becoming a real wizard. At the same time, you should remember that such work is valuable, but it takes too much time. For now, you should focus on the principle which builds the spell. Take cleanse for example. Its principle is a simple combination of wind and water, which is easy to comprehend, and you can cast the spell easily. For other cantrips, let's say, another level 0 cantrip, optic confusion, for that spell, apart from understanding light and shadow, you also need to know the structure of the human retina and its blind spots. The root of a spell is not about its model, but fully understanding its principle. Sunders paused a little and continued. This is why most wizards are scholars. The more you know, the world appears more real to your eyes. A spell is a tool that helps you defend yourself in this real world. A spell and its principle are equally important, but still, you should mainly focus on learning the principle before learning the spell itself. Angor nodded in acknowledgement. Mara also told him before that knowledge was the most valuable asset in the world of wizards. Since he was young, John always told him to regard knowledge above everything. Every element in your life was an additional chain that dragged you down while only knowledge was the crown on your head. In the wizarding world, knowledge became more important. Angor needed to improve his knowledge base too if he wanted to get stronger. Without enough knowledge, a wizard would have a hard time trying to break through his or her bottleneck. Reading many books without thinking about them does not mean receiving knowledge. When you take the time to think about what you already know, you'll find out that you know little. And that's when you'll finally understand what wizards should look for. Sunders spoke in a sincere tone. Once you gained enough knowledge, you can even create spells instead of learning existing ones. Sunders pointed to Toby who had been standing on Angor's shoulder. You didn't forget how this little creature came into being. Right, it originated from a spell created by Greya herself. Creating original spell is also one essential condition for a real wizard. Sunders then told Angor something about rearranging models before asking Angor to leave. When walking out of the manor, Angor was still thinking about his professor's words. Centered around cleanse. There are a total of 630 variations, and 6 of them are perfect models. But the only model worthy of being passed around is cleanse because this one consumes the least mana and has the best outcome. The other 5 perfect models all share decent effects, but they can be replaced by simpler spells. You can still learn something from dismantling models. When you create a new spell, you'll be able to understand the connection between principle and the spell model faster. But that's too far a goal for you at this moment. Sunders' words encouraged Angor to think about creating new spells. He might not be able to do that now, but the idea was already planted inside his mind, waiting to give birth to fruit. When Angor left Phantom Island and was walking on the sky bridge, he suddenly remembered something. Crap, I forgot Lady Mirror's request. When Angor hurried back into the island, Sunders was preparing to enter his sorcerer's garden and observe the inside. Lady Mirror asked me to tell you something. She hoped that the professor can join her and have some tea. Angor spoke with his head lowered in embarrassment. Sunders glanced at Angor and chuckled. Tea? Yes. Lady Mirror said so. Okay. I see. Angor spoke again, still embarrassed. So will you go or not? No. That was a firm answer. When Angor revealed a stressful look, Sunders thought about something and added, you can find the time and go to her yourself, to thank her for saving your life. Me? Sunders nodded. She won't mind who joins her. The only thing she cares is whether her tea partner looks good enough. Sunders inspected Angor's appearance and let out a raucous laugh from his throat. You're still too young, but considering your look she won't say no. There were still apprentices around the sky bridge, but only a few now. The falling cloud stop was in a complete mess after the gust. Angor even saw blood traces here, but he did not find Nausicaa and Salem. He almost lost his own life in the disaster. Lady Mirror was the one who saved him in the end, but before that, he needed to thank Nausicaa. She helped him keep steady in the raging wind, and she did not give him up when he fell unconscious. Angor still fell down though, because he failed to hold on to the vines. He felt equally thankful to both Nausicaa and Lady Mir. He walked all the way to Cave Field. Before he could go down, he saw Salem rushing toward him from Apprentice Town 8, screaming and crying. Angor Salem reached him while wearing his white bedsheet, as well as some tears and nose water. I knew you'd be fine. You've no idea how terrified I was when I saw you falling from the leaf. Oh, thank heavens. Salem's teardrops did not stop flowing. They drenched Angor's robe. Salem kept sobbing and hiccuping while crying, which must look really childish and funny to onlookers. But Angor only felt warmth in his heart. Nausicaa slowly joined them too. She smiled when she saw the two crying kids huddled together. Angor patted Salem's head and walked to her. Thank you for helping me. If I fell while unconscious, I'd be dead. Angor spoke in a solemn tone. Nausicaa shook her head. It's nothing. You're alive. That's what matters. Before seeing Angor safe, Nausicaa had been blaming herself for dropping Angor, and she had been wearing a cold look. Now that she finally saw Angor was safe, she lifted the burden off her mind. She had a lot to confess, but she did not do so in the end. You're alive. That's what matters was the only thing she said. In this completely strange world, three souls from different nations and lands were bound together by their pure friendship. They might walk down different paths in the future, but at least today, their bond was true. Angor told them about his experience while on their way to the underground marketplace. They already planned to go there before going to Phantom Island. It was a rare chance for them to be together. Even if no one wanted to buy stuff, they could simply wander around and have fun. So Lady Mir saved you when listening to Angor's story. Salem's expression shifted between surprise and fear drastically, as if he was the one going through the disaster. When Angor finished talking, Salem also spoke about what he saw around the Phantom Island. Many people died. Some of them were blown over to the island and were killed by the magic. Some fell off. When talking about dead people, Salem put a hand on his chest in fear. Thank God we stayed at Falling Cloud Stop. If we tried to join the crowd, we'd probably meet the same end. But the wind itself didn't kill many people because most apprentices know how to fly. They won't fall to death as long as they can maneuver in the air. What killed most people was the mysterious rime following the arrival of the world's consciousness. At that time, almost everyone was pressed against the ground. We were fine on the leaf, but those in the air all fell from the sky, either dead or badly injured. You probably don't know, but when we came down to the tree spirit garden underneath the island to look for your body, we saw the whole place covered by corpses. Broken corpses. Can you imagine body parts? White brain fluids. Red blood. Guts that already began to stink. They were everywhere. It was horrific. When speaking of this, Salem remembered the terrible sight in his mind and wanted to throw up again. The rime was a deadly weapon, and at the same time, bringer of destiny. Nausicaa spoke. Too bad neither Salem nor I learned anything, but I think I saw someone on the sky bridge succeeding. Did you find destiny? Angor Salem asked. You were right beside the sorcerer's garden, and the rime should be stronger over there. Did you get anything? Angor shook his head. No, I found nothing. Salem showed a just as I thought look and prepared some words to comfort Angor. But Toby did. Angor pointed at the bird on his shoulder, and Toby quickly puffed up its chest and lifted its head high. How did Toby learn something? No way. Salem's jaw dropped open in disbelief. Angor only nodded helplessly. Professor Sunders said so. Toby comprehended the sequence of gravity. Ha! A bird learns something when humans cannot. Anyone who hears about this will get furious. Nausicaa snickered. Salem curled his lips and felt like crying again. Oh come on, does that mean I'm worse than a small bird? Chapter 163 Watching Battles. Chapter 163 Watching Battles. Apprentice Town 8. Underground Market. Sky Tower Level 1. Angor's group came to the market and headed straight to the Sky Tower. Angor and Nausicaa both planned to challenge the fights, so they were here to get a feel of the battles and hear and see what kind of opponents they should be expecting. There were 15 levels in the tower in total. Every level had a standard for promotion. Getting enough points to reach this standard would get the participant to the next level. The participant also had the choice of staying at the same level. But in this case, Winning more matches would only yield a very small amount of merit points. This was how the arenas protected low-level challengers. The interior of the Sky Tower was expanded using space expansion spells. So every level was a giant area consisting of dozens of arenas. Each arena was a platform 4,040 square meters large and came with audience stands around it. Watching battles on the first level did not require any tickets. So almost every arena was surrounded by audiences, many of whom were mortals. These mortals were basically civilians working in the underground market, with no other ways of entertainment. Watching fights in the Sky Tower was their only choice to pass time. It's only crowded at this level. Higher levels ask for tickets, and mortals don't have magic crystals on them, so they can't get up there. However, level 13 to level 15 will have more people because apprentices tend to stay there. After becoming an apprentice, Salem went to the Sky Tower many times out of curiosity in these months, so he knew a lot about this place. Let's stay at the first level for now and see how good the fighters are, Angor said, and found an arena with relatively fewer onlookers. The battle was not on, and no challengers were in the arena, so they took the time and talked about random stuff. A moment later, a hunched old man carrying a box on his back moved in front of them. The old man was a mortal. When Angor wondered what he wanted, he saw Salem giving the old man a silver coin and took out some juice glasses from his box, along with several fried donuts. A snack vendor. They are pretty smart. 1 silver coin is enough to support an ordinary individual for a month in other places. They can just earn them quickly by selling cheap drinks here, said Salem as he handed the food to his friends and recalled his life back in Versailles Principality. Angor took a bite on the donut. He was very satisfied with the soft touch and mild smell of milk of his food. You like it, I knew you would, said Salem. He looked proud at Angor's reaction. Before Angor could agree, Nausicaa commented first. Too much milk. You kids probably like this, but I prefer something with more salt in it. Nausicaa took a bite before placing her food aside. Angor calmed his expression when he heard Nausicaa's words. It's fine. Actually, I agree with Nausicaa. They munched and drank while waiting for the battle to begin. It did not take long before the 2 challenger passages on the sides each revealed a challenger. They both covered their faces and bodies with loose robes. Also, Angor noticed that a giant glass frame above the arena brightened up and showed a countdown timer, as well as the names and portraits of the challengers. Battle starts in 339. King of Beasts vs Monarch of Eternal Freeze. A moment ago, Angor was surprised at how the glass frame resembled his hologram tablet so much. Floating Mech City deserved its name as a paradise of machines and alchemy. Each product they created contained amazing technologies. However, when Angor saw the display on the screen, he coughed up all the juice he just drank. Thank goodness the seat in front of him was vacant. What the heck, King of Beasts, Monarch of Freeze, what's with these showy names? Angor began to doubt if he just stumbled into the battlefield of legendary wizards instead of an apprentice arena. At the same time, the 2 individuals on the stage threw off their robes using really exaggerated poses and revealed themselves. The King of Beasts was a dark-skinned man equipped with a giant bow on his back. He had colorful totems painted on his face, a beautiful decorative feather on his head, and tiger-striped loincloth as his only piece of clothing. This man kind of looked like Hookik with his primitive way of dressing, except that those totems and feathered headband were worse than Hookik's style. The Monarch of Eternal Freezing was also a male. Also, to show off the freezing word in his name, he was fully covered by white-themed clothes decorated with all kinds of shiny and transparent accessories. More importantly, his hair was also white. However, considering the occasional strings of dark hair that showed up on his head, his white hair must be the result of dyeing. Well, those are pretty showy looks and names. They must be someone strong, Angor thought to himself. The countdown reached 0. They both moved. The monarch yelled out first. Freezing Earth. He remained stationary after yelling. It seemed that he was building up his spell model in his mind. After about 3 seconds, a small area on the ground in front of him began to catch traces of frost. The King of Beasts did not back down at all. Under people's puzzled gazes, he did a backflip, which did not help him move an inch at all. Put a hand on the ground. and looked up. "Show yourself, my king." After quite a while, some mist was released from the king of beasts' body, and a snow-white kitten appeared from the mist. "Go, my king thrashes freezing earth." The king of beasts pointed forward with great might as if he was commanding an army into war. The white kitten followed his master's action, lifted its head, and meowed. A really timid, gentle, and somewhat terrified meow. Angor's group was left speechless again. Salem remained silent for a moment and curled his lips. "They don't seem strong at all. Maybe we should go to another arena." Nausicaa raised an eyebrow. "Actually, I like that cat. Adorable." "Since when was Frost called freezing earth?" Angor mumbled. Frost was a level 0 cantrip which held a similar effect to grease. It summoned frost in a small area to prevent people from advancing. Between these two cantrips, most apprentices chose to learn grease because they could lit up the oil and cause burn damage enemies. As the three of them complained about the terrible fight, all the audiences around them cheered in excitement. Someone even screamed loudly, "Go, king! Tear that arrogant monarch apart and drag him down his throne." No one commented on his embarrassing words. People only grew more excited. "Let's go," Salem asked again. "You decide." "I don't even need weapons and spells to take these people down," said Nausicaa as she put a hand on the dueling sword on her waist. Salem looked at Angor, but Angor shook his head. "Let's wait a bit." Angor watched the fight carefully. The white kitten already moved inside the range of freezing earth. The monarch humphed and chanted something else. An ice blade appeared in the air and went for the kitten. Slowly, the kitten was fast enough to avoid the ice blade easily. When it jumped into the air, the monarch suddenly moved closer, with the kitten unable to change directions in the air. The monarch slammed the kitten onto the frost-covered ground with a mighty kick, leaving the kitten yelping helplessly. "Oh no, my king!" the king of beasts exclaimed in an emotional tone as if singing an aria and rushed to the white kitten. He held the animal up gently and displayed a painful look. The audiences were also touched by the scene. Someone wiped tears off their eyes. The king of beasts looked up with tears around his eyes. "I surrender, monarch of eternal freeze. You're very strong." The monarch let out a disdainful "Consider yourself lucky," and turned to leave. The glass screen above the arena changed its display. "Winner, monarch of eternal freeze." "Okay. I regret my decision. Let's go," Angor said in the end. Salem had already covered his eyes. "And quickly. I'm getting embarrassed myself looking at them. Thank God no one knows we're here." They switched several arenas to look. Master of Sorcery vs Demonic Flame Dragon. Unparalleled Warlord vs King of Thunderclouds. Philosopher of Time vs Swordmaster Jr. Angor realized that every apprentice got him or herself a really outstanding title. But they were only ordinary level 1 apprentices. Even mortals who knew how to fight could easily defeat them. This is the Sky Tower. Right after watching several more matches, Salem began to doubt reality. "But when I came last time, they weren't so bad. Why are there only these losers today?" Nausicaa wondered. "You forgot Phantom Island," Angor reminded them. Salem and Nausicaa exhaled an "oh." Most apprentice wizards went to Phantom Island for destiny, and only weirdos were left behind. Besides, the incident around the island killed hundreds of elite apprentices. The Sky Tower would probably only have these terrible people in the predictable future. Nausicaa's eye glimmered. "I think this is a good chance for us." Salem saw Nausicaa bumping her fists and getting all worked up. "Miss Nausicaa, you're not going to?" She nodded. "Yes, I am. I'll challenge the tower now. I'll see how many levels I can beat on the next couple of days, so that I don't have to spend money on magic scrolls." Nausicaa was planning to buy her way through, but since there were only weaklings here at the moment, why not go for the opportunity? Angor agreed. "Good choice. At least Nausicaa won't run into any rivals on the first level. They already watched enough." Next, they accompanied Nausicaa to the management section on the first floor and helped Nausicaa get registered as a challenger. Chapter 164 Titles. Chapter 164 Titles. A clerk working in Sky Tower took out a registration form and asked Nausicaa to write down her information. Nausicaa looked at Angor first. "You're not doing this, do you know? When opponents are weak." Angor shook his head. I still need to recover. Maybe some days later. Nausicaa whispered to Angor. You can ask Toby to fight for you. The bird is surely strong enough to help you get past the first level quickly. Angor already had such an idea after watching how King of Beasts battled. Nausicaa was right. Toby could definitely beat down opponents in the first level easily, since Toby learned the sequence of gravity. Its improved burst power compensated the bird's lack of strength. Toby was already extremely fast. Now the bird was even faster and stronger. Still, Angor decided to wait. Not now. You go first. I absolutely don't want to run into you in a match. Nausicaa complied and shrugged. You've got a point. Frankly speaking, I don't know what to do if I've got to go against you in the arena. She paused and smiled again. You know, if that really happened, I won't go easy on you. I've always wanted to fight you for real. Neither will I, but I only learned a cleanse spell. I'm no better than a mortal. There's no way I can win. Angor complained. Nausicaa chuckled and began filling her paper. The registration form was simple enough. She only had to write down her title and the organization she belonged to. Her organization was, naturally, Brute Cavern. As for title, when Nausicaa planned to use her own name, the clerk gave her a friendly warning by saying, Miss, I suggest you create a new title because certain occultists can use your real name to harm your body. As the fairest battleground in the south, we wish to prevent anyone from winning this way. Nausicaa gladly listened to the advice and repicked a title for herself. She did not give it much thought and left the word pirate on her paper. The clerk raised an eyebrow at the name and reminded Nausicaa of something else. You can't change your title again once it's determined. Are you sure you want to use this name? Miss. Nausicaa nodded without a second thought. Miss, you should know that your title in the Sky Tower will accompany you till the very end. Even if you reached the Tower of Infinity, you still have to use the same name. As a place for battles established by Floating Mech City, a better title will help display your name to others when you become a wizard. Combined with the fame of Floating Mech City, your name will likely become your own title in the future. For example, Lord of Night Mudik gained his title because he wrote it on this paper at the beginning. Now he's one of the most famous wizards from Sleepless City. Now Angor understood why those challengers used those showy names. They were preparing for their possible bright future. However, 9 out of 10 of those people would be disappointed. Nausicaa considered again. If the advice was true, she did need a better title. The clerk waited patiently. He also wanted Nausicaa to use an attractive name. Insignificant names would not be able to help them advertise Sky Tower. A moment later, Nausicaa wrote down her final decision, King of Blackberry. She earned this title when different countries put her name on their bounty list when she was still a pirate. She got used to being called like that. The clerk was pretty satisfied at the King of Something style and put away the registration form. However, he had no idea what Blackberry referred to. King of Blackberry. As per the regulations in Sky Tower, as a challenger in the first level, you must join at least one battle each month, or your credit in the tower will become lower. A lower credit means less merit point income when winning matches. Explained the clerk. He added, to maintain your credit, please make sure you come here and accept a schedule within a month. There's no need. You'll join a match now. Nausicaa said. Alright. Please follow me. The clerk brought Nausicaa to the lottery drawing section with a bright smile. Salem and Angor had been staying silent when Nausicaa did her job. When she finally determined her title, they began to whisper to each other and discuss what kind of title they would use. I'll name myself the Glory of Versailles, Salem said. When I become a wizard, I'll make my name known to the whole world, and Versailles will see me as their pride. Maybe Queen Sharon will give me a personal audience. Glory of Versailles, that sounds a bit childish. Nausicaa once mentioned that the rose gardens at Versailles Principality are pretty famous. So maybe you should call yourself the Rose of Versailles, Angor joked. Salem thought about Angor's words carefully. Rose of Versailles, that sounds pretty good. It both displays where I'm from and our special product. But should a man call himself a rose? Hey Angor, you're going to challenge the tower too. Right, what name will you use? Angor thought about it for a while and shook his head in the end. I don't know. I don't like showy names or those that take too long to achieve. He'll think about one when the time comes. Choose carefully. I'm expecting a good one from you. Nausicaa returned from her lottery. Who's your opponent? Miss Nausicaa Salem asked eagerly. Nausicaa only smiled. She pointed to the glass screen on the wall of the hall. My match will be displayed there. Check it out yourself. Information on different arenas scrolled on the screen. Things like who won the matches, who was promoted to the next level, or how many merit points they earned. A piece of message caught their attention. King of Blackberry vs Monarch of Eternal Freeze. Arena 7. Level 1. Match starts in 30 minutes. Monarch of Eternal Freeze. Angor mumbled the name. Ah. That guy. Salem saw the name too and displayed an indifferent expression. Miss Nausicaa will beat him in seconds. I don't think I have to watch the fight. He'll not watch it either. Angor agreed. He feared that something might ruin his expectation about Sky Tower again. A weirdo who called Frost as freezing Earth. Angor would not want to see that apprentice again. Who knew whether that guy would create other names like Eternal Freeze or something just for simple cantrips. Nausicaa did not mind having fewer audiences. Okay then. Wait for my good news. Nausicaa stayed at the tower for her match while Angor and Salem left the tower and parted ways. Salem was going to choose some spells that went well with his art. Angor was planning to go find Dave at Prome's alchemy shop. Angor reached the shop uneventfully. There were still a lot of people gathering at the front door. They came to ask Prome for alchemy service. But Master Prome was still away, and Dave was trying to explain the facts to the customers. When the crowd dispersed, Angor walked to Dave. Master Prome is out today. Please come back nexto. Angor when Dave heard footsteps from behind. He let out his routine explanation without a second thought. But he realized he did not need to do that when he turned around and saw Angor's face. What brought you to the shop? Oh right, you broke through. No, Dave took Angor into the shop happily. He'll give you the information on the challengers in the Sky Tower now. As they agreed last time, Dave would share his participant information with Angor. However, Angor was not an apprentice last time, so he could not take the information stored in a crystal ball. The shop looked similar to his last visit. All kinds of objects were places in disorder. Dave struggled a little to find a vacant table and asked Angor to place his crystal ball on it. Next, Dave took out his own crystal ball and controlled it to transmit information to Angor's. It will take some time because there's a lot of information. Dave spoke while controlling his mana flow. Maybe 10 minutes. Take it easy. I've something to ask too. What is it? Like I mentioned last time, I want to try out alchemy. So I'm here to buy some basic materials for practice. Angor explained. He then asked, do you have any? I'll buy them at the average market price. You've just begun to study alchemy, and you're going to use materials already. Isn't that a bit too early? You should study the theories and basic spells first, said Dave. He was puzzled by Angor's decision. Well, I'll combine it with practice. Since I still have merit points left, I'll use this chance and learn by practice. Dave thought about the remaining balance of Angor's merit points and did not say anything further. Dave wished to quicken his skill development by wasting money too, but he was too poor for that. So he had to progress slowly. He only managed to create his first creation after spending 5 years. I've got a lot of low-leveled materials in stock. You can use them for fresh practice, said Dave. He paused and asked something. I forgot to ask. Which field of alchemy are you going to study? Chapter 165 Tooling. Chapter 165 Tooling. Alchemy did not belong to any of the 3 major arts, but it was still a popular choice for wizards. Alchemy included many different fields. Alchemists in ancient times divided alchemy works into those that improved one's own body and the ones that improved other objects. Today, there were only 2 simpler classifications: apothecary and tooling. Apothecary, as the name suggested, majored in brewing potions. For example, the glass of potion of austere night held by Angor was a product made by alchemists who mastered apothecary. Here, potion did not only refer to drinkable liquid. There were also special branches, such as Leona's perfume brewing, which was also considered apothecary. Tooling mainly referred to crafting alchemy items. Dave's propeller flying machine, for example, was alchemy machinery created using the art of tooling. The principle of alchemy was conversion. The core of making potions or tools both followed this principle. This was why both tooling and apothecary wizards were called alchemists. But still, apothecary and tooling had different working processes and asked for different materials. That was why Dave asked Angor which path he would follow, so that he could prepare the correct materials. They both required great talent. You earn similar benefit out of them, but technically speaking, I personally believe that tooling is harder, said Dave when he saw Angor hesitating. He explained his own idea. I'm going for tooling, Angor said. You sure you know? You'll be able to earn money fast once you learned how to brew a potion. But tooling not so easy. I'm sure. Angor already made this decision before. The alchemy books he recorded in the Nightmare Realm contained both tooling and apothecary knowledge. But he did not plan to try making potions for now. The Garden of Purification was an urgent goal to him. Otherwise, he would not think about studying alchemy so early in the first place. The world was always changing. The information about the Garden of Purification triggered Angor's motivation to reach the top level of a sky tower and win a ticket to the garden. Angor had to find a particular approach, and he chose to try out alchemy. Okay then. It's your own decision. Don't regret it. If I can't learn tooling, I'll just switch to apothecary instead. Dave chuckled. We're on the same boat then. Maybe we can assist each other. Here are some books that describe the materials used in tooling. Take a look. Tell me what you're interested in and I'll get them from the storage. At market price, said Dave. He took out several piles of books and dumped them in front of Angor. Magic Material Encyclopedia. Illustration Collection Neutralization Amp Smelting Materials. Catalyst Collection. Dave presented all of these dictionary-sized books to Angor with the hope of discouraging him. Dave had been acting all friendly to Angor, but in his mind, Dave did not hold a positive idea about Angor's ambition. He would like to be Angor's friend, but when it came to alchemy, Dave would think otherwise. To him, the art of alchemy was more important than anything else. In Dave's view, alchemy was not something that random stragglers should learn. When Angor made up his mind and showed off his wealth, Dave got a feeling that his beloved subject was being joked at. It was a complicated mindset. Dave would not have felt as bad if Angor chose apothecary. Yet Angor went for tooling, the same subject Dave was studying. And such a decision tipped the scale in Dave's mind. Dave did not say anything about the books. He only looked at Angor with a smile, waiting for his choice. Angor noticed none of Dave's thoughts. He carefully selected several books and read through them quickly, then listed the materials he wanted in a short time. Mystic Fog Strings, 12 standard units. High Bronze, 7.8 grams. Hairy Orchid Gravel, 11 cups. Ice Glue 349 grams. Starfrost Gold. Dave saw Angor's careful choices and realized Angor already had a plan in his mind. None of the materials were tiered ones, but they all shared connections with each other. For example, Ice Glue and Starfrost Gold appeared to be two completely unrelated materials. But Dave once heard Master Prom speaking with another master alchemist that if you dissolved ice glue in the heat for 5 minutes and added some catalyst powder to it, it would become the best adhesive for Starfrost Gold. High Bronze was usually used in machine alchemy as an ideal material for forging junction parts such as gears. And Mystic Fog Strings were often used along with the gears as a flexible transmission belt. Angor obviously went through some careful planning to come up with his choices. The other materials he chose contained heat-resistant ones, ductile materials, and energy amplifiers. Dave already saw the basic frame of an alchemy machine out of these. The uncomfortable idea in Dave's mind had vanished. He was now confident that Angor did not regard alchemy as mere entertainment. And that was enough for him to highly regard Angor's decision. Angor picked many different materials. He made these choices for a number of theories he already developed in his mind, theories for making an alchemy weapon. That will be 17 types. According to the amount you wrote down 321 merit points. I'll remove the cents. Just pay me 1,300, said Dave as he glanced at Angor's material list and worked out the final price quickly. 1,300. About 13 magic crystals. This was quite a fortune to apprentices. Angor only paid 500 points for his rent for a full year. Still, he could afford the price for now. Besides, he just earned 1,000 points out of Leona's favor. Angor took out his bone card and paid the money. Dave felt so jealous again at Angor's wealth display. The 2 crystal balls on the table began to shine. Dave glimpsed at the objects. The information you asked for is sent. I'll go get the materials. Do you want to carry them yourself or have them delivered? Delivered. Of course. I don't have a space storage to hold them. All right then. 10 merit points. After leaving Prome's alchemy shop, Angor went to the Sky Tower again. Nausicaa's match was already over. She was resting in the lounge room. As they expected, Nausicaa defeated Monarch of Eternal Freeze easily without using her weapon at all. Several punches and kicks were more than enough. Nausicaa did not plan to stop here. She wished to keep fighting, taking the chance that there were only weaker opponents in the tower. Angor wished her good luck and headed back to his house in Apprentice Town. Upon reaching the villa, Toby immediately returned to the attic to practice a new chapter with its Echo Flower music band. Meanwhile, Angor sat in the garden and listened to Toby's terrible concert as he waited for Dave's delivery. Time always flew by fast when in a relaxed mood. Half an hour later, Dave reached Angor's front door while commanding 2 pairs or 4 bulky-looking guys who carried several sealed wooden boxes. The 4 of them were all mortal residents in town. Angor asked them to place the boxes in his basement. After confirming that the materials were correct, he sent them on their way. 4 mortal laborers. 10 merit points from me. You're smart. You know that Angor spoke behind Dave with a dark expression. Dave blinked in an innocent manner. Well, you don't have any space storage. And neither do I. Those things are for wizards. We shouldn't think about them. And of course, I have to ask mortals to carry stuff. Is there another choice? Angor waved him away impatiently. We both know how much you earned out of it. Now off you go. When Dave was gone, Angor took some time to sort out the materials in the basement. When he was finished, the moon was already high in the sky, casting a silver aura over the tree of eternity. Angor dragged his tired body to his bed and fell on it. He did so many things today. Everything ended well. With his already tensed-up spirit, he only managed to cover half of his body under the blanket before falling straight asleep. In the next morning, Angor washed himself up and went into the soundproof room. The residual condition of magic backfiring on him still troubled him, so he had to give up on meditation and spell training for now. But he could still carry out his study plan. Angor planned to start learning alchemy today. Previously, Angor regarded alchemy as something similar to the subject of chemistry because chemistry also involved conversion between elements. But after reading some books from Sunder's collection as well as those from the Nightmare Realm, Angor realized that the 2 subjects only appeared to be related, but they were actually 2 completely different concepts. The conversion process in alchemy was facilitated using a mystic energy. This energy participated in every alchemy conversion. Even alchemy machines needed this energy as their main power source. Besides, studying alchemy also required knowledge about runecraft. Runes could be used to trigger the mystic energy hidden within supernatural materials. It could also be used to build perfect material combinations. Also, there were particular alchemy approaches that used runes as the core materials while ordinary materials acted as a supplement. Angor felt a headache after reading the alchemy theories. He thought several alchemy spells were enough. But now he found that he had to study runecraft too. This was also an extremely complicated subject. Anyone who learned it well could earn big money by selling magic scrolls. Angor sighed in frustration. In order to make alchemy weapons in a short time, he had to start by learning something from the scientific technologies on Earth. Alchemy machines sounded pretty similar to science, but they were still essentially supernatural products who had completely different fundamentals than actual science. Angor's current plan was to apply wizardry alchemy methods to a blueprint of a weapon from Earth. He wanted to see if he could make something that would be effective against apprentices. Chapter 166 Blacken. Chapter 166 Blacken. Skilled tooling alchemists usually set up detailed plans before creating alchemy items. They needed a long time to do researches and preparations before finally proceeding with the item itself. Innovation, talent, insight, and technique, these were all essential factors to make an alchemy item. Without them, one could only copy the ways of ancestors. Many alchemists spent their lives in this field without making much achievement. People with less innovative ideas could never create new inventions, while those who managed to find inspiration often failed to become successful in the end. Rather, their inspiration could go wild and prevent them from using well-balanced materials, which could cause terrible results, such as exploding experiments. This was why there were very few alchemists in the world, and even fewer talented ones. Angor never considered how long he would walk down this path. The only thing on his mind, for now, was to recreate an earth weapon by using alchemy. There were many data saved in John's hologram tablet. However, data about weapons only took up a small part of them. John was a botany researcher who was not interested in aggressive weapons in the slightest. The few limited 3D printer weapon blueprints in the tablet were most copied by him from random places on the internet when he tried out his new printer as a university student. There were both blueprints for cold weapons and simple firearms. Angor aimed for the latter. He did not plan to go for something complicated from the start. So, he decided to make cold weapons first for practice. Besides, he needed time to get used to how to use various materials. After getting a vague idea about the theories, Angor began reading about the spells specifically used in tooling. He disregarded any high-level or powerful spells that he could not learn and looked for level 0 and level 1 cantrips. And he only found 5 of them: level 0 cantrip fall, level 0 cantrip condense, level 1 cantrip smelt, level 1 cantrip freeze, level 1 cantrip magic barrier. Preheat materials for some time using a fixed magic frequency in order to melt down materials and change their shape. This spell was usually used in long processes. The temperature would get very high, which meant that the user had to always stay alert and in full concentration. Condense, as the name suggested, the spell would lower the temperature to finalize the shape of materials. These were the only 2 level 0 cantrips. For level 1 ones such as smelt and freeze, they were basically powered-up versions of thaw and condense. They did a faster and better job in creating correct models out of materials. Magic Barrier was a defensive spell which required a long time to cast and with a short effective duration. The spell was used to prevent accidents such as explosions during alchemy processes. Angor believed that once he recovered from the magic backfire, he probably could only use 2 level 0 cantrips. So he chose to focus on them. After memorizing the key points for the 2 cantrips, Angor suddenly realized that he had only been reading the books from Sunder's collection. He needed to check if the alchemy books in the Nightmare Realm contained anything different. He proceeded with his idea right away. In the other folders in his hologram, he found the pages introducing cantrips in the book Basic Alchemy. Thaw, condense, smelt. These were no different from the ones he just read. Angor turned a page and kept reading. Freeze, magic barrier. His eyes brightened up when he saw a tooling spell which was never mentioned in Sunder's books. Blacken, height doesn't have a level. While puzzled at how the spell did not require a level, Angor began reading about the spell. In ancient times, alchemists belonged to various powerful factions. One of the factions was called Mortality Sect, which was led by Odorous. It was an extremely mysterious sect among all alchemy factions. Alchemists from there believed in death and resurrection. They regarded the color of black as the primal chaos that gave birth to everything. According to Odorous, black was the real color. It contained all different colors in itself and was the true origin of them. Mortality alchemists pursued black. To them, black meant death, and blackening also meant resurrection. Blackening something would render all elements dead and turn them into another form of existence, the dark matter. Dark matter was a decomposed remain that did not have any radiation or metallic properties. It represented a new form of substance when metal died. The blacken spell was used to render all substances into dark matter and create new, sometimes unique, properties for them. Thaw changed materials' shape while blacken changed its property of existence. The book did not say anything about the results brought by such changes. Angor's knowledge told him that everything was double-sided. Blackened had to have its merits and drawbacks, and he could only find them out after practical experiments. According to the book, the blackened spell did not have a level because the amount of substance which would become blackened depended on the caster's mana pool. More mana meant something would get more thoroughly blackened, or even entirely blackened into dark matter, while insufficient mana would bring inferior results. Since the amount of mana was the only requirement, any wizard could use this spell. This included someone like Angor, who had just barely become an apprentice. Angor managed to comprehend the overall idea of blackened spell. As for trying it out for real, he had to wait out his condition and do experiments on it. Still, Angor was confident of the rarity of this spell. He read about a concept in many alchemy books. It was easy to change the shape of something, but very difficult to change its natural property. There were alchemy spells that altered the property of something, but all of them were intended for wizards. Property change was already something close to the very core of alchemy. Of course, there was no hope for low-level alchemists to learn something like that, yet the blackened spell bypassed this rule. This was never possible in the field of alchemy today. Now, Angor was really curious about the true identity of the Warden of Stairs of Hanging Prison. Singularity dispersive meditation was already a huge surprise. Now Angor just found another surprise blacken, which was merely something recorded in a basic alchemy book. Angor was wondering what awaited him in the more advanced books. The discovery of blackened spell kept Angor excited for a while. Soon, he calmed his mind and focused on other plans. For example, in the coming days, he plans to study theories about a spell combination and learned these spells after his mind space recovered. Spell combination meant a specific arrangement of spells. There were many spells available to wizards. Apprentices could find dozens of thousands of cantrips to learn, and if self-made spells were taken into consideration, such as remove dampness and create water, which Angor named several days ago, there would be millions of spells beyond. A spell combination meant to choose several selected ones from all the spells to use. Generally speaking, a combination consisted of 4 types of spells: assault, enhancement, control, and recovery. Of course, different wizards might have different ideas about their combinations. Someone preferred using defensive spells or even detection ones. There was no fixed rule about how to choose a combination. The key point was how the wizard used the spells in different situations. For example, choices for control spells included frost, grease, and flash. In actual combats, wizards had to know how to apply these spells effectively. An apprentice who learned a correct combination was able to deal with most situations. However, studying combinations was usually a preferred tactic for apprentices only, especially since they did not have enough time, effort, and mana to learn many additional spells. Apprentices could only master a few spells while wizards did not have such a problem. Combinations also had their weakness. Predictable spells were easily countered by opponents. For example, Monarch of Eternal Freeze only knew how to cast frost. A bloodline wizard or someone adept at fire spells could easily break his trick apart. This was why spell combinations only worked for apprentices in general. Angor also planned to get a combination, but he never intended to set such a restriction for himself. The reason why he still wanted to learn a combination was to prepare himself for the challenges at Sky Tower. In other words, this was an emergency effort when he did not have much time to do much else. Instead of following typical combinations, Angor gave up on learning any assault spells. He only focused on finding control and defense ones. Once he got his alchemy weapon, he would rely on the weapon to attack people. He only had to prevent enemies from getting too close as well as watch out for long-range cantrip attacks. Grease, flash, ice wall, optic confusion. Angor listed the spells he needed and slowly memorized their fundamentals. 3 days went by quickly. He had almost finished setting his combination. The main focus of the combination was to stop anyone from approaching. If it failed, he could use optic confusion to hide. And if that did not work either, he had Toby to help. Once he successfully learned these spells and created his alchemy weapon, it would be time to finally challenge the tower. Angor's mind space still did not recover by the time he almost finished learning the spells. Thus, he had to choose something else to study. During his time, Nausicaa and Salem came looking for him and invited him to do quests together and earn merit points. However, Angor refused by using his condition as an excuse. With nothing better to do, Angor took out the information about seated participants in Sky Tower that he received from Dave. Chapter 160 Thaw. Chapter 160 Thaw. The Parmagi Highlands lied to the southwest of Evernight Kingdom and was connected with the Gaman Kingdom, due to its extreme average altitude of 3,500 meters and above. Very few people visited this place often. It was a commonly agreed forbidden ground for all except for several native tribes. This day, a giant figure which shined with great brilliance swept past the clear blue sky above the highlands. The figure had a strange shape. On the first look, it appeared neither as a life form, nor a solid object. Overall, it was a vast and flat, transparent crystal with lines and strings contained within. The object looked like ice, or rather, it was, because when a highland eagle happened to fly by, the animal turned into a stiff ice statue and fell to the ground. The reason why the ice could be confused with a creature was that this giant shape about 20 meters wide possessed a pair of wings on its sides, also transparent. The wings looked like swan wings. With each flip, some glimmering ice shards would fall off. Strong sunlight on the highlands pierced through the winged ice, giving it an even brighter look. On top of the ice, several mysterious-looking wizards covered in white robes rested with their eyes closed. The freezing aura released by the ice did not seem to affect them at all, apart from coating the figures in faint mist. If someone looked closely, they would notice that each of these white-robed figures had a crescent moon behind his or her back, frozen in solid ice. The month of Blossom had reached its latter half. After struggling with a damaged spirit for half a month, the negative effect of the magic backfiring finally vanished from Angor. Without waiting any longer, he immediately began to study the spells he planned. The first spells to learn were the basic tooling spells Thaw and Condense. According to Angor's notes as well as his schedule, there were two essential conditions for him to go for the top level of Sky Tower and Alchemy Weapon, and a complete combination of defensive spells. Learning a combination should not be a problem. He only needed time to get used to them. However, Angor was not confident in his plan of creating an alchemy weapon. He was about to attempt to merge the technologies from two civilizations together, and he did not know what could happen. More importantly, Angor was not even sure if he could enter the field of alchemy at all. All his plans would be for no good if he could not even become an apprentice alchemist first. This was why Angor immediately put his full attention on the first step, learning Thaw spell. This spell was the first challenge for all apprentice alchemists. The fundamental of Thaw spell was to create a large amount of heat by affixing mana and fire element for a long time. After that, to use the cantrip model to limit the affected area of the spell so as not to hurt the caster. The principle of this spell worked in the opposite way compared to the cantrips in three major arts. Here, its model was used to restrict the heat of the spell instead of creating the spell. Angor took out a paper full of data and formulas he noted down. These were data for creating the cantrip model he worked out when he was still suffering from the effects of magic backfiring on him. After memorizing several critical coordinates for the model, Angor closed his eyes to meditate. His mind space had returned to its clear state. The lollipop he created before stood alone in the chaos. Meanwhile, the singular point slowly rotated and drew primal mana. Without minding the singular point, Angor released some purified mana from his mana pool and began constructing the model of Thaw. With the help of the axes of the universe to locate the coordinates, he only spent several seconds on creating the cantrip model. The finished model did not show any traces of abnormality. It hung in the mind space stably without crumbling or shocking its surrounding area like last time. Angor channeled the model to his fingertips and still did not find anything. No supernatural energy appeared. A rock-solid model. The spell's integrity remains even in the air. Angor thought to himself. Since the model did not have any problem, Angor began to preheat it. Simply put, affixing mana and fire element meant one should release mana from his or her body and rub the mana with the fire element floating in the air. It sounded simple, and only a small amount of mana was spent. But in practice, This process required great patience and precise control over one's mana flow, which was difficult to achieve for ordinary apprentice wizards. Patience meant the caster had to pump out mana continuously and preheat the designated area slowly. The time required for this step depended on how much fire element existed in the air. In an area with a rich amount of fire element, the preheating process would only take several minutes. But if there was poor fire element presence, maybe several hours or more. For most apprentices, patience was not a big issue. Precise control, on the other hand, was the most difficult step for learning Thal, and the reason why many apprentices were unable to study alchemy. When preheating something, a wizard had to provide mana from his or her body from start to end. Mana was spent slowly, but mana flow had to be kept at a steady pace. A tiny change in mana flow, whether it was a bit more or a bit less, would cause the preheat step to fail. Such careful control was an impossible task for most apprentices. Angor was now attempting this step by releasing mana from his body. Affixing his mana with fire element outside proved to be quite easy for him. However, he could only hold on for 2 seconds before messing it up. Like every other apprentice who failed this step, Angor could not keep his mana output stable. For the second attempt, Angor carefully pumped his mana as slowly as he could while maintaining a high level of concentration. This time, he managed to keep up the spell for 3 seconds. The third, the fourth and the 10th attempt, his best record was 4 seconds. 2 seconds on average. Even in somewhere with great fire element resource in the air, the preheat step still required at least 2 minutes. Now, he was stuck at 4 seconds. Angor quickly felt depressed. Was he not talented to study alchemy after all? His mana was almost spent and so was his motivation. Angor gave up on further attempts and closed his eyes to recover. 5 hours passed quickly. The meditation restored his mana as well as his mood. He realized that failure was always something expected to happen. Nothing could be achieved so easily. He would keep going. If he could not keep his mana flow stable after too many tries, he would consider himself not talented enough to learn alchemy. His mana pool was now filled. Angor took out some ration to sate his stomach, while thinking about how to control his mana flow. It required more than being careful. In his previous attempts, Angor was almost exhausted trying to focus his mind, and he still could not do a perfect job. Human bodies had their limits. So could he find help from elsewhere? When he considered finding help from elsewhere to control the flow speed of something, the first thing that came to Angor's mind was to use a pipe or straw. Something like those could always control water flow, but he could not possibly plug a straw into his mind space. Besides, could mana even flow through a straw? Pipe flow speed. Angor muttered his idea and thought about many choices in his mind. Suddenly, a pattern drawn by broken lines caught his attention. That's it, I can't plug something from outside, but I can make one inside. Angor was excited about his discovery. I can do it with the axis of the universe. Axis of the universe was the ultimate result after Angor had mastered 36-dimensional locator. It divided his mind space into a collection of countless broken lines. Every spot of the mind space could be represented using a coordinate on the axis. Angor could construct a tunnel precisely by using the axis as measuring standards to control his mana flow. He eagerly tried out his new idea. After several hours, a tunnel measured by the axis came into being. It connected Angor's mana pool with the outside world. Angor took a deep breath and began to draw out the mana while carefully preventing the mana from flowing out of the tunnel. 2 seconds. 3:19. 20. The process was disturbed after 20 seconds. Angor did not show any frustration upon the failure this time. He knew he just solved the mana flow problem. The increased duration of his attempts just proved it. Unlike before, the amount in his mana flow was fine this time. It failed because of a change in flowing speed. If he managed to keep the amount of mana flow and speed steady, there would be no more problems. He spent some time to learn how to maintain the speed of mana flow. When he could keep both amount and speed at a fixed pace, Angor initiated another preheat attempt. 2 seconds. 3 seconds 19. 20/70/90. He botched it again after 2 minutes. This time, it did not have anything to do with his controlling skills. It was just that he burned his fingers while focusing on how to control his mana flow. Angor forgot that he had to keep the effect range of the spell within the cantrip model or he would get burnt sooner or later. The third day into the second half of Month of Blossom, Angor carried the cooking stove from his kitchen down to his basement. He lit a fire. Heat waves warmed up the air in the basement. Angor sat beside the stove and began to meditate. Half an hour later, he tried reaching out his spirit-like feelers to sense the fire element around him. The area centered around the stove now contains several times more fire element than before. Once he was prepared, Angor stood up and moved to a pile of wooden boxes in the basement. They contained all the cheap materials he bought from Prom's alchemy shop. Angor picked out a black metal block with faint red patches on it. Earth Fiend Bronze. One of the materials he stocked up most, a block of blood bronze fused with the blood of earth fiends. A most common type of blood bronze. Items crafted using Earth Fiend Bronze greatly improved hardness and wear resistance. The items also had a small probability of gaining additional effects. Angor carried the Earth Fiend Bronze block to the stove. He constructed the model for Thaw spell and released mana to fuse it with the fire element in the air slowly. Angor could sense extreme heat contained in the model at the tips of his fingers. With the model to restrict it, the heat did not leak out this time. Next, he placed the Earth Fiend Bronze inside the area of Thaw. Slowly, the metal melted. Chapter 168 Shaping. Chapter 168 Shaping. Under the effect of Thaw, the block of Earth Fiend Bronze turned into a pool of metal liquid which shined with black and red glimmer. The next step was to shape the liquid into something he wanted. After that, he could use condense to fix the shape. Angor froze up when thinking about this step. How to shape the liquid? Angor just realized he only considered how to melt the material. He never thought about how to create a shape for it. He remembered something from basic alchemy: use mana to shape melted material, and fix the shape with condense. Use mana to shape something. Angor tried to squeeze out a tiny amount of mana from his mana pool and release it into the metal liquid. It was like adding a small glass of water into the sea. Nothing was changed. He did not know what to do next. About 3 minutes later, the spell model began to waver a little in the great heat. This meant that his Thaw spell was reaching its limit. His only choice, for now, was to cancel the spell. Without support, the metal liquid fell to the floor and created several burn marks. Terrible smell and white smoke invaded the basement. Angor opened the door to let in some fresh air. He then returned to his soundproof room to check if the books in the tablet explained how to shape materials. However, none of the books from Sunder's collection or Nightmare Realm described how. The only thing they mentioned was use mana. Angor was stumped. He even considered using molds as shaping tools. But he still needed to order molds from someone. Could he actually find a mortal blacksmith for that? After considering for a bit, Angor decided to ask Dave. He put on his black bedsheet and left his house. Angor began to like his bedsheet a lot because it was so easy to wear. Previously, he always had to wash and comb his hair before going out. But now, the hood on the bedsheet easily covered his messy hairstyle. Angor even began to wonder if the robes were distributed to apprentices for this very reason. He had not even walked very far when he noticed that the apprentice town was more populated than before. Many apprentices who did not show themselves often were out on the streets, and they were properly dressed. Angor moved among the crowds with his face covered under the hood. He reached the underground market in several minutes. Finding Prom's alchemy shop was easy enough. The shop was wide open, and no one gathered at the place this time. However, for some reason, Dave was sitting on the stairs in front of the shop. Dave's goggles were pushed up to his hair, revealing his pockmarked face. He was holding his cheeks while carrying a depressed expression. He looked as if he was a young adult who had lost his purpose for the future. "What's up?" Thinking about your past life, Angor walked to him when Dave finally made a movement by looking up at his visitor. Dave let out a deep breath in a lazy manner. "What is it, you didn't go to Cloud Library?" "Cloud Library what for?" Angor leaned on the bars of the stairs. "But today is the release day for a new Moonfrost periodical." "You don't know it," Dave then muttered to himself. "Oh right. You're a new recruit in Brute Cavern. You probably don't." Moonfrost periodical. Angor recalled the name of a certain magazine. "You mean Expedition into Endless Plains periodical, which was published by Moonfrost Union." "Wait. So you do know it?" Dave was surprised. Yeah. Every new release comes out in a century. They record all sorts of things during the expeditions held by Moonfirst Union. There are 16 volumes now. Angor considered. You just said that today is the release day. So the 17th volume of Expedition into Endless Plains is coming out. Dave nodded. Yes. The people of Moonfirst Union are already here. Do you see that people have left the underground market? They all went to check it out. A new edition for another 100 years, yeah. It's worth checking out. Angor felt curious too. He wondered if the magazine found anything new about the Nightmare Realm. Angor already read every existing volume. The Nightmare Realm was only mentioned as a new expedition destination in the 14th volume. Other than that, the Moonfirst Union never said anything else about the place. Where can I get one? I'll go as well, Angor quickly asked. Dave glanced at him. You sure the price for new editions never went below 100 magic crystals? Then why? Angor looked around the empty market. You can rent it from Cloud Library. Or from Wizards. If your mentor is really nice to you, maybe you can borrow one for free. When talking about this, Dave's depression deepened a little. I see. Angor wondered if he could go to Sunders and try his luck. But why are you being all frowny over here? Angor asked. Dave shrugged. I'm envious. I don't have a mentor. You didn't have a professor poster, but didn't you get assigned to a random professor in that case? I had one before, said Dave. He paused for a long time before speaking again. Too bad. My professor died on his path during a plane expedition. Angor's expression froze. So that was why Dave looked so sad. As Angor tried to think of something to comfort Dave, Dave chuckled and spoke first. I'm fine now. Master Prom can teach me something occasionally. This feels better than being all scared in front of my previous mentor. And you didn't answer my question yet. What are you here for? Dave squinted his eyes as he asked. Don't tell me you already find yourself untalented for tooling, so you're here to return the materials. Before Angor could answer, Dave revealed an I knew it attitude. It's fine. I kinda expected this to happen. So I never accounted your purchase yet. Just send the materials back. Do you need me to find people to help you carry? Hey, I'm talking to you. Do you need help or not? Angor watched Dave expressing his generosity with a smile. When Dave stopped talking, Angor finally spoke out. No, I'm not here to return them. Dave frowned. Are you sure about it? Of course I am. I just want to ask a question. Angor complained. Question. Dave put on a strange look mixed with joy and the satisfaction for getting to teach someone. He cleared his throat and pretended to be an experienced teacher. Asking what you don't know is a good habit for a young man like you. Since you're asking humbly, I shall gladly enlighten your mind. Angor was speechless. Humbly, oh. Come on. Go ahead. Young man, said Dave. He was still looking at Angor with an old man's kindness. Angor took a deep breath to suppress his urge to leave immediately. I just want to know. Once I turn material into a liquid using thaw, how do I shape it? Dave froze up when hearing the question. Wait, what, you learned how to use thaw? Angor repeated his question. The book says that I should use mana to shape something. But when I channel mana in the liquid, it did nothing. I came to ask why. Dave's face was now like a painting palette with different colors. Frustration painted in green, shame painted in red, anger in yellow, and sadness in black. Dave was silent for a long time before speaking in a sad tone. You really learned thaw? It's barely half a month. How? Dave's exaggerated expression proved to Angor that his learning speed was far quicker than other people. Angor carefully arranged his words and said, maybe my talent is really good. Dave slumped on the stairs from receiving too much shock. He seemed to be doubting his reason to be alive now. Dave thought about his own learning experience. With Master Prom's teachings, he spent an entire year to know how to cast thaw spell. Now, he was struggling with level 1 tooling cantrip, smelt, and he had made progress in it. But Angor only spent half a month. The world was so unfair. I think I'm ill. I need to sleep, said Dave. He climbed up from the stairs in a stiff manner and walked into the shop slowly. Wait, Angor called. Dave turned back with a really sad face. So how to shape materials while using thaw? Dave struggled in his mind about whether he should tell Angor an answer. Devil Dave and Angel Dave fought inside his spirit, using envy and friendship as weapons. Alright, he'll tell you. Dave sighed in the end. He added, the mana mentioned in the books isn't the mana you usually used. It's a level 0 cantrip called Hand of Spell. Dave waved a hand at Angor. You already got your answer. He'll just go cry, sleep. Thanks, said Angor. He was sincerely thankful for his help. Dave stopped again and curled his lips. Any wizard with alchemy experience can tell you that. But I don't know anyone else, said Angor. He smiled and added, thank you. Really? Otherwise, it'll take forever for me to figure it out. Dave remained expressionless. You don't have to. Your talent will surely take you far on the path of alchemy. I just hope you can help me in the future. Angor revealed a big smile. That's not a problem. Chapter 169 Alchemy Lab. Chapter 169 Alchemy Lab. Hand of Spell. Angor believed he saw a cantrip went by this name in a list of level 0 cantrips. Angor returned to his house and found his tablet to check. When he typed the keyword in, he was surprised to find 3 results instead of 1. There were 2 improved versions of the original spell. Hand of Spell level 0 cantrip. Simulate human hands with mana and control the hands remotely. Hand of Spell intermediate level 1 cantrip. Simulate human hands with mana. Improve control distance and flexibility. Hand of Spell advanced level 2 cantrip. Simulate human hands with mana. Improve accuracy and flexibility. The spell looked like spirit feelers, since spirit feelers could also be used to manipulate objects. Angor never planned to study Hand of Spell. He did not expect that Hand of Spell was actually a must-have cantrip for alchemists. This was one of the drawbacks for not having a proper mentor. Without further ado, Angor quickly began learning Hand of Spell. Just like how he learned the other ones, he did not follow the data on the book. Instead, he recalculated the data for the spell himself, which took him about 2 hours. After another half an hour of which he used it to apply the data to magic formulas, he could finally turn it into a cantrip model. As for casting Hand of Spell itself, he only needed 2 minutes. Generally speaking, he already knew how to use Hand of Spell, but to make sure he could cast this spell anytime, at his free will, Angor had to shorten the cast time to at least 1 second. Currently, his best record was casting it in 90 seconds. So Angor needed a lot of practice. Mastering the spell would gradually reduce his cast time, and he could achieve it by using the spell a lot. So this was not an urgent task. When the spell was successfully cast, a pair of obscure, phantom-like hands appeared in front of Angor. So this is Hand of Spell, Angor muttered. The spell gave him a strange feeling. It was as if he just grew another pair of new hands, and the hands created by the spell were just like his own. He could control them freely, and do anything he wanted. Angor controlled the hands to pick up a glass nearby. He could clearly sense the smooth and solid glass, but not the coldness on it. The Hand of Spell must have blocked heat transfer, touch, remote control, and temperature protection. This explained why every alchemist should learn this spell. It was such a great tool when handling heated materials. To try out the flexibility of the spell, Angor moved to the river and picked up a small lump of dirt. Next, he controlled the hands to shape the dirt around as if playing with plasticine. Under his careful control, the dirt took on the shapes of animals, people, blades, plants. When he was satisfied with his test, Angor dropped the dirt and returned to his soundproof room. He took out his notes and wrote down high flexibility, almost no retardants. The spell hands work like a pair of new hands. Drawback: the new pair of hands are at a different distance compared to the real hands, which hinders accuracy. With the spell done, Angor went to the basement again. He lit up the stove and waited for the fire element to fill up the air. Then he took out a block of earth fiend bronze and used thaw to melt it down. He was familiar with this step, so he did a quick job. He still needed a long time to cast the spell, but other than that, nothing bad happened. When he placed the earth fiend bronze into the preheated thaw model, the metal block soon became a viscous puddle under his gaze. A little worried, Angor slowly reached his spell hands into the great heat. I don't feel any heat. Angor was joyful at his successful attempt. He freely manipulated the hands and kneaded the metal liquid into the shape of a crescent moon. while leaving several plug holes on it. The crescent shape was one of the parts for making his alchemy weapon. As he determined the last plug hole, the next step would be to finally fix the shape. Skilled alchemists could use their innovations and imaginations to affix runes, add special materials or catalysts in this step. Someone could even draw a miniature magic array into the weapon. However, as a newbie, Angor could do none of that. After making sure the crescent part was correctly shaped, he quickly cancelled thaw and used condense to finalize its shape. Once this was done, Angor held the crescent part in his hand and inspected it. It was poorly made, but it was still easy to recognize that this thing belonged to some kind of weapon. It felt like metal, with no particular tool to smoothen it. Its edge was all jagged. To test its hardness, Angor gave the metal part a mighty squeeze. It gave out a click noise. Angor opened his hand and saw no change in its overall shape. However, some small crack showed up on its edges. Weird. Earth Fiend bronze is used to improve hardness. How did I break it with my hand? Angor wondered. He decided to snap it in half and see what happened. To break something made from Earth Fiend bronze apart proved to be quite difficult. Angor used up all his strength to break his creation from a small, existing crack. He finally realized what was going on when looking at the interior of the material. When kneading the metal with Hand of Spell, he did not pay attention to its density distribution. There was too much metal in some locations and too little in other parts. It was easy to crack up when external force was applied to the metal unevenly. However, being able to create a finished part, even a flawed one, was still an amazing feat for a new alchemist. Since the problem was found, Angor had to solve it. He already had something on his mind. Alchemy was not all about thawing stuff and shaping it with Hand of Spell. He needed to use various tools. For example, he could use a flat scraper to remove jagged edges and barbs on the metal. There was an engraving pen, designed for drawing runes. To achieve perfect density distribution, he could use specialized pressurized equipment. There were also paint brushes to make the product look better, universal measuring glasses, suction pipes, air tanks, balance plugs. There were a huge number of different alchemy tools ready to be used. With enough effort, skilled alchemists could do everything without using these tools. However, that would take too long. Proper tools could save them a lot of time. Basically, every alchemist had his or her own laboratory. Angor wanted to build his own alchemy lab as well. Combined with all the alchemy tools, he could quickly gain experience. When thinking about this, Angor could barely hold it back. He took his bone card and rushed to the underground market immediately. Of course, Angor went to Dave again. After resting for a day, Dave looked a lot better. He was unsurprised when he heard Angor's request to buy more alchemy tools. He simply took Angor into the shop storage. The storage was full of various products. Most things were contained inside sealed boxes. A corner of the storage was occupied by some strange or really dangerous-looking plants. Master Prom studied apothecary before. He said that real alchemists do not find metals, stones or vegetations different. The only thing that matters is how you convert them. But still, Master Prom is really good at tooling. As for his potions, he muttered a so-so in the end. It seemed Dave did not really want to comment on Prom's apothecary skills. He brought Angor to one of the outermost shelves where several long desks were placed together. It had various alchemy tools displayed on them, and most tools were covered in thick dust. They looked really aged. You already know how there are many people who want to study alchemy, but most of them gave up in the middle of it. There are very few alchemists in Brute Cavern, so these alchemy tools are really hard to sell. I'm positive this shop has the richest collection in the entire underground market, said Dave. He shrugged and continued, well, I think you can see how this stuff doesn't sell well. They are left here for decades. Even the dust removal spell arrays already lost their effect. If you want them, I can give you 50 off. Master will agree. Dave lowered his voice as he said, if Master Prom knows that someone actually came to buy them, he might even give you better prices. Of course I want them, but are you sure they work fine? They won't rust or cause explosions or something? Asked Angor, as he looked at all the dust-covered tools and felt a little worried. Won't happen. They are all made of special materials. They don't catch rust like iron. I borrowed these when making my propeller flyer, so I can guarantee their reliability for you," said Dave as he thumped his chest. Angor did not say anything. He walked to the desks and carefully picked up a bottle for keeping waste gas. Next, he cleaned the outside of the bottle with a handkerchief and saw the crystal clear inner tank of the bottle. The mechanism on the bottle cap was also in perfect condition, without the dust. They look pretty good, Angor thought to himself. He looked through several tools he might use. They were all fine. Almost no traces of damage were seen on them. "You sure I can have 50 off?" Master Prom said that when clearing the storage 2 years ago. He said if someone wants them, 50 is the lowest we should offer. Half price compared to average market price. That sounded pretty good. Angor considered a little and decided not to check out the other shops. He quickly picked a dozen tools in various sizes, plus a giant blower box which looked like a fireplace. Dave glanced at Angor's selection and, using the sharp mind of a wizard, he immediately worked out the final price. 19,744 merit points in total. After discount it'll take 9,850 points. Angor checked the balance on his card. A little more than 9,200. That's so expensive. Dave spoke in a matter-of-fact manner. They won't be waiting for a buyer down here for several decades if they are cheap. These tools are only mid-tier ones considering their quality. Real superior tools will cost at least 10,000 magic crystals each. Master Prom has a magic carving pen that cost him thousands of crystals. You already found a bargain here, so just consider yourself lucky. Chapter 170 Alchemy Product. Chapter 170 Alchemy Product. So will you take them? If so, he'll give you an art design toolset for free, said Dave as he took out a black tool pouch from somewhere. It contains several utility tools such as pens, rulers, brushes, knives, and some inks for painting. Angor clenched his teeth. He'll buy them. The balance display on his bone card instantly lost several digits. Angor had to take out 7 magic crystals from his pouch to complete his payment. Want a delivery? Dave smiled. Angor quickly shook his hands. No thanks. I'll find help on my own. He paid 50 silver coins to 5 strawmen to carry his packed tools back to his house. Once the tools were placed in his basement, Angor asked his helpers to go to the marketplace in town and carry back several special laboratory tables along with some simple chairs. During the entire afternoon, Angor redesigned his basement into an alchemy lab with the help of the helpers. It still looked simple, but Angor was very satisfied with the result. The night had come, bringing an unpleasant chill into the town. Angor looked at his neatly arranged lab and felt some sense of belonging. In the next days, Angor's alchemy work progressed smoothly. He spent 3 days and created his very first alchemy creation in his life, a folded fruit knife. The knife was made according to a 3D printer blueprint saved in John's hologram tablet. It only required 3 major parts and 2 minor ones to assemble. Assembling was a popular way to create alchemy items. It required fewer skills compared to one-piece products. Assembled products usually had weaker effects. However, it was still a mainstream choice as the alchemy items were convenient to use and were universally accepted. The folded fruit knife had its handle made of a special tree, and it had with wooden grains on it as decoration. When the blade was unfolded, Angor could feel the cold sharpness on it. When looked closely, he could even see faint patterns on the blade, with earth-fiend bronze to improve its hardness and a special casting liquid to sharpen its edge. These 2 common materials created a cutting tool of superior quality. Angor took out a touchstone and gave it a small cut with his new knife. A shallow cut was easily made. A touchstone was a special tool used by alchemists to test the sharpness of an object. No ordinary blades could damage the stone. Only weapons which could break open the magic defenses of apprentices could leave their marks on it. The fruit knife had no special traits, but its sharpness alone already surpassed mortal weapons by many levels. Being able to create a cut on the touchstone meant this knife was enough to be used as a supernatural weapon. Angor was satisfied with his first attempt. The weapon was his first alchemy creation and a memorable one. It was just like the dagger Angor found on the younger Sunders in the Nightmare Realm. The dagger was only a mortal weapon, but it was something really special to Sunders. Angor put the fruit knife away in his inner pocket carefully. He suppressed his great joy. Without taking any rest, he meditated for a while to recover his mana before immediately continuing with making his second creation. Again, he chose a melee weapon found among the 3D blueprints. Or rather, a cooking tool, a Chinese kitchen knife. He chose this one as his second practice attempt because he wanted to try to make one-piece creations. Instead of assembling a blade with a handle, Angor planned to create an entire item in Thaw spell in one try. It proved to be harder than he imagined. Choosing the right materials already took him a lot of time. A one-piece item did not mean it required a single material. Instead, he had to use several materials to create a final product in Thaw spell. After some experiments, Angor found a dozen combinations from a book he recorded in Nightmare Realm called Material Polymerization and proceeded to try them out one by one. An ordinary alchemist might need months to discover a correct material combination. Angor, on the other hand, could find help in the alchemy books of unknown origins and thus skipped many steps. More importantly, everything he aimed to make already had a blueprint. Besides, the 3D hologram cast by his tablet could be observed from every angle with completely no blind spots. Even if he did not understand how something worked, he could simply copy its shape and make it work. After 5 days, his Chinese kitchen knife was ready. Its handle and blade were designed in an Al-Anon style. As Angor never learned how to apply runes on stuff, or had any special materials or catalysts, the knife did not carry any special effect. Gaining a special weapon effect without meeting these conditions was almost impossible. Angor swung the kitchen blade and easily left a once-centimeter cut along the surface of the touchstone. As expected, a one-piece is more effective than assembled items. Angor mumbled. The weapon felt more harmonious in his hand, since his second idea was a success. Angor thought about something wilder. He decided to craft a series of Chinese weapons. He did not make up his mind like that because of John's teachings. He only wished to get more practice and get familiar with different material combinations. 10 days passed. Angor walked out of his underground laboratory while covered in dust. 3 new weapons were displayed along the wall of his lab. A sword, a blade, and a pair of spikes. A King Feng sword, a sheathless Tang Dao one, and a pair of dual-wield Amei piercers. Among them, only the Amei piercers were one piece. The sword and blade were only assembled weapons like Angor's fruit knife. If sold on the market, he could probably earn a magic crystal or two. However, he did not intend to do that for now. Time was urgent, even though they were actual alchemy weapons. These weapons were too weak. With enough effort, even mortal blacksmiths could also forge something like these. After shutting himself in his basement for several days, Angor decided to spend half a day off to rest a little before he headed back to his soundproofed room. The overall process of making an alchemy item required skills at controlling the heat, shaping, and condensing the item. Angor already knew how to do them. He made all these cold weapons just to practice his skills. But this did not mean that he was an apprentice alchemist yet. At his current state, Angor could be regarded as a master blacksmith in the view of mortals. However, he was definitely not an alchemist. Items made by real alchemists all had their own supernatural effects. Supernatural effects meant special traits such as a piece of equipment that enhanced its wearer's ability, a machine that stabilized energy, a weapon that cast spells, items with particular uses or other indescribable abilities. Even something like space storages and time manipulation items could be achieved with alchemy. Naturally, Angor was aiming for something like these. In general, there were several ways of crafting an alchemy item with special effect. First, runecraft. When making an item, an alchemist could affix runes in accordance with the materials used and gain a supernatural effect when the materials and runes amplified each other. Second, magic array, an improved version of runecraft. And third, activating the specialty of materials. These were not the only approaches, but they were mainstream choices. The first 2 approaches were also referred to as enchantment. As for the third one, it was also called synthesis. In the field of alchemy, an enchantment was a minor trick. while synthesis was more commonly regarded as a legit way of improving items. An appropriate synthesis brought way stronger effects compared to enchantment. When alchemists applied runes or magic arrays to an item to receive the special effect, they also had to consider the nature of materials instead of drawing any runes they wished. Beneficial effects created by enchantment were highly restricted. Synthesis, on the other hand, triggered certain specialties hidden within a certain material by combining different materials together. For instance, when winter gold and ice raven feathers were added with dozens of catalysts and brought under a special condition, a special freezing effect could be triggered by them. An effect triggered in this way could be applied to any material without obeying the restrictions when doing enchantment. Also, the effect was a lot stronger. If Angor wished to achieve something great on the path of alchemy, he certainly had to choose the third approach. However, the time to challenge Sky Tower was imminent, so he chose to take a shortcut for now and decided to go for enchantment. Angor took out basic alchemy and began studying how to enchant items. The first thing he needed to learn was runecraft. The art had its own set of characters, or rather, patterns. Every pattern inside a rune represented various reasons in the world. For example, a rune that quickened the growth of plants contained reasons for weather, dampness, dirt, season, and so on. Each of these lied within a pattern. Drawing the patterns according to a set of fixed diagrams meant creating a complete rune. An apprentice learning runecraft naturally had to start by studying the meaning of every pattern. There were 60 million basic patterns with different or identical meanings. Even a different time point could require a different pattern to express a certain reason. For instance, one had to use two completely different patterns to represent a setting sun in winter and a setting sun in the summertime. Angor did not have the time to memorize all those basic patterns. Instead of trying to comprehend the meaning of each pattern, alchemists usually forced their minds to memorize complete spell patterns and copied them onto their alchemy items. However, even copying was not an easy task. The process of drawing a rune also required a stable mana output and prolonged patience. Any mistake would not be tolerated. For example, when drawing a rune called Sea Wave, one had to add tens of thousands of strokes with different directions and curves inside a giant circle. The creator had to maintain his or her mana output while slowly applying the patterns onto an alchemy item. One by one, a tiny, miswritten stroke, no matter at which incorrect interval, direction or size, would basically ruin the entire work. For this reason, there were few alchemists who chose to study enchantment. For Angor, however, studying enchantment was a very good choice. Chapter 171 Elementary Apprentice Alchemist. Chapter 171 Elementary Apprentice Alchemist. An alchemist only had to pay attention to two factors when doing enchantment: maintaining a stable mana output, and ensuring that the patterns were flawless. Maintaining mana was already possible for Angor. He just had to build a stable mana tunnel using the axes of the universe, like what he did when casting Thaw. Drawing absolute correct patterns onto an alchemy item was very difficult for apprentices. However, Angor could achieve it by using something else. Enchantment Cyclopedia, for starters, was a book Angor recorded in the Nightmare Realm. It had more than 700 pages and was of a similar size to dictionaries if it was printed in papers. Every page described a complete rune. The rune on the first page was called Rune of Shapen, which doubled the sharpness of an item. The rune looked simple. It only required about 50 strokes to draw. Angor took out his pen and paper and tried to sketch it. Of course, he failed. He continued it for 7 more attempts, which were all failures. Most of the times, he had to stop midway to think about how to draw the next line, and such pauses always disrupted his mana output. Even if he managed to complete a rune, there were always incorrect intervals or angles between the strokes. However, Angor already expected as much. Time to cheat again, Angor muttered. He saved the rune as a picture in his tablet and projected a hologram of the picture onto a paper. Following the hologram, he used his pen to outline the picture. It went well. He inspected the perfect rune he just printed on the paper and silently thanked his godsend tablet. He knew he could use the hologram to draw runes, and this was why he chose enchantment in the first place. However, this was not Angor's own idea. There had been alchemists throughout the history who carved hollowed-out runes on wooden planks. They would then hang the planks in front of light sources to project the shadow of a rune onto an alchemy item, and drew the rune along the shadow. Such an approach shared a similar principle to Angor's idea. However, these shadows always had problems with sizes and angles due to environmental reasons. Human eyes often perceived light and shadow in varied ways, so this approach was later proved to be useless. Angor's hologram, on the other hand, had no such problems. A true hologram projection always showed the exact copy of something, down to every last detail. Since his cheat was successful, Angor decided to try enchantment for real. This time, he would use his mana to draw Rune of Sharpen. Ordinary papers could not hold supernatural energy. So Angor first went to the underground market and bought several parchments. Next, he cast the hologram projection of Rune of Sharpen onto one of the parchments, and controlled his mana output to finalize the rune onto the parchment following a 12 ratio. When the last stroke was finished, the parchment shined and quickly released a cold, knife-like aura. It's done. I made a Rune of Sharpen magic scroll. Angor suddenly got a feeling that he did not need alchemy weapons at all. He could simply draw some magic scrolls to use them in challenging Sky Tower. As he was feeling really proud of his achievement, the Rune of Sharpen scroll abruptly exploded into pieces and scattered on the floor. What happened? Angor was shocked. He found his enchantment cyclopedia for starters and tried to find an explanation. He got his answer in the middle of the author's comment. It seemed runes drawn by alchemists were different from those created by runecraft. Alchemists could not craft magic scrolls, because the runes they drew were used directly on alchemy items. Furthermore, most of them were passive ones. For example, Sharpen and Armor Break would passively improve the sharpness or armor-piercing ability of a weapon. Passive rune was considered an advanced technique in runecraft. Only wizards who wished to study magic arrays would go for it. When combined with appropriate materials and an energy source, a passive rune could provide a permanent enchantment. Meanwhile, ordinary magic scrolls only had limited uses. Only advanced magic arrays had persistent effects. There were active Ela-triggered enchantments as well, but these were all composite enchantments. They were already considered magic arrays beyond the level of runecraft. An active enchantment was created by overlapping multiple runes into a magic array following certain rules, and finally applying the array onto an alchemy item. For instance, Rune of Sharpen, Volley, and Midas could be fused together to create a magic array with the effect Rain of Blades. When the magic array was enchanted to an item made from a suitable material, it would grant Rain of Blades effect to the item. However, magic array enchantment was way too difficult. Even a successful one was a lot weaker compared to synthesis. That was why most alchemists only chose to memorize several low-leveled runes and go for synthesis when they were skilled enough. Now Angor understood why his sharpened scroll broke apart. An ordinary parchment could not contain a passive rune. What he just created was an advanced technique in runecraft, a basic element used to create complicated magic arrays. He was still happy about it though. At least his rune was a success, which meant he could try to draw more of them. He could go buy a book about runecraft and some blank scrolls. He would then triumph in the Sky Tower by dumping scrolls at his opponents for real. In the next week, Angor read through Enchantment Cyclopedia for starters and practiced with the runes one by one. With the help of his tablet, he began to draw the runes faster and faster. Also, thanks to the holograms, all of his works were perfectly done. When he felt adept enough, he could even draw the runes on his own without using a hologram. The month of Blossom had made its way for the month of Offering. Today, Angor took out some materials which included Starfrost Gold, Ice Glue, Earth Fiend Bronze, Steel Wood and made them into different parts with Thaw Spell. For Earth Fiend Bronze, he shaped it into a crescent blade and applied a Rune of Sharpen on it with the help of his tablet. Next, when the blade was being cooled by condense, Angor used a utility knife and carved the patterns of sea waves on the edge of the blade. He was going to paint a picture of vipers as shown on the 3D blueprint. However, he could not keep up Thaw with his almost exhausted mana, so he only carved some random sea waves as his final art design. The crescent blade displayed a terrifying glimmer when Angor placed it on his lab table. When he tried to assemble the blade with the other parts, The sharp oar of the blade cut his finger. Blood came out quickly. His brighted blood flowed onto the surface of the weapon and dropped to the floor. Not a single trace of blood was left on the blade itself, which always shined like a newly produced mirror. Even the side of the blade was affected by sharpen. A finished weapon could probably be used as a fine supernatural alchemy weapon, Angor thought. He finished assembling the weapon quickly. When he held the weapon in his hand, it could be easily recognized as a farming sickle, used by working peasants. The blade had a length of 31.2 centimeters and a width of 13.7 centimeters. The handle made from steel wood was 65.1 centimeters long. Overall, the sickle was not big and was a suitable one-handed tool. The design of the weapon was pretty average. There were simple art patterns on its blade, and its handle was smoothed and polished. However, these were all ordinary stuff. As for its power, Angor took the sickle from his lab and walked into the woods along the river. He swung the sickle at the trunk of a grown maple tree. The trunk, which was as thick as an adult, was cut in half easily. Superior sharpness. He tried again. This time, he injected mana into the sickle, which created a faint aura along the blade. Then he aimed for another maple tree. The tree snapped nice and clean. However, this time, the cut was not smooth. A number of cracks and barbs could be seen around the cut on the tree. Angor believed that this was the effect of sharpen rune. He tested the weapon several times. At one point, a tree broke in half when the sickle did not even connect with it. So this is the power of a supernatural weapon. Angor smiled in satisfaction. The rune of sharpen allowed the weapon to carry a sharp aura on its blade and cut something afar. Being able to create a supernatural weapon meant Angor had officially become an elementary apprentice alchemist, and he had only spent 1 month on it. Any other alchemists who learned about Angor's achievement would probably run away in shame. From the beginning to finally becoming an apprentice alchemist, most people needed many years. There were many complicated steps on the way of learning alchemy, each of which could easily hinder someone's progress for a year or two. Angor, well, he was born to break these rules and maybe attract hate from others while at it. However, he still felt it a pity that he could only follow 3D blueprints he already had. He was yet to create something on his own. Upon returning to his villa, Angor decided to try creating another alchemy weapon before finally going for something he could use when challenging Sky Tower. He suddenly remembered Nausicaa. If not for Nausicaa's help, when the world's consciousness descended into the mirror world and brought a terrible gale with it, Angor would have been on the ground as a pile of broken human flesh and became fertilizer for the Tree of Eternity. Thinking about this, Angor decided to craft an alchemy weapon for Nausicaa. Chapter 172 Smith Wesson Bear Claw. Chapter 172 Smith Wesson Bear Claw. Nausicaa always carried a soft dueling sword used by knights. Angor wanted to make one as well, but he could not find any blueprints for it. Besides, he still did not know many materials. Those he could use were basically for making hard weapons. In the end, he gave up on the idea of making a knight sword. Instead, he was going to make something for close combats. Angor went through the 3D printer blueprints one by one. Finally, he chose a weapon with a bizarre design, but serious damaging power. Smith Wesson Bear Claw Knife. It was a slotting knife designed in the shape of a bear's claw. The handle had 3 finger holes for more convenient wielding. When cutting people, the knife applied a biting force to its victim and ensured the cut went all the way through. When forging the knife, Angor used a rune of frost instead of sharpen. The rune of frost allowed the weapon to leave a freezing effect on anyone it hit and cause a temporary slowing effect, which was highly effective during battles. Angor's first attempt ended up in failure. The rune of frost conflicted with Earth Fiend Bronze. Angor spent a night reading through material polymerization and changed his material combination to Starfrost Gold and High Bronze. They would be the main materials for making the blade. The bear claw knife was pretty small in size. When he used condensed to cool the blade, Angor carefully added some designs to it with his utility knife. However, he was not really good at art design. He only found existing pictures in his tablet and copied them. In the end, he drew a single butterfly wing on the blade's handle and clusters of tea flowers on the blade itself. When condensed spell was finished, Angor's mana was almost spent. He tossed the new weapon onto a table and closed his eyes to meditate. When he recovered a good amount of mana, Angor rubbed his sore arms and walked to the lab table where a piece of silver, metallic artwork was displayed. The butterfly wing and tea flowers combined into a harmonious picture as if a real butterfly is collecting pollen. The small weapon looked both delicate and beautiful. The flower patterns were not colored, but they allowed the sharp blade to release a cold, sweet atmosphere. If it was not seen as a deadly weapon, it would make a fine piece in a museum exhibition. Angor put his fingers through the grabbing holes and held the weapon in his hand. A chill quickly spread from his hand to his entire body. He tried cutting the touchstone. A knife cut about 3 centimeters long immediately appeared on the stone, which also released a current of faint, freezing air. Angor took out his note and wrote down the information of his creation: total length 292 millimeters, blade 108 millimeters, weight 312 grams, causes mild frost without using mana. Next, he injected some mana and tried it on the touchstone again. A deep cut was left on the stone as if it was made of soft cotton. Visible cold air spread out from the cut. Definitely supernatural level. The exact extent of power remained to be seen by its user. Angor noted down, satisfied with his artistic creation. He was not much of an artist, but he knew about cultures from Earth, which helped him make the weapon into a piece of art. Naturally, he was proud of himself. Angor felt great joy. Gifting such a beautiful weapon to someone would only improve his ego. Even if Nausicaa would give up the weapon one day, he could still hang it inside his house as decoration. In the afternoon, Angor went straight to the cave field with the smith Wesson bear claw in his pocket. He came to Nausicaa's door and knocked. "Come in." The lady's voice came from inside. Angor pushed the door open and was welcomed by a room filled with smoke, which was totally expected. Nausicaa was sitting in front of a desk and writing something. A lit pipe was placed nearby as it released more smoke into the room. Angor could not help coughing helplessly after inhaling some smoke. Someone suddenly laughed. Angor looked up and saw someone else besides Nausicaa in the room. A big male had been leaning against the wall on one side. Angor failed to notice him because of all the smoke obstructing his view. The man had short, gray shock hair and was wearing a short sweater combined with buckskin pants. A giant sword was placed against the wall near him. Before Angor could reply to the laughter, Nausicaa glanced at the man and spoke first. "Ebony, shut your trap. If you will." Okay, I will," said Ebony. He raised his hands in the air and surrendered. Satisfied. It was Ebony, Nausicaa's previous subordinate. Then, Nausicaa turned around and looked at Angor. "It's you. What brought you to my place?" Angor glanced at Ebony. Apart from orally offending him on the Cloud Whale at one point, the man never showed his presence much. Thus, Angor never paid much attention to him. Besides, Ebony appeared to be always looking down at him, so Angor preferred not to mind this man too much. "Nothing in particular. Just checking you out," said Angor as he sat on a chair in front of the desk. "I didn't see the desk and chairs the last time I came. Now your room looks more alive." "You mean I was dead before?" Nausicaa put down her pen, crossed her arms, and joined Angor. I mean, the room is now more suitable to live in," Angor explained. Nausicaa only smiled. She knew what Angor wanted to say, but she just loved teasing this young boy. Pity. Angor tended to take everything too seriously. After some other random topics, Nausicaa realized Angor did not talk about what he really came for, and squinted her eyes, getting a bit hungry. It's pretty rare for Angor to come, so maybe we should get Salem and have dinner together before Angor could reply. Nausicaa spoke quickly. "Hey Ebony, go to the cave restaurant and order 3 servings to be delivered." "All right." Ebony instantly understood that Nausicaa was simply asking for some privacy. The man curled his lips, picked up his greatsword, and left the room. But he quickly stopped in his tracks. 3 deliveries, so Nausicaa wanted to eat with Angor and Salem, which meant he was left out. When Ebony walked away, Nausicaa picked up her pipe. She breathed out some smoke rings and asked, "Come on, what's on your mind? There's no way you came here to chat." "I don't believe it." Angor chuckled. Instead of talking about his gift, He tried to ask for some other information. What's Ebony doing here? I would never notice him sitting in a corner if he didn't make a sound. Nausicaa shrugged. Salem, I, and Ebony have been accepting quests from the questing hall. Life is so hard without enough merit points. We went to ask you to join us last time, remember? Now that she mentioned, Angor recalled that when he was busy studying alchemy last month, Nausicaa did come with Salem. They were saying something about earning merit points, but he refused. Well, I'm kinda short on points too, said Angor as he sighed. After buying his alchemy tools from Dave, he only had 50 points left. Will you join us on a quest together? Angor shook his head. Not now. I can still manage. When I go challenge Sky Tower several days later, you'll start earning points. You're going to the tower now? Yeah. Preparation's almost done. Which level are you on now? Nausicaa released some smoke. I haven't been there for 2 weeks. So I'm still at the 3rd level. I want to get some merit points and buy magic scrolls before going further. Nausicaa picked up some papers on her desk. I'm studying runecraft too, but I always forget what I just read. You said last time that you're going to use alchemy weapons in the tower. So did you make them? Nausicaa wondered. I heard someone saying that alchemy is extremely hard to learn. There's only one elementary alchemist in the entire Brute Cavern. Angor shook head. No, I don't have my weapon yet. Nausicaa tried to comfort Angor. But I made one for you, said Angor. He smiled and took out an object wrapped in white cloth from his pocket. An alchemy weapon just for you. Thank you for keeping me safe on the leaf back then. Otherwise, I'd have kicked the bucket for sure. Nausicaa revealed a doubtful look. You actually learned alchemy? You aren't pulling my leg, right? Angor nodded. I'm an elementary apprentice alchemist for now. The weakest sort. Were they lying to me? Is alchemy actually easy? Nausicaa mumbled. Angor handed the wrapped object to Nausicaa. Nausicaa glimpsed at it. I don't want payment for helping you. I have my own weapon anyway. It's not supernatural, but it feels good on me. But I want to thank you. It's just a cheap, low-level alchemy item. Just consider it a gift from a friend, said Angor. He winked at her. It's a new invention created by a future master alchemist. Take it. Okay, who knows? Maybe it will value a lot more in several decades when I became more famous. Nausicaa put down her pipe and picked up the wrapped item. All right. Let's see what kind of treasure is made by the hands of Angor the Great Alchemist. She slowly unwrapped the object. Her hand stopped midway when she saw the silver bear claw blade. The small arm had a shape she never saw before. She was unsure of how sharp it was, but she already took a liking to the beautiful design. As a former pirate who dominated the sea, she had seen a lot of works of art, and she was confident that the short blade in her hand could be considered a well-made piece. The carvings on it were not a masterpiece, but the design combining weapon and art already felt like the innovation of a promising artist. Neas. Butterfly on flower blossoms. And a shining silver edge. It doesn't look powerful, but I'll keep it in my collection. Nausicaa exclaimed. My oh my. Angor, I never know you're so good at engraving. Maybe you really will become a master when you hit 30, or even earlier. Angor blushed a little at Nausicaa's compliment. He only copied the work of a master sculptor from Earth. The shape is so strange. What is it called? Nausicaa held up the bear claw knife and asked a question. When she tried to feel the blade with her hand, a painful chill suddenly came from her finger. Nausicaa's expression shifted drastically when she realized something. She quickly stroked the edge of the blade. A single drop of blood fell from her fingertip, which soon turned into ice. Her finger only connected with the blade gently without applying much force, and it was already sliced open. At the same time, a freezing sense invaded her body. This is a supernatural weapon. Nausicaa was astonished. Chapter 173 Soulfly. Chapter 173 Soulfly. Yeah. I applied a freeze enchantment to it. Unaware enemies will catch frostbite when you hit them. Angor explained. You are an apprentice alchemist for real? Nausicaa stared at the boy with great shock in her eyes. Do you have any idea how much supernatural weapons like this one go on the market? Nope. Several magic crystals. Angor took a guess. Nausicaa shook her head. Her expression was filled with mixed emotions. Last time I went to the underground market, I saw a machete with a similar effect on it. The seller asked for 130 crystals for it, and someone bought it really fast now. This one has a skilled design. With the frost effect, I think it'll sell for 150 crystals. At least. Angor was also shocked now. 150 magic crystals. In making this weapon, he had barely spent 1 crystal on the materials. No wonder how people with certain skills were rich beyond measure. The profit was real. Nausicaa saw Angor's dumbfounded look and shook her head again. Nice, looks like you won't have to worry about earning merit points really soon. Angor only scratched his hair. He did not know what to say now. Nausicaa stared at the innocent boy in front of her and quickly dispersed the tint of jealousy in her mind. Maybe alchemy is actually easy, or Angor just happens to be talented for it. Or, this thing costs a fortune. You sure you want to give it to me? Asked Nausicaa. Of course. Don't mind if I keep it then. Deep in her mind, Nausicaa also adored this particular weapon much. Both its design and potential power really seized her heart. After fiddling around the weapon a bit, Nausicaa asked again, "You haven't told me its name." "It's called a bear claw knife," said Angor. He explained various specifications for the weapon as well as how to use it. "You can think of a name for it since it's for you anyway." "Oh right. Check out inside the finger holes." Nausicaa looked into the biggest of the 3 holes where her name was neatly engraved in the universal language. "Oops. It got my name on it. Now I can't refuse it whatsoever," said Nausicaa. She paused for a moment before saying, "I'll call it Soulfly," naming the weapon after the butterfly wing. But ignoring the flowers, maybe Nausicaa had other meanings by giving it this name. She spun Soulfly in her hand like holding a bladed fan. The movement created a round and fuzzy outline in the air. Next, she released the spinning knife into the air and reached out her hand to a spot upon which the blade was going to fall. "Nausicaa, what are you?" Angor was astonished at her action, considering how sharp Soulfly was and how fast it was spinning. If the blade reached her hand first, Nausicaa would certainly lose a body part. Nausicaa did not say anything. Her gaze followed the Soulfly closely. The knife slowly reached the peak of its course and began to drop. When it was about to hit Nausicaa's hand, Angor frowned stressfully. Zip! The blade slashed past Nausicaa's hand and kept falling without being obstructed in the least. With a loud thud, it stuck onto the desk. Angor quickly checked Nausicaa's hand and found a faint, bloody trace along her wrist. He was really worried. Was she wounded? However, Nausicaa only retracted her arm calmly and put an index finger on the blood. Then she licked some blood off her finger. Frost effect without using mana on the blade. Looks like I underestimated its value after all. The weapon costs at least 200. You okay? Nausicaa. Angor sighed in relief when he noticed Nausicaa could still move her wrist freely. It's nothing. Just a shallow cut made by the freezing aura. But what for? Nausicaa gave Angor a bright smile. She picked up Soulfly from the desk and put her thumb, index finger, and middle finger into the holes. For some unknown reason, Angor could feel that the blade now had some kind of connection with Nausicaa, connection like how someone and someone's possession began to attract each other after being together for a long time. Before Nausicaa's display, she and the blade were 2 separate objects. But now, they had joined as one. As if Soulfly had already served Nausicaa for several decades. It's a ritual. Nausicaa chuckled. A ritual when every swordsman chooses a weapon. If my hand is cut off, it only means the weapon doesn't agree with me. Now I can see that Soulfly has deemed me as its master and lifelong partner. So the ritual was successful, said Angor. He wished to ask about the reasons behind the ritual and whether it was worth it. But in the end, he did not. Everyone had different senses of value. He had better not question someone's view just because it was different. Yup. Very successful, said Nausicaa as she fixed Soulfly along her waist. It really suits my style. Thanks. Angor shook his head and smiled. Should the weapon get damaged in the future, just find me. It's one of the first creations of a master alchemist. So I'll repair it for free. I'll use it carefully and make sure it doesn't reunite with you too soon. So, what's your next plan, now that you're an alchemist? Nothing in particular. Alchemy isn't easy. I need a lot of time and effort. It requires too much physical stamina and mental spirit. Nausicaa agreed. You're right. A schoolmate mentioned this to me when I tried to study runecraft too. Many alchemists only created something every other 10 years. I mean, real alchemy products. As for apprentices, they probably needed similar time lengths. I heard there's an intermediate apprentice alchemist in the underground market called Pro-something. Prom Angor said. Yes. Master Prom. They said it usually takes him half a year to make a new creation. Angor was speechless. When he said it took a long time, he thought several days to make a single item was already pretty long. Now that Nausicaa mentioned it, he was glad he did not tell Nausicaa how long it actually took him to craft Soulfly. The reason why Angor could make something so fast was mainly due to the fact that he had already possessed blueprints and easy means of enchantment. The other alchemists usually needed a long time to design a blueprint and memorize runes. Half a year for an item was already fast enough. Together with his friends, Angor stayed at Cave Field and had roast beef for dinner. When Salem heard that Angor had become an apprentice alchemist, he kept asking about all kinds of related questions all night. Angor gladly satisfied his curiosity. They had fun. The joyful reunion of friends finally ended with Salem's loud snores. Ah, it's so good to be young. You can sleep whenever you want, said Nausicaa as she lit her pipe. I don't remember how long ago since I had a good sleep. I always used meditation to rest. Angor wanted to ask why she worked so hard, but he decided not to. Again, different views. After sending Salem back to his room, Angor prepared to bid farewell to Nausicaa. I'll walk with you for a bit, to catch some fresh air outside, Nausicaa said. The trip remained in silence. When Angor's house was already in view, Nausicaa suddenly said, Hokik is taken to somewhere by his mentor, so you don't have to worry about him for now. But he did create lots of rumors about you. I know. Salem told me last time. You're not bothered. He told people that you're useless. You take too much resource. You don't have any talent and only know how to hide behind people. Did anyone believe him? Nausicaa raised an eyebrow. Almost none. As long as they know Mr. Sunders is behind your back. Still, there are those who get a little foolish. That settles it then. Rumors will gradually break apart in the face of truth, said Angor as he recalled John's words of teaching. Their doubts and misapprehensions cannot represent one tiny bit of my true self, but they can reflect the true natures of their creators instead. Right. Only weaklings need rumors to support their incapable natures, Nausicaa snickered. My oh my. You're an ideologist too, whelp. Since you're fine with it, I'll leave you be. Good luck on your tower challenge. And good night. Young man. Angor checked his calendar. According to Butler Good, the message about the Garden of Purification would be made public in 45 days. To avoid running into strong opponents who came to seek the opportunity, he had to do everything he could to reach the top level within that time. And the time was short. Angor decided that in the half-month to come, he would spend all his time on the final alchemy weapon as well as getting used to the combination spells he chose. Half a month passed quickly. When the month of offering entered its second half, Angor left his house while covered under his black bedsheet. Toby fluttered around and landed on Angor's shoulder. The bird rubbed its tiny head against Angor's affectionately. I'll go to the tower today. You stay outside and get familiarized with the arenas for now. Angor spoke to Toby. He also spent several days practicing teamwork with Toby. After learning the sequence of gravity, the bird gained several levels in strength. Previously, Angor thought he could defeat Toby easily with his finished alchemy weapon, but the truth proved otherwise. During one-on-one battles, Toby's swiftness was way beyond his imagination. He was using a long-range weapon, which would not help him at all if he could not get any good aim on Toby's figure. Still, the battles helped Angor understand his weaknesses. He would have a difficult time fighting against fast opponents. So of course, he needed to think about it. Angor had created several plans to prevent fast enemies from approaching. The best approach was asking Toby to take on the enemy head-on. In general, Angor was going to play dirty down to the last minute. All of his damage would rely on external help, alchemy weapons and Toby. His own cantrips were all about defense and opponent control. They were to help him wear down his enemies. The first floor of the Sky Tower was bustling as ever. Angor watched several matches first and gained a basic idea about who he was going to fight against. The matches still looked miserable, but at least they now appeared more heated as compared to King of Beasts vs Monarch of Eternal Freeze that he saw the other day. The participants were actually fighting, causing the mortal audiences to cheer in excitement. After he had watched enough, Angor went to the registration hall. Chapter 174 White Bear. Chapter 174 White Bear. Getting registered, the clerk placed a registration form in front of Angor skillfully. When Angor took a pen to fill in the paper, "Sir, you should know that the title you chose in the Sky Tower will accompany you to the last." "Stop." Angor waved a hand at him quickly. "I know. A showy title is better." The clerk gave him a big smile. "Nice. I'll not bother you with the explanation then." Angor quickly wrote down a title he already created, and stuffed the paper in the clerk's hand. The clerk took the paper with the same smile and looked at the handsome and intelligent young man in front of him in satisfaction. But when he began to read the registration form, his smile froze instantly. The truth." Angor displayed a proud look. "How about it showy enough, right? The idea took me 2 weeks." The clerk forced up a smile. "Sir, the title is, well, outstanding, but it isn't a really good personal title." Angor blinked innocently. "Why, I think it's okay." The clerk's lips twitched. "Sir, please think about it. Once you become a wizard and get your name known around the world, how should people address you, Mr. I am the truth? That doesn't have a good ring to it." "I think you're right," said Angor. He took a new form and wrote down a new title he just came up with. The clerk looked at it with his expression unchanged. "Absolute ultimate truth, sir. That's quite difficult to pronounce too. How about something like Philosopher of Truth or Keeper of Truth?" he suggested sincerely. "Philosopher too lame." Angor shook his head. "So what do you want to be in the future?" "Sir, everyone's friend." "That's a phrase, not a title." "Then I have a bird." Angor poked at Toby on his shoulder. Toby quickly lifted its head high. "That's not good. People will get the wrong impression." "One, please choose another one." The clerk was still smiling, but he already freaked out deep in his mind. He witnessed many people who fantasized too much about themselves, but he had never met someone like Angor, who fantasized into a completely wrong track. At this moment, he only wished that Angor could come up with a normal name quickly. Apple, strawberry, flower, or blah blah. Anything would do. He did not care whether it was showy. Seeing how Angor was still hesitating, the clerk quickly asked, "Sir, how about choosing something you really like, and add a beautiful word along with it, such as Queen of Sugar, Prince of Greatsword, Princess of Boobs? Can I? What about Baron Milk?" Angor then quickly denied his idea. No. That goes against my manly image." "Baron Milk. Is it nice? I'll note it down." The clerk's ears twitched and swiftly put the new title into Angor's form with a big smile. Then he quickly pushed Angor away. "Sir Baron Milk, the lottery section is over there if you wish to join a battle right away. Please." Bam! The clerk slammed the office door against Angor's nose before the boy could register what just happened in his brain. Also, in the last second before the door fully closed, the worker tossed a transparent card object to Angor. Angor punched the door. "No, I want to change my name. It sounds terrible." Inside the office, the clerk found 2 cotton lumps and plugged them into his ears before resuming his daily work. Angor punched and kicked at the door for a while. His action attracted the attention of everyone inside the registration hall. In the end, he could only give up under the cold gazes of people. "Baron Milk, fine. I'm gonna stay under my hood anyway. No one will see my face, and my manly image will be fine, right?" Feeling a little sad, Angor put on the hood of his black bedsheet, picked up his card from the floor, and quickly ran out of the registration hall. The lottery section was basically a backstage of the arenas. When Angor lifted the curtain and went inside, he saw a number of participants waiting in the room. Every fighter was dressed in strange styles. The whole place looked like some kind of masquerade party, and it took Angor some time to find the lottery box. He walked past all sorts of strange figures and smelled the weird scents coming from them. When Angor reached the box, everyone looked his way as his lottery might determine one of them as Angor's opponent. Different emotions were directed against Angor: malevolence, stress, charm, disdain. "Sir, please show me your profile." A middle-aged woman standing behind the lottery box spoke in a serious tone. She was wearing a grayish-black uniform and coiled-up hair. Angor took out his small, transparent card. The woman took the card and moved it against an alchemy machine. Next, Angor's title showed up in the glass screen on the desk. Baron Milk. The woman's strict face went stiff a little upon seeing Angor's title. Also, her lips curled upwards in a mild smile. She then looked at the hooded, but obviously immature boy in front of her and realized such a title really suited him. The other participants waiting in the backstage also saw the title. Laughters immediately boomed around the room. Baron Milk. Bahahaha, a freaking kid came to fight. Ahaha, I can beat down a dozen kids like that in one go. Oh, please match him against me. I. Ocean Reaper. We'll chop him in half. Ocean Reaper. Oh ho. I. Templar Authority. We'll try him out. Get out of my way. I. Bishop of Twilight. We'll drink this cup of milk. The middle-aged woman spoke to Angor in a gentle tone, which was rare for her. Mr. Baron Milk, do you want to choose an opponent right now? Yes, a small, timid voice came from under the black hood. Go ahead, please. The woman signaled Angor toward the box. The lottery box looked like a small, square box on the outside. However, when Angor reached a hand in there, he realized that the inside was exceptionally large. Considering how they could place a space expansion rune into such a tiny lottery box, Floating Mech City was really a powerful place for alchemy. Angor took out a random ball from the box. A number was printed on the ball: 038794. The woman took the ball from Angor and quickly noted something down. A moment later, the screen in front of her showed Baron Milk vs Blackjack. In 30 minutes. Sky Tower Level 1. Arena 7. The woman frowned a bit when she saw the name of Angor's opponent. She looked at Angor with a hint of sympathy in her eyes. Blackjack. Huh, nothing to do with me then. The kid got Blackjack as his first opponent. That's gonna leave an ugly mark in his heart in the future. Future, how the brat won't have a future. Just think about how Blackjack deals with his enemies. From the discussions coming from behind him, Angor thought that this Blackjack figure might be someone powerful. However, when he went through the participant information about seeded players he received from Dave, he could not recall anyone by that name, which meant there was nothing to be afraid of. Angor took back his profile card nonchalantly and turned to the resting place for participants. Because of his terrible title, he did not intend to talk to anyone for now. Instead, he chose a corner of the room which was free of people and hunkered down. With nothing to do while waiting, Angor simply started to meditate. He did not even get to meditate for long before he heard footsteps coming near him. Angor frowned. He intentionally chose a corner where no people would pass by. Why would someone come here? He opened his eyes and saw someone or something standing in front of him. Yup, something. The figure was covered in a full cosplay suit of a white bear. He was also wearing a headband with white, decorative bear ears on it. His face was exposed, but it was not obvious since his face looked white, round and chubby, kinda like a real bear. Nice to meet you, Baron Milk. The white bear waved a hand at Angor. Angor would definitely respond with the same politely manner if not for his embarrassing situation. Now, he only planned to display a distant and unfriendly image for Baron Milk, so that he would not get his true identity exposed. With that in mind, Angor humphed and disregarded the white bear. The white bear did not give up at all. Instead, he sat down beside Angor as if meeting with a close friend and revealed a big smile. Hey Baron Milk, I love milk too, let's become friends. Friends. Angor inspected the face of the white bear from under his hood. Putting that suit aside, the man's face looked really chubby. About 20 years old, the man reminded Angor of a grown-up version of Alan Morn. Angor humphed again and pretended to have a hoarse throat. I'm not interested in milk. The name's just a big mistake. The white bear remained friendly. It's fine. Fate gave you such a name. Even if it's a mistake, it still brought us together. Let's be friends. My title is Earthen Bear. You can call me White Bear. Or just Cubby. Cubby Angor shivered. And what was the deal with fate? This man felt like those unreliable fortune tellers that he read about in novels, those who always spoke strange and obscure languages without making any sense. Humph. Angor let out some air from his nose, playing his cold and unfriendly figure to the best extent. White Bear did not mind Angor's attitude at all. He kept speaking while carrying his usual smile. I saw your first opponent being Blackjack. Do be careful. He's far from the kind type. Seeing Angor was still unresponsive, White Bear paused a little and spoke again. Blackjack is a famous fighter in the first level. He's already strong enough to join the next level, but he'd rather stay here even if he can't earn many points. Because he's known for being a sadist, a very dedicated one, and he gets more excited when fighting against weaker opponents. That man remained at the first level and loves to pick on new fighters. Blackjack is an occult apprentice, but no one has recognized exactly which branch. He knows a trick that could seal your voice. So, if you're not confident, make sure you tell the judge that you surrender before your match begins. Angor was not interested in Blackjack's strength at all. Instead, he glanced at White Bear and asked in his pretended low voice, "Just be frank. What do you want from me?" Chapter 175 vs Blackjack. Chapter 175 vs Blackjack. White Bear paused at the question before speaking out. The fate has guided us. Human speech. Brother, said Angor. He kept pretending to be of cold temperament, but with a little extra impatience this time. White Bear scratched his head in a silly manner. He thought Angor was agitated for real. Because, I'm wearing a couple set with your bird. That's the guidance of fate. Couple set bird. Angor was taken aback. Then he looked at Toby, who had been standing on his shoulder. Toby chose different clothes to wear every day. Greya prepared countless selections for him. Today, Toby was wearing a fluffy animal costume. But it was not a bear. The bird was dressed as a white otter. Considering Toby's miniature figure, the pair of adorable otter ears did look like a bear. Toby was also shocked at White Bear's words. The bird dashed in front of White Bear and kicked at him in rage. A claw mark was left on White Bear's face. The force of the kick pressed him against the wall, which further proved how much burst power Toby had gained. Then, Toby tweeted and chirped at White Bear nonstop. It was as if it was cursing at him. Well, that's an otter costume, which is different from your bear one, Angor explained in a sympathetic tone. Also my bird is a he, and it just rejected your couple proposal. With that, Angor called Toby back and turned to leave. A moment later, White Bear struggled to climb upright while still being a little afraid of the violent bird. After considering a little, he took out a short, black cane from his animal costume and placed it on the floor. The cane stood upright, without anyone to support it. White Bear closed his eyes and chanted some strange words. Magic ripples slowly spread from him. When the ripples reached the standing cane, the cane fell down and pointed to the direction toward which Angor just left. White Bear scratched his head again. But I was right. The fate did guide me to him. Angor chose another spot to meditate until an announcement told him to join the stage. He felt tensed since this was his first battle. When he walked in the player passage, he kept breathing in rhyme to adjust his heartbeat. Oh my! This milk kid really came for his first battle in his life. Look at his face. He's gonna have a really bad time. You saw Blackjack? I didn't see him anywhere. He's already here. Check out the passage at the other end. Angor walked out of the passage and saw that the audience stands around Arena 7 was already filled with people of various ages. Almost everyone was cheering Blackjack in unison. Some frenzied female fans even moved seductively with their bodies being overexposed. Before Angor climbed onto the stage, he saw a figure already standing on the other end of it. Considering how the audiences were directing their excitement toward there, that must be his opponent, Blackjack. And it seemed Blackjack had quite a fame around here. It was rare to see an arena so full of onlookers in level 1. The glass screen above the arena showed their names. Baron Milk vs Blackjack. Match starts in 459. A portrait was also shown along with Blackjack's name. It was a man wearing a black gentleman top hat and a black monocle. Angor's name, on the other hand, only had a black shadow beside it along with 3 question marks. which obviously meant that his information was not fully updated yet. Blackjack's portrait kinda dressed like the professor. Maybe he's a fan of Sunder's. Angor looked at the screen and thought to himself. Apart from the different color of his monocle, every piece of clothing on Blackjack basically copied Sunder's style, which gave Angor a really strange feeling. When the countdown reached 259, the screen showed something else: fighters on stage. Angor took a deep breath to suppress his stress. Then he whispered to Toby, "Stay alert and don't attack him at first." Toby tweeted and left his shoulder to circle in the air. Baron Milk, such a weird name. I think he's just a kid. Look at his body. Maybe a little girl. Hey. Look, Blackjack is all worked up. Angor walked up to the stage slowly, with a black bedsheet covering his entire body. People could only take guesses according to his overall size. Fafafafa. Blackjack suddenly put a palm over his face in an exaggerated manner and let out a series of strange laughter. Lady Luck favors me today. Fafafa. Chick is my opponent. Let me snap those pathetic wings of yours. Fafafafa. Angor was totally dumbfounded at those embarrassing words. How could someone even speak like that in public when he heard about the name of his opponent? Angor thought Blackjack was a serious and composed participant as compared to those kings or lords or something. But he was wrong. This man was worse, a psycho. Lord Blackjack go break his wings. The audiences cheered in even more embarrassing manners. What was more, most of the audiences were now mimicking Blackjack's pose. They covered their faces and laughed maniacally. Angor glanced at them and felt as if the embarrassment was going to materialize in reality. Lord Blackjack, enough with that boring kid. Come and break my wings, sweetheart, some shameless female fans of Blackjack teased. Fafafa, fear me, tremble before me. Chick. Blackjack taunted again. Angor tightened his hood and made sure it would not fall off. He then looked up at Blackjack and inspected the man. Blackjack was pretty tall. Angor's own head only reached his neck area, so he must be at least 1.9 meters. His body was slim, to go with his black top hat. He was also wearing black tuxedo combined with white undershirt with a lace collar. There was a red and black checkered bow tie at the collar. From what was exposed on his face, Blackjack looked decent. No wonder so many women fell for him. Just he might have a problem with his brain given the way he talked. Blackjack kept taunting for a while. Even if he was playing a distant and wordless character, Angor thought he should at least reply a little. Angor humphed. You think you can become him if you copy his clothes? What a joke. None of the audiences understood what Angor meant. Even Angor was not sure if Blackjack could comprehend those words. He just spoke like that to improve his image by pretending that he knew everything about his enemy. The audiences remained silent for a while. What was Baron Milk talking about? Blackjack, however, quickly put on a completely different expression. Who the heck are you? How did you know my deepest secret? Angor was speechless now. Your deepest secret? What's going on? Blackjack's expression shifted. In the end, he squinted his eyes and displayed a really wicked look. I was only planning to pluck your nails one by one and remove all your limbs. Since you know my secret, I'd rather you die. Angor remained speechless. What's his problem? Is his secret all about copying Sunder's? When the countdown reached 0, the magic's inhibiting array on the stage was lifted. Angor felt his mana flow returning and quickly began constructing a spell model. But Blackjack moved faster. The man revealed an eerie smile and took out 4 cards from his pocket. Fafafafa card. Kiss of the Toneless. A beautifully crafted card was tossed into the air. A shadow of a toneless individual suddenly emerged from the card and covered the area above Angor. Quicken spell. Angor immediately thought about such a word. The shadow's immediate effect caused Angor to panic a little. The shadow was not really fast, which somewhat soothed Angor's panic. He thought it was just some kind of attacking spell, so he quickly moved aside. However, instead of attacking him, the toneless shadow only stayed afloat above his head while kissing the air like mad. Angor looked at the worming lips of the kissing shadow in disgust and cursed in a low voice. That was when he realized he could not speak anymore. He recalled White Bear's words that Blackjack could seal someone's voice to prevent his opponent from surrendering. Previously, Angor thought it was only a sound-related spell, not such a bizarre-looking trick. Angor controlled his mana flow fluently. Seemed like the toneless shadow only blocked his voice and nothing else was affected. Blackjack noticed Angor's panic and revealed another cold smile. He picked out another card from the 3 cards he was holding. From a quick look, Angor saw a man with a really long tongue whose neck was tangled in a rope printed on the card. That looked like something that could hurt or restrict people, and Angor did not wish to experience it. Before Blackjack could throw the card, Angor quickly reached under his black robe and released a golden light beam which pierced the air and reached Blackjack in an instant. The light beam was too fast. Blackjack already noticed it, but his body could not react in time since he was not a bloodline wizard. The beam pierced Blackjack's left arm. Blood splashed out quickly. Blackjack yelled in pain and knelt on the ground. He held his wounded arm and looked up at Angor. "You know quicken spell, that's impossible." Angor humphed again to maintain his arrogant image, but he had already begun to build another cantrip model in secret. Blackjack looked at the giant hole on his arm and clenched his teeth. He took out a card decorated with the image of a flower-watering goddess. The card melted into a warm puddle and slowly mended his bleeding wound. "Thank God Baron Milk is such a noob who doesn't know he should finish me off when I'm down. Fafafa once I patched up my arm. I'll grind you under my heel." Blackjack frowned and cursed. He now felt both lucky and a little anxious. Chapter 176 Blackjack's Secret. Chapter 176 Blackjack's Secret. Card Garden of the Twilight Goddess. This card in his card set had a healing effect which was as powerful as level 2 cantrips. However, it was very costly to use since he could only make one of these every other 2 days. After using Garden of the Twilight Goddess, the wound on Blackjack's arm was almost healed. At the same time, a tiny, golden arrow was removed from his damaged muscles by the healing effect. Blackjack looked at the golden arrow and grimaced. A long-range alchemy weapon, so that was how he attacked me so fast. A hint of greed showed up in Blackjack's eyes. In Brute Cavern, where alchemists were rare, alchemy weapons were beyond valuable, let alone a long-range weapon which could be used by level 1 apprentices. "That alchemy weapon will be mine once I'm healed. I'll use my card punishment for the hanged man, and I'll break the chick's wings into pieces." Fafa. Blackjack laughed in a low voice. He's just an inexperienced chick who doesn't know when to double tap his enemy. Must be a new wizard who never witnessed the cruelty of this world. He still has the pathetic sympathy of a mortal. Now, I only need to lay low and pretend to be weak, and hell hesitate. Then I can crash him under my feet. Thinking about this, Blackjack put up a weak but stubborn and determined expression. He watched mortal dramas before, and he knew such a display always did a good job of moving people's emotions. "How the chick will cry at my performance." Blackjack directed his dramatic expression at Baron Milk, hoping to stop his action. 5 seconds would do. However, when Blackjack noticed what Baron Milk was doing, he felt his breath blocked and almost wanted to cough up blood. "Shake my ass, that's a shameless bastard. He was hit by the alchemy weapon 6 seconds ago. 6 seconds ago. And Baron Milk already put up 4 defensive spells in front of his face, and the brat was still chanting something else. Are you afraid to get hurt? So badly is your spell combination all about defense spells?" When Blackjack's wound was completely cured by Twilight Goddess, Baron Milk was behind the protection of 7 spells in total. 4 defense ones, and 3 control ones that prevented people from approaching. There was also a firewall made from a combo of grease and ember. Shameless, impudent, stupid, you dirty smurfing arse. Even level 2 apprentices would probably need 5 or 6 seconds to penetrate all that defense. Blackjack was only level 1, and he needed at least half a minute. Angor did not feel ashamed at all. He planned to trick his way to the top level of Sky Tower from the start, so some cursing words would not hurt. Besides, he had way dirtier tricks up his sleeves. No one knew his real identity anyway. He was a wordless and arrogant Baron Milk at this very moment. Angor lifted a hand and another golden beam was released from his sleeve. Blackjack had just barely recovered from his wound, and he was in no condition to dodge this one. The golden arrow pierced his right arm this time. Angor's attack did not end here. A number of small golden arrows came rushing from him non-stop, and aimed for Blackjack's vital points, as if Angor was simply throwing away free candies rather than using a valuable alchemy weapon. Blackjack was terrified of the barrage in the air. From his remaining 2 cards, He quickly took out a card with the picture of a cross shield on it. Card Knight Shield. Blackjack placed the shield in front of him, which helped him deflect some of the arrows. However, under the constant attacks, the shield began to crack. "Stop, I give up please," Blackjack yelled loudly and tossed his profile card into the air. He could neither break open his opponent's defense nor escape from the deadly arrows any longer, and he would drop dead for sure. The Sky Tower arenas did not forbid people from killing each other. However, as long as someone surrendered and threw his or her profile card, the arena judge would activate a spell array to separate the participants instantly. When the card was shown in the air, a magic array appeared quickly, along with a faint glass barrier which showed up between Angor and Blackjack, blocking Angor's further attacks. Winner Baron Milk. As the screen above the arena announced the end of the match, Blackjack's profile card released a light beam in the air. It then flew toward Angor's pocket and disappeared into Angor's card. Angor took out his card to check. A message showing his victory against Blackjack was now shown on the card. He had just earned 3 match points. Also, according to the number of matches and the victory rate of Blackjack, he also gained 150 merit points as a reward. "Not bad. At least that's enough to pay for my bolts," said Angor as he put away his profile card and strolled off the stage. Blackjack slumped on the ground. He had several bleeding holes on his body. Several workers of the tower came and carried him away. When Arena 7 returned to being unoccupied, the audiences all exclaimed in wonder. But Lord Blackjack, he was going to snap the chick's wings. How? Chick, he destroyed Blackjack. There's no way he's a chick. Maybe it's a level 3 apprentice hidden under that robe. Almost all the audiences were mere mortals, so they could only take blind guesses. The few apprentices among them, however, also whispered to each other, "Blackjack lost the blackjack. Didn't you see Baron Milk used his alchemy weapon, a long-range weapon at that?" "Of course I did, damn it, I want one." "Let's wait when the kid got no one around and take his stuff. We don't know who he is." A level 1 apprentice with a powerful alchemy weapon means someone really strong is supporting him. Let's not look for trouble. Coward. As Angor returned to the backstage waiting room, all the other participants now looked at him with completely different emotions. Fear, astonishment, and mostly greed. Angor walked to the lottery box again. The middle-aged woman watched his match too. She glanced at the boy's robe-covered wrist and revealed an inconspicuous smile. "Mr. Baron Milk, do you want to keep going?" Angor nodded. He was stressed because it was his very first battle, and he exhausted most of his mana by casting 7 spells in one go. Still, a little meditation should keep him going for several more matches. It was unlikely that he would keep running into opponents like Blackjack. "All right, draw a lottery, please." Angor reached a hand into the box adeptly this time, and took out a ball using his instinct. 035325. The woman took over the ball. Soon, a line appeared on the screen in front of her. Baron Milk vs Ashen Warrior. In 30 minutes. Sky Tower Level 1. Arena 6. While trying to ignore the whispers of discussion among people, Angor moved to a far corner and closed his eyes to meditate. He was still displaying his leave-me-alone temperament. He had not even meditated for long when he heard similar footsteps again. "The fate guided you, not me," said Angor without opening his eyes. "Hey, Milk. I saw your fight. You're so good." White Bear still sounded joyful as ever. "Don't call me Milk. Baron, was that an alchemy weapon? Nice. Did you get it from Master Prom?" "What's it to do with you?" Angor opened his eyes this time, and inspected the man in front of him from under his hood. The man was still in his white bear costume and was wearing the same smiling face. However, he was holding a short, black-painted magic cane this time. Angor sighed in his mind. Why did this guy keep buzzing him? I'm just curious. In Brute Cavern, there are only a handful of people who own alchemy weapons, and people have already squeezed every last bit of information out of them. But your weapon only showed up for the first time. It didn't look like any of theirs. So what? Angor grew impatient. Again, what do you want from me? White Bear kept smiling. Our fate intertwined, so I'm destined to meet you again. You crept up on me yourself. Don't give me that fate nonsense. Angor waved a hand. If you're not going to talk, just leave me be. I have matches coming up. I have to rest. Hearing these, White Bear took his cane and walked away, still smiling. When the figure of White Bear finally disappeared into the crowd, Angor frowned and wondered what was the deal with that man. After meditating for about 10 minutes, Angor heard footsteps again. They sounded heavy this time when compared to White Bear's footsteps. Angor looked up in frustration and realized it was Blackjack. The man was heavily bandaged up. Neither his top hat nor his monocle was there. Angor could clearly see his short, grayish-green hair and handsome face this time. Angor opened his mouth and immediately realized he was bare milk for the moment. So he only let out a snort in the end. He waited for Blackjack to speak first. I lost the match and I admit it. But I warn you, don't you tell my secret to anyone, or I'll make sure to mess up your life, even if it costs mine. The word sounded firm and determined, but Angor still did not know what Blackjack meant. Secret was it about Blackjack's dressing style, which he copied from Sunders? Angor checked Blackjack carefully. Without his hat, the short gray-green hair looked almost exactly the same with Sunders' own hair. Also, Blackjack's face kinda looked familiar. Don't tell me he's the professor's bastard son. Angor quickly thought about a touching love story in which a bastard son sought to be accepted by his stern father by mimicking his father's clothing and character. However, the merciless father completely disregarded his effort, which caused the son to develop a twisted mindset and found joy in torturing newbies. After warning Angor, Blackjack limped away on his walking cane. Sigh, poor son. Angor looked at Blackjack's pathetic figure and concluded the story he just made up. Chapter 177 Stalked. Chapter 177 Stalked. When Blackjack was gone, Angor began thinking about his previous match. It appeared to be easy, but if Blackjack chose something else to use at the beginning, such as using an attack-based card, the result might be different. All 4 cards were quicken spells, and they all had strong effects. Blackjack lost his chance to retaliate due to his carelessness and the fixed approach he used in the other fights, and it allowed Angor to gain experience instead. I wonder which branch Blackjack is studying. Those cards were good. They are as powerful as magic scrolls. Angor thought to himself. Next time, he would go to Sunders and ask about this, considering how Blackjack really looks like Sunders himself. The second match, Bear and Milk vs Ashen Warrior. The name suggested that this one was a bloodline apprentice. Bloodline wizards were relatively strong compared to the other wizards of the same level, but they had to absorb a strong bloodline to strengthen themselves first. Ashen Warrior was only a level 1 apprentice who had not found a suitable bloodline yet. He only knew basic punches and kicks. Angor only needed a frost spell to control the field and easily defeated him with the alchemy weapon. The victory against Ashen Warrior won Angor 13 merit points, which was totally negligible compared to his winnings from Blackjack. Angor proceeded with the third match, which was to fight against an element apprentice adept at frostfire spells, and he triumphed easily. His 3 consecutive wins caused all the participants waiting in the backstage to completely change their attitude. His tactic was a little dirty, true, but owning an alchemy weapon was still considered to be someone's strength, so no one really questioned Angor's victories. However, most of the fighters grew really curious about Angor's alchemy weapon. People guessed that his weapon could be something like a bow since they all saw the small golden arrows coming from under Angor's sleeve. But could someone use a bow with only one hand? There were also assumptions that Angor was using a blow dart of some sort since it could be manipulated remotely. Blow darts, however, were usually weak. In the end, someone concluded that Angor was using a fast and powerful weapon like a small crossbow. These guesses were all in the right direction, but none of them were accurate. After his 3 victories in the first day, Angor's match point ended up at 9. With the arenas closed for the day, all the players scattered and headed their own ways. Angor tightened his robe and left Sky Tower. But very soon, he noticed someone was following him. He frowned a little. He had already expected someone to get greedy, but not so soon. Angor sighed and kept walking, without minding his stalkers. With Toby to alert him, every movement of those people was completely obvious to him. Angor was planning to head home straight away, but since someone was following him, he chose to take detours in the complicated paths of the underground market instead. There were many shops and human crowds here. Angor was confident that the stalkers would not dare to attack him openly in the market, so he boldly chose crowded paths and moved quickly, hoping to shake them off. Ordinary people would lose Angor's tracks at this rate sooner or later. But this time, Angor underestimated the abilities of supernaturals. Even level 1 apprentices might possess certain useful tricks. Among his stalkers, there was such an apprentice who could use canine summoning spells. With the animal's sharp sense of smell, it was difficult for Angor to get away just by running. After realizing that he could not get rid of the offenders by running around the market, Angor shook his head and decided to give up. The golden arrow was not his only creation. With the other stronger weapon and Toby's help, he knew he could take on 2 or 3 people at the same time as long as there were no level 3 apprentices or someone stronger. With that in mind, Angor stopped hiding and walked toward the surface. The people following behind also noticed Angor's change in behavior. They also gave up being all cautious and walked just about 10 meters behind Angor without bothering to conceal their arrogant and violent looks on their faces. Angor noticed 4 people. Also, he recognized them since he saw these people in the participant waiting room at level 1, which also meant they were merely level 1 apprentices at best. Angor grew more confident. Upon reaching Apprentice Town 8, Angor headed to the woods near the town rather than his villa. He had to fight them anyway, so he might as well pick somewhere vacant. The mirror world might look like a small paradise to outsiders on condition that people only stayed low profile for their entire lives. The Tree Spirit Garden was never a safe place. Apprentices fought among each other very often. To live or die could be determined by a simple decision. Every inch of the ground might be hiding the corpse of someone beneath. Angor walked fast, and so were the 4 people stalking him. Angor even heard them discussing how to divide their loot after killing him. Disorder, the true side of Brute Cavern. After entering the woods, Angor was soon surrounded by the stalkers. Baron Milk, give us your alchemy weapon, and we may consider sparing your life. The speaker was a bearded man wearing a bandana. A hound with white and yellow coat crouched at his heel. There was a hot-looking woman who had a laced, folded fan in her hand. When talking, the 2 giant objects in front of her chest area flipped up and down like 2 overfilled water balloons. Hey, handsome, I really like that weapon. So pretty, please. The last 2 people were twins. One of them wore his standard black robe, while the other was in a white one. They looked almost identical apart from some small details. The man in the white robe had an ocean-colored earring, while the black-robed man wore a flame-colored one. Your weapon is so good on my big brother. He'll use it as his birthday present tomorrow, said the white-robed twin. Your weapon is so good on my little brother. He'll use it as his birthday present tomorrow, said the black-robed twin. Big bro, little bro. The twins looked at each other affectionately. To hell with you all. Come and get me if you want, said Angor. He did not intend to waste any breath on these people or learn anything about who they were. Angor signaled at something. A swift shadow descended from the sky and rushed at the bearded hound user in a blink of an eye. At the same time, a number of golden arrows came from Angor's sleeve in a shower of light beams. Why you? That was the only thing the hound user managed to say before the black shadow tore his throat open. He fell dead on the ground, along with his dog. Naturally, it was Toby who just displayed the perfect combo attack with Angor. Toby did not rest after its attempt. The bird used the corpse of the hound user as a leaping stone and shot himself toward the sexy woman next. Angor left Toby to its own job. His targets were the twin brothers in front of him. His instinct told him that these 2 were harder to deal with. Under the attacks of countless golden arrows, the brothers held each other's hands tightly like a pair of newly married couple. Under Angor's troubled gaze, a fire wall came from the elder brother's body while a water wall came from the younger brother. The 2 conflicting elements somehow existed in harmony and fused into one. The golden arrows could only pierce the first layer of the fused barrier and were completely bounced away by the second. Brothers of one mind water amp flame barrier. Angor felt really uncomfortable when he heard the brothers yelling in unison. Seriously? Why would people announce the names of their skills like that anyway? He did not stop his action though. He still had 200 bolts. There was no way that the barrier could hold on forever. The twins needed their mana to sustain the barrier while Angor simply needed to move a finger. Let's see who's gonna give up first. As Angor released his arrows continuously, a woman's scream came from behind, along with the booming noise of an explosion. Angor glanced away. The twins also spared some effort to check out the battle in the other direction. They saw the hound user already dead, and the sexy woman was pushed into the ground by a black shadow. The explosion was caused by the woman's body when it broke the ground open. What's that? Baron Milk's familiar. What's the deal with that strength? The white-robed twin exclaimed in shock. I saw it. Little brother, the black-robed twin yelled. It's a bird, they both shouted. Angor, on the other hand, felt as if he was watching a drama display. The water and flame barrier created by the twin brothers was quite sturdy, and Angor could not penetrate it. Toby already finished its own fight really fast. The bird was now rushing toward the brothers like another bolt. This is bad. Little brother. My mana is spent. Me too. As Toby was about to reach the barrier, someone else suddenly spoke in a puzzled tone. To Toby, Toby halted in the air and along with Angor. They looked at who just called his name. They saw a young man with a pockmarked face, who was wearing a pair of goggles over his forehead. The young man was carefully following behind another middle-aged, elegantly dressed man, who had just emerged from a narrow path in the woods. Dave Angor realized who had come. It was Dave who just called Toby. Angor did not recognize the middle-aged figure beside him. The appearance of Dave distracted Angor and Toby's attention on the twin brothers. Master Prome, the alchemy weapon of Baron Milk, was made by Master Prome. It seemed the twins knew the identity of the man. They quickly exchanged a look and nodded at the same time. Run! They ran in opposite directions. One toward the depth of woods while the other headed outside the woods. When Angor noticed their actions and looked back, they were already at a good distance away. Toby pointed a wing at them and asked Angor if it should chase them. Angor considered for a bit and shook his head in the end. Chapter 178 Prome. Chapter 178 Prome. Angor. Dave still sounded surprised. Angor removed his hood and revealed his identity. It's really you. Why are you here? I mean, why were you fighting Chloe brothers? Dave walked out from behind the middle-aged man and asked. He then said, Master Prome, this is my friend, Angor. Master Prome. Angor looked at the man in front of him. So this was the famous alchemist in the underground market. The man looked a little bit overweight. He was wearing a violet-colored wizard robe decorated with many gold and silver charms. It looked really expensive. Ah, so this is the Angor you're always talking about, Prome replied, but he did not pay any attention to Dave. Instead, his gaze shifted around the scene and quickly observed everything, including the hole behind Angor, as well as the corpses of a dog and a human nearby. Greetings to you, Master Prome. Angor addressed Prome using his noble manner. Prome nodded. Impressive. Child, you defeated 2 apprentices alone, and forced Chloe brothers to run for their lives. Dave was shocked at those words when he also noticed the corpse. Canine Master Patun, you killed him. Angor. Patun was a pretty famous figure around the underground market. There were 3 genius summoners and 3 useless summoners, and Patun was one of the useless ones. Since the corpse was just here, Angor could only nod and admit to it. Dave opened his mouth again but did not say anything further. It was Prome who spoke next. Dave, you stay here and spend some time with your friend. I'll go alone. Dave jumped at those words, and then quickly shook his head. Please, I can visit Angor next time. Master's going to craft an energy core, and I can help as your assistant. Dave threw Angor a meaningful glance, then quickly followed behind Prome and disappeared into the path. When they were gone, Angor walked to the hole on the ground and checked. Dave looked shocked when Prome said there were 2 dead wizards because he only saw the corpse of Canine Master. Angor, on the other hand, knew that Prome was referring to the sexy woman down in this hole. His heart skipped a beat when he looked down. The woman, well, was beyond dead. Her corpse looked miserable. There was a giant wound which cut open her entire chest and abdomen. Yellowish body fat, bloody flesh, and guts were exposed in the air, releasing a terrible stench. Angor could not connect this destroyed body with the beautiful woman he saw a moment ago. Toby, your burst power is, scary. Angor managed to comment. Before learning the sequence of gravity, Toby was fast but with average strength. It could not really damage people as long as its opponent was prepared. But now the bird blasted an entire human being into the ground. His speed and power amplified each other by several folds. Angor suddenly got the feeling that he would not even need a weapon to reach the top level of Sky Tower. Using Toby was enough. Toby lifted his head high and tweeted happily upon hearing Angor's words of compliment. Stay alert in the air. And tell me if anyone comes. I need to bury these too. Angor asked Toby to fly higher. He tossed the corpse of Canine Master into the hole and proceeded to fill the hole up. It went smoothly. Apart from their bone cards and profile cards used in Sky Tower, they did not have anything else on them. From the cards, Angor learned that the woman was called Balius. He spent some time to recycle the golden bolts scattered about. Some of them were lost in the dense vegetations, so he could only give them up. After collecting about 30 bolts, Angor signaled Toby to leave the woods. This was the first time for him to actually maim someone. Angor's mind was only disturbed a little when he saw the ruined body of Balius, and it was only caused by his instinct to avoid ugly stuff. Maybe he felt calm because it was Toby who did the killing. Or maybe the mindset of survival of the fittest he always worked on ever since he came to Brute Cavern worked wonders. Nevertheless, he did not regret his action. Those people came looking for trouble first. Making such a decision meant they had to accept the consequence of it. Far away from Angor, Dave had already left the woods area while following behind Prom. However, he was still glancing back every now and then. The fact that Angor just killed Canine Master really shocked him. Canine Master Poton was 1 term ahead of him, and 2 terms ahead of Angor. That man joined Brute Cavern 10 years ago. Poton was not strong. Even if the man was titled a useless summoner, Dave was still sure Poton could at least defeat him with ease. But now, Angor killed Poton. Besides, Angor's wizard robe did not seem wrinkled or tainted at all, which meant he did a really easy job at killing his opponent. That was shocking news. Dave clearly remembered that when he went looking for Toby to test his propeller flyer MKI, Angor was still immortal. And when Angor said his talent was poor, Dave believed him. Poor talent. Dave got the feeling that Angor was hiding a lot of things from him. Your little friend possesses a really good familiar. We interrupted his fight and allowed the Chloe brothers to escape. As a level 3 apprentice, Master Prom naturally knew a lot more compared to Dave. Dave realized that Toby stopped its attack because he called its name. Maybe the Chloe brothers would actually get killed too. If not for his action. Was Toby actually really strong too? Wait. Don't forget to apologize the next time you meet him. You bothered his plan and let his enemies live. If I were him, I probably would hate you to the guts. Prom spoke. Dave went through what just happened. Master Prom was the one walking ahead and saw the battle first. Dave remembered seeing Master Prom stops to observe without interfering with the fight. Dave, however, called out Toby's name immediately, and he felt really bad when thinking about this. Just as Prom said, if he had not made a sound, maybe the Chloe brothers would not get away. I understand. He'll go and apologize to Angor tomorrow, said Dave. He looked down. He just did Angor a disservice without realizing it, which could cause Angor some troubles further down the road. Prom looked at Dave's expression and smiled. Don't worry too much. You know the Chloe brothers. They never care about anyone else. Even if they are to retaliate, they won't find others for help. And your little friend should have no problem dealing with the brothers. To be frank, I think the Chloe brothers will choose to give up first. I understand. Sure. Dave knew their characters. Everyone in the underground market knew about them. Still, people could easily change. Who knew whether the brothers were only faking their strange temperament while hiding their true natures deep inside? I wonder what Angor did to get ganged up by all of them. He's never the one to create troubles first. Dave muttered. As for that, I may have an idea, Prom suggested. Dave looked at his mentor in bewilderment. Here, check this, said Prom as he took out a small golden bolt from his sleeve and handed it to Dave. Dave accepted the object. An arrow. It looks average. No special ripples. made of starfrost gold. Is it ammunition for a bow-shaped alchemy weapon? No. Prom shook his head. Dave thought Prom just created a new weapon, so he examined the object as careful as he could. It's too small for a bow. A crossbow may be a really small one that can be used single-handedly. Dave tried. Instead of answering, Prom mentioned his idea earlier. I think this is the reason why those people attacked your friend. Attack Angor for this weight. This is not yours, Master. Prom shook head again. This golden bolt came from your friend's robe sleeve. I think he has a remotely controlled, long-range alchemy weapon hidden on his wrist. I saw it working just now. And it was very deadly. 2 or 3 seconds more and the brothers' barrier would have been broken. Considering how Canine Master and Red Butterfly usually behaved, they must have gotten greedy about the alchemy weapon, so they came to seize it. This is Angor's alchemy weapon. His professor gave it to him. Oh. I never asked who his professor is. Dave mumbled before he grew surprised again. Red Butterfly is here. Red Butterfly is Balia's title in Sky Tower. She was an extremely wicked and infamous figure in the underground market who was always described with words like greed, dissolute, lust, and crafty. She was not strong, but she gained the trust of several powerful apprentices using her charming looks. Because of this, few people would bother her for her unpleasant behaviors in the market as they feared her supporters. Correct. Red Butterfly also joined the attack, but she died in the pit. Tisk. Such a beautiful body, wasted as a pile of broken organs. Prom recalled the terrible scene he saw with his spirit feelers and sighed. Dave's face went pale when hearing about the death of the Red Butterfly. Becoming an enemy of the Chloe brothers was not a big deal, but Red Butterfly, if those people behind her back found out, Angor could be. You're worried about your little friend. Yes, Master. Red Butterfly is just an expendable tool in the eyes of Vice. She's smart enough to pretend that she was in a relationship with Vice, and she did a perfect job at avoiding triggering Vice's anger, so she both enjoyed Vice's fame and stayed safe from the man. Still, her vision is too limited. Her death will not cause anything too serious. Prom explained. What's more important is, I want to know who created the alchemy weapon. A weapon which can be controlled freely and remotely. High attack frequency. And with a damage potential that's beyond average. It isn't anything ordinary. Chapter 179 The Trigger Crossbow. Chapter 179 The Trigger Crossbow. An unordinary alchemy weapon. Prom's comment left Dave shocked in the entire day. Somehow, Dave already had an answer for where the weapon came from, but this answer was too unbelievable to anyone, including himself. Yet he could not get rid of the answer from his mind. It remained there like an unanswered math puzzle, waiting for someone to reveal the already existing solution. Angor returned home and planned to craft several dozens of golden bolts. It would take him some time to do so. After removing his robe, he lifted his inner sleeve and revealed the alchemy weapon affixed on his wrist. It was a small crossbow bound to his wrist joint. But compared to a miniature hand crossbow, this weapon looked more complicated. It was made of over 6 major parts and countless smaller ones. All the parts were assembled together to create such an automatic, long-range alchemy weapons trigger crossbow. It appeared similar to something coming from science fiction. At least it was way different than the common alchemy items used today. There was a really long golden strap wrapped around Angor's arm, which climbed all the way toward his shoulder. The small golden bolts were fixed on the strap. If Angor knew space expansion runes, he could store the bolts easier, but since he did not find such runes in his hologram tablet, he had to find the time and look for them in Cloud Library in the future. There were 2 energy sources for the trigger crossbow. 1. Microelectricity generated when his body moved around, which was then turned into kinetic energy and boosted the golden bolts. The bolts themselves were only ordinary ammunitions without any special traits. The other energy was his own mana, which was used to control the trigger crossbow to shoot the bolts, as well as activating the runes on the golden bolts to grant them special effects. However, applying runes to each of the bolts was too tiring and time-consuming, so Angor only prepared 10 bolts with runes on them. Most of them had frost runes, while the others had flame runes and armor-piercing ones. Making these special bolts cost his too much effort. so he only planned to use them when absolutely necessary. After replenishing his ammunition on the strap, he began his everyday meditation to expand his mana pool. Improving himself was always the foremost task. When Angor came to the Sky Tower on the next day, people in the participant waiting room immediately began to discuss this mysterious fighter. Baron Milk is here. I saw several people going after him yesterday. How come he's not hurt at all? Yeah. Red Butterfly, Canine Herder, and the Chloe brothers went for him. I thought the guy's dead for sure, but I was wrong. By the way, Red Butterfly and Canine Herder are nowhere to be found. Did Baron Milk kill them? But the Chloe brothers are fine. Did you ask them? Those two only care for each other. They don't answer our question at all. FCK those fools. No matter what happened, Vice is gonna look into him since Red Butterfly's dead. Let's stay away from him for now so we don't get dragged into the mess. Angor did not really care about their whispers. He simply walked to the lottery box to find his opponents for today. All 3 matches in the morning were easy. The overall strength of fighters in the first level was quite weak, and Angor quickly earned 3 wins, plus 9 match points and 39 merit points. Most participants needed lots of mana in their matches, so 2 matches in a day were already tiring enough. Angor, on the other hand, obliterated his opponents using his alchemy weapon and did not spend much mana at all. The Sky Tower had not witnessed such a fighter in decades. Despite their showy titles, the participants were mostly low-leveled apprentice wizards. Few of them possessed alchemy weapons. It was only natural that Angor could progress so fast. However, the other participants were thinking about something else. Why would someone with such a strong weapon come here and take merit points from us? FCK the asshole. Do any quest and hell earn way more points than that? Someone even thought Baron Milk was the same type of figure as Blackjack, who loved hurting others for fun, thus satisfying their twisted ego. The only difference was that Baron Milk never actually killed his opponents, while Blackjack's victims usually ended up as corpses. It was just one day, and everyone was looking at Baron Milk with a completely different view. Angor was not interested in what these people were thinking about at all. He simply tried to gain victories as fast as he could. Reaching level 2 required 30 match points, which meant he could achieve it by getting 4 consecutive wins in the afternoon. After what happened yesterday, no one stalked him again when Angor left Sky Tower at noon. He had lunch, meditated for a while, and returned to the tower. The matches during the afternoon were still one-sided. The only thing that caught Angor's attention was when he went against King of Beasts during one of the battles. The weirdo who wore colorful feathers on his head had a bow he never used behind his back, and a white kitten named King. Angor still remembered how this man fought his last match. Half a month had passed, and he was still hanging around the first level, which meant he was just another cannon fodder. The match was even easier than the others. Angor simply cast several spells to lock up that kitten without the need to even shoot a single bolt. When his kitten was pinned down, the King of Beasts immediately knelt down and surrendered on the spot. Then he rushed to his pet quickly to check if the animal was wounded. It was as if Angor was some kind of mad cat-abusing scientist. Angor was wondering though if the man really cherished his cat. Why would he bring it onto the arena in the first place? Still, the man's strange behavior left an impression in Angor's memory. You want to proceed to level 2? Yes. Mom. Angor came to the registration office again, but for a different purpose this time. Instead of the male clerk yesterday, a decent-looking lady addressed Angor this time. She checked Angor's profile card and noticed the hooded figure gained 30 match points in just 2 days to get himself promoted. This was the first time she saw someone working so fast in her career, so she kept extra attention on Angor while handling the promotion papers. But with Angor's hood and fake voice, she never managed to figure anything out. When the work was done, it was already 7 in the evening. Angor did not intend to fight this late, so he took his updated profile card and quickly left the Sky Tower. Rather than heading home, he took a turn and went to Prom's alchemy shop first. It had nothing to do with the incident yesterday. He only needed to buy some alchemy materials. Crafting the golden bolts had cost him most of his stock. Besides, he was planning to buy some new materials for the other attributes. He had read about a lot of useful runes and enchantment cyclopedia for starters, none of which were suitable for the materials he currently had. Upon reaching the cave wall where the shop was located, Angor saw the door of the shop tightly shut. A lock was placed on the door. Usually, Dave lived in the shop even when the shop was closed for business. It seemed that Dave was not here. Angor could only go back home. To his surprise, he saw Dave in front of the gate of his villa. From afar, Angor noticed that Dave was looking at something in his hand with the help of the lamplight around the gate. "What's up? I went to your shop and missed my mark," said Angor as he removed his hood and greeted Dave with a smile. Dave looked troubled. "I came to say sorry." Sorry. Angor opened the gate and signaled Dave to come in. "For what? You said something funny behind my back." Angor prepared Dave a glass of water and joined him on the sofa. "Yesterday, you would have dealt with Chloe brothers if I didn't call Toby like that." Dave looked really ashamed now. "The Chloe brothers might bring more troubles to you." "I'm so sorry." Angor was a little surprised. Then he smiled again. "Killing and tricking each other isn't that how the wizarding world goes around? But I'm still sorry." Dave lowered his head to avoid Angor's gaze. Angor remained silent for a while. "All right then. I accept your apology. Let's forget it. I'll deal with Chloe brothers. I already saw them today, and they tried to run away again. If you want to amend your mistake, tell me something useful about those two." Dave nodded. "The Chloe brothers aren't a big deal. I don't think they would attack you again, but you should stay careful nevertheless. The real problem is the red butterfly." "Red butterfly?" Dave briefly explained Red Butterfly's connections with other people. Master Prom said that Red Butterfly didn't really have a deep relation with Vice, like how everyone else believed. But Vice isn't the only one related to her. She had several more admirers. If they team up and come for you, it'll be really bad. "I see. I'll keep that in mind." Fearing that Dave would only grow more worried, Angor did not comment much. "Give me the information of those people through your transmitter next time." "Oh right. I need to ask something too," said Angor as he decided to change the topic. "I want to buy materials, and maybe sell an alchemy weapon at the same time. Can you give me an appraisal for it?" Chapter 180 Appraisal. Chapter 180 Appraisal. Sell a weapon. Dave was shocked. He lowered his voice and asked, "Are you talking about what I'm thinking about?" "What you're thinking about? What do you mean?" Dave took a deep breath. "Are you selling an alchemy weapon you crafted yourself?" Angor nodded. "Yeah, of course." Dave choked a little at the answer. "You already made an alchemy item." "Well, yes. You made one too." "Right, the propeller machine is way more complicated than mine," Angor said. "That's different. I've been studying alchemy for 5 years." Angor smiled. "I used to learn to smith before. I know how to make molds or other tools, so making weapons is easy for me." Of course not." But seeing how Dave was about to cry again, Angor decided to keep his white lie going. Angor's explanation somehow soothed Dave's sadness and jealousy. Alchemy weapons are completely different than ordinary weapons. Even if you've had experience before, you still need really good talent to be able to craft a real weapon so fast. "Let's go see my scythe. You can give me a price for it," said Angor. He stood up and led Dave toward the basement. "You made a scythe? That's a rather rare weapon." "Because I'm familiar with it. I used to care for gardens and grow vegetables myself." He was not lying this time. Ever since John could no longer move around freely, it was Angor who took care of his mentor's fruits and vegetables. "You mean a farming scythe? I thought it was those used in combats," said Dave. He paused for a moment before saying, "There aren't many scythe users in Brute Cavern, but War Scythe still sells well. If it's a farming tool though, no problem. As long as I earn something. 1 crystal will do." It was the first time for Dave to come to Angor's basement. The broad space was now filled with all kinds of alchemy equipment. The tables still had stains and unfinished materials on them, along with burnt damages caused by melted metal. The whole place looked messy. The mess did not prevent Dave from casting an envious look around the basement. Every corner of the place gave him a familiar sense, telling from all the marks. "You really have become an alchemist," Dave exclaimed. He really wished he had his own alchemy lab. Overpraising me now. Angor wiped his tables clean quickly and took out the scythe wrapped in cloth from a cabinet. When he turned around to ask Dave to look at the scythe, he saw Dave in front of the weapon rack, looking at the Chinese weapons he made the other day. They look simple, no engraving on them, but their overall designs are beautiful. Dave looked at Angor and asked, "You made these? Can I check them out?" Angor lifted a hand to tell Dave to help himself. "This is a sorta really interesting one. But isn't it easy to break apart?" Dave picked up the King Feng sword and moved it along the touchstone in the corner, leaving a shallow cut on it. A basic alchemy weapon. It could sell for a small sum. Next, he picked up the Amay piercers and moved them around. Nice. Both good design and power, and they are easy to carry around. Ideal self-defense weapons for certain witches. The design will attract buyers quickly. In the end, Dave picked up the sheathless Tang Dao. Of the three weapons, he loved the design of this one most. The blade displayed a deadly beauty without having any extra decoration on it. Moving it in the air proved to be easy and smooth as well. This weapon will sell for at least 10 magic crystals. I'd say. Dave seemed very satisfied with them. If you sell these, you can probably earn back all the materials you have bought from me. Dave was jealous again. Alchemy weapons always sold well on the market, including ones without special effects. His own creation might seem more advanced than Angor's weapons, but it was not meant to be used by the public, so it would not sell as much. "So do you want to sell them?" Dave asked. "I do if I can, but I don't have a place to sell stuff." Dave thumped his chest. "Put them in Prom's alchemy shop and I can help you with it." "Can I?" "No problem. He'll ask for a 10 share in the process." Master Prom's requirement, 10%, was pretty high already. However, without a proper shop, Angor probably could never get the weapons sold on his own, so he agreed in the end. "Alright, along with the scythe. I'll leave them in your hands." Dave thought that the scythe was just something similar, so he nodded without a second thought. But when he saw the shining edge on the scythe, he felt he was just tricked by Angor again. "You said you learned to smith before, so you can forge weapons easily." "I did." "Can you tell me then, what kind of blacksmiths teach you how to draw runes?" "This is a perfect rune of sharpen. Could an ordinary blacksmith create that?" Dave felt defeated now. As long as Angor knew how to use thaw and utilized his smithing knowledge, the previous three weapons were not really hard to make. The scythe, though, was not a basic alchemy weapon. The obvious sharpen rune shining on the surface of the blade meant it was already a tiered weapon. A low-tiered one maybe, but even something like this would be valued at 100 magic crystals or beyond. Dave took another deep breath to calm himself. "I warn you, don't you tell me you happen to be talented to learn runecraft too." Angor recalled how Dave almost cried out when hearing about his alchemy talent, and carefully arranged his words. "Maybe I have a really good memory." Dave gave Angor a thoughtful look. "You've already tested my nerves the last time, and I thought that was it." "I was wrong." Dave picked up the scythe and triggered the rune on it using mana. He gave the touchstone a mighty slash. Looking at the deep cut on the touchstone, Dave turned back slowly. "Okay. I'm a failure. A terrible failure." Angor did not know how to respond. It took Dave half an hour to complain about his frustration before he could talk like normal again. "The scythe is a tiered item. Only a low tier. But it still costs 100 crystals. At least. It may go for more if there's an urgency," said Dave. "Urgency? For example, someone is going to explore a ruin and needs a new weapon real quick. Or when someone is dueling another wizard for his life and will spend anything to buy a weapon that can save his life." Angor considered. "I see. Can you put them up for sale 1.5 months later?" 1.5 months? Is there a reason? "Well, yes. You'll know by then." After agreeing upon a price for the weapons, they came to Prom's alchemy shop together. Angor spent 17 magic crystals on some new materials. Before Angor could leave, Dave took out an object and asked Angor a question. "Is this yours?" Angor looked at the small golden bolt in Dave's hand and raised an eyebrow. "Yes. You found it in the woods." "Not me. Master Prom did." Dave paused a little before saying, "Master Prom seems really interested in your long-range weapon. Can you show it to me?" Angor lifted his sleeve and revealed the trigger crossbow on his wrist. An alchemy item. Sort of. Yes. Dave carefully inspected the weapon's delicate designs. But he saw no runes on it. It's not a tiered item. But the creation alone is impressive. And it's deadly. Even without runes. It can penetrate most defensive spells with enough shots. Dave commented. He did not know that Angor drew runes on the bolts. Not the crossbow. By the way, who came up with such an interesting idea? Dave asked out of instinct. When he saw Angor trying to answer, Dave quickly raised a palm. No. Stop. I've had enough terrible surprises today. Angor reached the second level of Sky Tower by the third day of his challenge plan. Scattered around the underground market were cableways for participants to reach higher levels. Being able to board a cabin hanging on such a cableway also displayed one's strength to others. Audiences had to buy tickets to watch the matches at higher levels. Those with enough money all went to the top level. No one would waste money on the second level. Mortals who did not have magic crystals could only stay on the first level to satisfy their hunger. This was why the second level had fewer people. Angor's first match only had 2 or 3 spectators. They were also participants at the same level with nothing better to do at the moment. The opponents here were a lot stronger. Still, using his trigger crossbow and coward tactic, Angor did not run into any real trouble. The only heated match was when he fought against an apprentice called Lord of Darna, who used blizzard and wind spells. The mighty wind caused his golden bolts to stray off their mark, so Angor had to shoot a great number of them in the air without specific aiming and forced Lord of Darna to surrender in the end. At the same time, his name was spread around the level quickly. Angor kept winning. He earned another 40 match points in only 3 days and gained entrance to the third level soon. He carefully looked around the participants in the third level. Once he made sure that there were no level 2 apprentices, he grew confident that he could progress without having to worry too much. However, the very first battle in the third level proved to be harder than he expected. Part 3 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.